Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. All the superstitions out the window, gone, done. That's what these ancient stories are talking about. Oh, okay. A little bit of something to read. Yeah? Ham, those who grew warm, is the chief of Canaan, the subjected by traffickers. And Ham then perceived, and it was made naked to him, the pudenda and most intimate shames of the chief father. And Ham, who grew warm, were messengers to his brothers. The other two brothers who were severed abroad, severed from heaven. Pudenda, that's another word for taint. Between your legs and is not, anything but flesh. But Shem, him appointed by name, and Japheth, them open to persuasion, fetched out a well-fitted covering, appointed beforehand, considered altered by time from earlier, and shouldered it, going evilly backward again, and closed that was what was discovered of the chief father by looking evilly backward again, and poured out and regarded not the chief father's discovered pudenda and most intimate secrets. That's probably not very clear. Okay, so those who are open to persuasion and him of the appointed name have to shoulder the burden of what got changed over time. So they had to go evilly backwards. So like referring back to the way that Christians think of the text right now, this being in end times, in order to clarify things so that people understand. And covering up the secrets, like going back to the old, not so clear way of understanding it. So, meeting them where they are is probably a decent way to say that. The giver of rest awoke the effervescent wine and acknowledged him who is the self-loathing, smallest, family-building block son. That'd be Christ. It's trying to say, not necessarily demure, but humble. And what he had wrought for him. Then promised the giver of rest a bitter curse to those subjected by traffickers, that means the population of the earth, the sons of those who grew warm, to make themselves to serve the servants of Jehovah. So will you be to your kindred servants. Then answered Ham, Praised be Jehovah angels, for Shem, those of appointed name, and it will be Canaans, those subjected by traffickers. It will come to pass, and there's an untranslated word right there, which I'm going to say is they, will be his worshiper servants. So you can see where that falls in. Angels will allure Japheth, those open to persuasion, to rest and dwell in the habitation of the shining tabernacle with Shem, those of appointed name, and it will be better for them. Canaan, those subjected by traffickers, will also be better for them as worshiper servants. And here the word worshiper doesn't mean, bowing down, singing praises like Christians think. It means adopting a lifestyle that adheres to the set of ideas. Of course, in heaven, you have to agree to a certain set of societal standards, just like you would living in a country, for instance, the United States, and accepting the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and all that. Noah, the giver of rest, was quickened after the flood of a large group of beings, 350, which means harmonious God-elected Jubilee years. Like he was elected for that. And all the times of Noah, the giver of rest, were 950, which means transitioning God-elected Jubilee years. And he passed on to something else. Not necessarily that he died. They always read this as died. They always translate this as died. But it's just passed on. Probably the reason we call someone dying passing on is because that's literally the Hebrew expression for change, going on to a different thing. Very different. This might be some kind of promotion into a higher heaven. After all, there has to be someone to fill the beasts around God's throne, and also the habitation of God or mercy seat. So there must be some kind of promotion into those kinds of positions. These were the born generations and family building block sons of Noah, the giver of rest. Shem, those of appointed name, or Christs. Ham, those who grew warm, like nobody got it, but they started to get it and eventually got it and went to heaven. Japheth, those open to persuasion. And those begat, and that's probably sons and daughters. And they begat family building block sons, who also begat sons and daughters, following after the flowing deluge of the large group of beings. You know, the only thing that's missing here is daughters. I'm going to say that that's daughters. The family building block sons of Japheth, those open to persuasion, are Gomer, those who fail completely. Magog, those of the mountain land altar of Jehovah. Madai, those of the middle land of Jehovah. Yes, this is literally what these things mean. Javan, those like effervescent, intoxicating wine to Jehovah. Tubal, those prophesied you will be brought in by Jehovah. So that's like prophets. And those scattered and drawn to and fro, who are precious and are drawn. Tiras, those of his desire. And the sons of Gomer, peace and respect, Sammy. Feel free to come in if you like. The sons of Gomer, those who fail completely. So this is going to be bad stuff, because this is children of people who fail completely. A man sprinkled like fire scattered. You will break her. And Javan, those like effervescing, intoxicating wines. Those are going to be good things. Elisha, God of the coming. The circle of the kidney red beryl, or talking about stones on this earth and the zodiac, children in the zodiac. A blossom bruise. I don't even know what that means. I need to look further into what they mean by a blossom bruise and give some clarity. That's not very clear. And Dodanim, or leaders. Peace and respect to St. Tommy, also Krishna. And they were scattered abroad, Lust Island, that'd be the earth again, and come rising out from amidst the heathen Gentile. Yes, believers. Since everyone's not a believer, the only way to get believers is to bring them out of the Gentiles. Scattered abroad in the wilderness firmament, meaning away from heaven, that kind of wilderness. Firmament meaning a firm thing, in this case the earth, of desperately wicked males, with the accusing tongues of vulgar Gentiles. Yes, That's true. We do accuse God and heaven and everything else. Peace and respect, Beck. Also scattered, meaning out of heaven, not in heaven yet, were family building block sons of Ham, those who grew warm. And those were Cush, those black from ashes. That's right, it means black, but it doesn't mean black skin. Normally, it means black skin because you're in end times and you've got ash on you. Those bound, separated, and limited of knowledge. That is to say, agnostics. There you go, the definition of agnosticism. In Egypt, which Egypt means limitation. And let me annotate that. Foot, those of a bow of the archer, meaning those who are hunters, providers. So that's probably something like the good preachers. And Canaan, those subjected by traffickers. So people who are traffickers, people who buy and sell. Trafficking, right? And this is all kinds of trafficking. For instance, the text is referring to us as being trafficked. That is, we're workers and thereby slaves. And we are subjected by traffickers. That's like your average person who works. The sons of Cush, those black from ashes. Seba, which means drink you or drink thou. Havilah, which means circle of travail or the earth. Not that it means a coin. It could be blossoming bruise. I don't know. I'm going to have to make a note of that and get back to it. Let's see. Perhaps I should just go ahead and do it now before I lose it. Genesis 10:4. And I think it was Kittim. Where'd it go? There it is. Bruisers. Yep, we got the right one. And it's a root word. I'm going to have to look it up otherwise, because that's probably why I only wrote bruisers. Blossom. Because this is all I could find. Phoenician, Cetum, Cessnola, blah 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 blah. Do we have an entry by Jusinius here? It's a celebrated Phoenician colony, but celebrated isn't a description of that. It's just that people thought a lot of the place. Islands in the Mediterranean Sea. I can see that making sense there, because we're kind of considered an island in regard to this twofold. No, I'm gonna have to look up the etymology of the word outside of this and with Google or something. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Mental note to self, Kittim 10:4. Oh no! Gotta go all the way down. And this thing doesn't load very fast. Google Documents. If I grab hold of it over here and just like try to go to 10. Oh, look, it worked. Make a fool out of me. Alright. Alright. 9 Cush. Cush, Ashes, Siva, Circle, Travail. Sabta, striking. Rama, thunder roar or horse's mane. Septicha also means striking, an extension of that other word. Or stricken. Oath of perfection and people of the low country or low countenance, low accord. Peace and respect, Ivan Van Veen. Bruise on a blossom flower. It could be, but I just don't know right now. It's one of those things where I was writing this and writing this and writing this and said to myself before, oh, I need to go back and clarify that, and never did. I need an editor. Peace and respect, let's farm. That's okay. It was nice of you to drop by either way. And Cush, those black from ashes, begat Nimrod, the valiantly rebellious. And that same Nimrod, who was sick and diseased, will be changed and will prevail upon the earth. So here we have the story of Paul. The same Nimrod, valiantly rebellious, will be strengthened and mighty, and be hunter and supplier of nourishment, proceeding in front of Jehovah. What's that? The one who announces Jehovah's arrival. Yeah. Nourishing the people. So that throughout the land, in like manner, it was said, Nimrod has been strengthened and mighty and become a hunter and supplier of nourishment, proceeding in front of Jehovah. Which is exactly what it just said. Same thing twice. See that a lot. King James tried to get fancy with it, but this is just literally what it says. And it came to pass that the first fruits of his kingdom were those mixed and anointed to confound. Mixed, like mixed ethnic groups, you know. Anointed to confound. It was determined that they will be confounded and confused, i.e., not understanding heaven. The long-lasting, also the hidden and strong, the heavenly one in the land of 2 rivers. Clarifies later what it means by 2 rivers. Sounds very Native American, doesn't it? A part of heaven, and among the same firmament became blessed in the meaningful step, building another increase in children in the abode of the Son of the Lord. And his emerging self was an awakened master. What is the name of that philosopher? This talks about the self-realized knight. Says it something like that. I can't remember his name right now. Of his watched city with enlarged street, and his emerging self was of complete vigor. So, you know, healthy. Of course, you know I'm going to say this is talking about Christ here. A newly emerged bridled city between abodes of the Son of the Lord and of complete vigor, the same a magnified great guarded city. That's right, heaven thinks we're a big deal. A bound city of strong bulwarks bore strife. Yeah, we suffer here. To they like firebrands, that's right, we do it to each other. And they travailing, and they of travailings, and brought affliction on the waters. How do you hurt water? Because it's people. With flames of destruction and openings into heaven. Oh, that travailings. So, end times and ascension. So this they of travailings, the angelic. Which means I should do this. Because it's like a movie title. It's a phrase. It's nothing if not redundant. Yes, it's extremely redundant in what I read in this very, very direct, non-assuming translation. A lower region, fortified to go forth. Yes, we're in a lower region than heaven. That's because heaven comes from the sky or space. To go forth and enter in among the rolling sojourners. There is a description. Oh, look, a very good description of angels in heaven. Rolling sojourners of the encircled capital. Where those subjected by traffickers, meaning us, took provisions belonging to his firstborn who abolishes terror. That is, we take stuff off the planet. And are descendants of the treading of the threshing place, of the publicized sayer, while dwelling on a clayey soil. I'd like to, I don't know, go through this about 100 times. And do all the stuff like that. To show the abundant life to the villages of the tent of buttocks gnawing thorns. Buttocks gnawing thorns. Oh, that's pleasant, isn't it? That's how it's referring to the earth. Villages like temporary tent, again a temporary dwelling. And what do we do here? Suffering. I've never had a thorn in my butt. Well, I guess I've had it on my butt cheek. And a dominion of mourning. Yep, that's true. I shall break loose double woolen skins. Nice. That's a lot better than thorns. For those who will grow warm. And I, which is implied, will tarry afterward for the scattered abroad and obvious families, subjected by traffickers spread abroad. And that needs a conjunction right there. Subjected by traffickers spread abroad, traffickers spread abroad. What do I need right there, guys? I need a conjunction. Abroad in obvious families, subjected by traffickers spread abroad. For now, from the because it's talking about breaking loose up here from the traffickers. Or is that just a typo? I think that's just a typo. Let me see. 10:18. Look that up real quick. You guys coming in or not? Genesis 10:18. Does it actually repeat there? 10:18. Hey, look, they translated it spread abroad as well. Our families that can't spread abroad. Nope, it's only there once. I had a typo. Hebrews 63:27 pus. It's It's only there once. It's not. Yep. Twice in the whole paragraph. Okay, good. I just had to type twice for no reason at all. It will come to pass. By the way, when it says come to pass, it always means comes to pass and be better for the people involved. Within the border of those subjected by traffickers, it will come to pass that the hunter of fish, oh, that fish providing guy, and provider of nourishment will come to destroy those who chew the cud and roar like lion whelps. Okay, those are insults. Chew the cud, classically goat. Lion whelp, a young male lion who just makes a lot of noise and is full of crap. With their long, strengthened, impudent, hardened thoughts. Against who? Against you. To enter them into the burning of the gathered sheaves of thresh on the blood-dyed red earth, with a great fight, like a roebuck and a glorious pleasant gazelle, decked and adorned everlasting by means of an as-yet fissure, or splitting. So this is end times, this part, the hero, this part where you are, this part, what will happen to, and this part, what their attitude is, those who are doing it to you, this part, what they are like. And what will happen to them? Destroy. Nobody backstage. Okay. The same saved are the family building block. This is talking about our future in heaven. The same saved are the family building block sons of Ham, those who grew warm, which is obvious why that would be. The obvious kindred of the hunter-provider, brothers of the hero, sisters of the hero. Slandered by the languages in the firm earth of the Gentile Goy. So that's a Hebrew insult right there. I wrote both of them, Gentile and Goy. Either one would have done probably. And those who grew warm toward the chief father, or the father, absolutely every family building block son passed into a region beyond, so off the earth in some other place, where were their brethren, those open to persuasion, and grew great because that same were given sons and daughters. That's right. We have kids in heaven. I don't think it's mandatory because that would be like oppression of will. No, not gnashing of the buttocks. Thorns, like biting into your buttocks. Not that buttocks gnash. As an of an as yet fissure. Fissure, or a crack in the surface, a fissure. I think it's like saying a deviation from what is normal. So like not the history of the earth, but something specifically not normal history of the earth. That kind of fissure. So big change, and even at a surface level, something like that. To decode what I just said, end times. Let's see, chief father, absolutely, blah, 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 persuasion, great, yep, sons and daughters, okay. Those of the name, so saved by Christ, will enter the hidden eternity successfully led on. That makes sense because you need to be persuaded at the time, and if you go to that heaven, it's because Jesus saved you, because he happens at end times. He's not the Father. You go to a specific separate heaven, which is why the slave laws to get from fissure to end times. Yeah, I know. But it's the only yet fissure, fracture, change thing. Those of the name will enter the hidden eternity successfully led on, and those he cursed of the breast. Don't need that word of right there. That is excessive. Those he cursed the breast will be in strife under the elevated fortress of heaven. So, cursed of the breast, second half of end times. Under heaven, but, under it, not in it. The family building blocks of the elevated fortress, that's an interesting term, took advice and clung together in the wilderness, which consistently means not heaven, of the trembling and travailing and dancing circle, yes, if dancing of the earth is like an earthquake, and fear had them drawn out, so extended. So not accepting heaven out of fear, which, alien invasion, and there's going to be all kinds of people who are scared of that. Those he cursed the breast of delivered up him of the sown and sprouted sword, who brought forth those who passed straight into the hidden region beyond. Is that too cryptic? And the hidden region beyond begat two family building block sons of famous name and conspicuous position, to unify thoughts and divide the stream of waters during the assured heated time, and divide the earth, which is a little bit repetitive. To divide those of him of the famous name of conspicuous position kindred from those of him of the famous name of conspicuous position, who is to be grieved and loathed, and is the least, and not worthy, and is of smallness. And him of smallness bore the not measured and plucked off, and drew forth and led them to the village of death, and is of the new moon. So it's like, magic thinking, village of death, or, hell, Hades, lake of fire, stuff like that. Plucked off, meaning separated, and separated violently, not in a good way. Not measured, not accounted to go to heaven, not in the book of life. Of smallness, of little stature. So if that is too cryptic, I think this is talking about the beast of Satan. Of noble honor, I shall be flooded with palms of their hands. I am stripped bare before my Father who is El. I will be reducing to ashes the travailing sphere. Sorry, JWs and Mormons, the earth gets destroyed. Where they cry shrilly in a desert, or wilderness, same thing. Absolutely every one of the same will be family building block sons of the one to loathe, and is small, and not worthy, and of smallness. It will come to pass that those dwelling there will pass into freedom by entering the enumerated looming mountain of heaven before these family building block sons of the name and his obvious kindred, slandered by language in the firmament of the blood-red dyed earth of the Gentile Goy, are able to. I don't know, you guys tell me when this is too cryptic. Sam, you make a good point that it seems a bit of a stretch. I've just read so much of this. It just doesn't look like a stretch to me anymore. The language is super not English. And that's not the same as I think if you read the same amount of it, you would come to the same conclusions. Perhaps you would have different conclusions. But since I see like all of this is talking about end times and only end times, even if it was a mystery and it was just a big change and it didn't talk much about what the big change was, I still would say it was end times. Call it my bias. The same obvious kindred family building block sons of the giver of rest, of the travailing generations, with Gentile Goy, were these that were scattered abroad. Angels came from an earth. And the Gentile Goy will remain scattered abroad in the earth and will stay there after the flowing deluge of angels. It's like staying on the earth too long. My desire is it will come to pass and be better for you in the earth, that absolutely every of mankind in the earth will be better when they find the terminate language, there's that phrase, barrier, that is of one way and determined, the final language sure promised to be. So this is referring back to what is translated normally as the tower, where the internet is made, and it's reiterating that you can look at the internet as a general time frame as to when end times will soon start. It will come to pass in the departing preventing eastward, that they will find out and breach the plain of the firmament of heaven, the land of two rivers, and tarry and inhabit time therein. Mankind had promised existent mankind companionship. Oh, this is the Tower of Babel. Companionship, ascribing them to make white tile, and kindled it utterly within them, and burned it thoroughly inside them, so that it would come to pass. In other words, making it sound desirable. It came to pass that the made white tile built troubled slime pits. You probably have seen some of these troubled slime pits of desire, to come to pass like pits of red mire. And I hear, although I don't look for it, I hear there's some really, really nasty stuff online. Well, that's interesting, Sammy. Well, an idea for idea translation. I suppose there's nothing wrong with you reading it yourself and me not giving my opinions on it. I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. Well, Sammy, let's not forget that if I'm right that this is intended for a specific mind, then it doesn't much matter what any of the rest of us think of it. Skyworks 600, peace and respect. And to answer your question, no one knows, not the angels, not even Jesus, only the Father could answer your question. Please ask him. And they had been promised the ascribed buildup would be guarded for everyone. It's probably something like thoroughly or very guarded for everyone. A great tower, elevated as a stage and a pulpit, which is what I'm doing right now, whose head is lofty in the air, and it wrought them conspicuous position by names. Not at my subscriber rate, it doesn't. And regard, despite being scattered abroad throughout. Yep, I'm in Santa Fe. Sammy is in Australia. Regarded in sight perfected everything in the firm earth, and perfected in sight everything to all whosoever was in the firm earth. Who was able to, hook into the tower? Should I ask my dad? No, not that Father. The Father. Like the Father in heaven, not your dad. Then descended Jehovah, and came down and beheld the guarded city of excitement, anguish, and terror, and the emerging sign of the magnified tower, they therein built up, sons had built. Spoke Jehovah and said, Behold, the people held in darkness, the people have gotten one way or another to the obvious terminate edge of the earth, and made perfect everything one certain way for the obvious terminate edge of the earth. These sick and grievous people break what I wrought and adorned everlasting in time. Of course, if he keeps us from going into deep space, he keeps his proclamation true. Going forth with nothing restrained, to walk what way they themselves devise to perform. That's right. We have gotten irreligious and we're doing whatever we want. True story. Bring dissension and confound them, because those there mingled with the obvious terminate edge. They hearken not to the obvious terminate edge, each one teaching their neighbor. Yep, so all of us work together, the idea of like all of it being the same, using the terminate language. We're doing what we want. And we do not respect, becoming space travelers. Bring dissension and confound them, I just read that. We all work together, that's true. And scattered them abroad by Jehovah, that is, without the internet, ability to talk to each other, news broadcasts, satellite, TV, etc., we will be broken up, unable to talk to each other. They openly regarded the presence of Jehovah. So this is saying you'll see it. Absolutely everyone in the firmament, and they forsook to build again that guarded city. That's right, we will not be rebuilding our electrical grid, satellite connections, etc. Throughout the establishing, therefore, it was proclaimed, the conspicuous, obvious name, proclaimed doubtlessly by Jehovah, and he confounded them from the termination edge, completely from every person on the firm earth, and they were scattered abroad upon the face of all the earth. Which I see as being, we won't have the internet and we are where we are. Also those born of that generation of the name of conspicuous position, and he of the name of conspicuous position was God elected to change alive, family building block sons delivered to him. So quickened or perfected into heaven. And he cursed the beast a second time alive to have some tarry, or staying, or remaining, after the flowing deluge. Yep, he's not going to heaven. Declare the name of distinct and conspicuous position, and you declare life continued. So, assign value to Jesus, the hero, and you get eternal life. Well, that's not a new message. After the travailing of those whom he cursed the breast of, for a graceful God elected, changed, and quickened life. Why is there two spaces right there? Quickened life for you, and will bear and build again sons and strangers, and bear and build again daughters and strangers from your village, and are the apple of your eye. Apple of your eye, meaning your children. So children from your village, right? That will be strangers to you. That will build again, which you will bear. This is where I get the idea that when Genesis 2:8 reads that mankind was placed into the garden and must have been therefore somewhere else, that must have been heaven, because here it's saying that the ascended beings make children to populate the next earth. They care about them and stuff. This is also why angels would care about you, because you are their children. And probably nobody finds that as touching as I do. Skyworks, if you want to come in and talk about prayer, we could talk about prayer. It's probably not going to be what you've heard from Christians, however, so don't come in with expectations of reciting biblical verses or anything like that. I am thoroughly convinced I have, but I'm my mom's children. Yes, this is talking about great, 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 to the 10th power, grandparents. You could put it that way, or parents. Writing stories across the globe and through time, creating religions and all, just to get a message to one person at one time in history, that's not true, it just doesn't feel like a Kardashev class 4 civilization. It does to me. In fact, I've like walked people who say they're completely irreligious through a mental experiment. I won't belabor the point because I was just thinking maybe you'd like to do that experiment and see what you end up doing. Even if there were a biogenesis on several Earth-like planets and resulted in an animal that was essentially us, and we were space travelers, and we were to go there and find them, and they were doing exactly what we had done in the past. So the environment was obviously very, very similar, or the environment evolved in the same way, creating the same exact animal as us. And let's say we found them long about, I don't know, what we would call 1920. What would be the correct moral thing to do? Could you just say, oh, it's apparently the same animal, created by a naturalistic process as I am, and too bad, fuck you. And you're just gonna like die with your Earth because I know what you're about to do. You're about to create, Agent Orange and nuclear waste and global warming, and I guess you guys just screwed. Hope you become a space civilization soon. Is that the correct moral attitude? Don't you think it would be better if you said to them, hey, y'all need to quit that? Because I know what you're doing right there, what that leads to. And you guys are going to kill yourselves off. So you need to stop that. Of course, there was things that were severe tragedies. Since then, since the 1920s, right up to today. Well, maybe you'd say to yourself, well, actually, I can't just like outright tell them because that's interfering with their experience. And we wouldn't have gotten where we are today if we hadn't gone through some of that same stuff. So maybe we shouldn't interfere too much. And what I've seen more often than not, maybe a coffee and a cigarette. More often than not, what people come to is like giving them some kind of a message. This foreign planet of human beings. Of, the truth of things. And as soon as they like start describing how they would do that and how they would deliver it, it would make a religion. And I think that's just frankly what happened. It made a religion. Lots of religions. There's an overall message for everyone, obviously. The fairy tale stories that we all know are for the general population, so that when angels do things, it'll flip the story over on its back, and it'll actually make it make sense. But it's primarily, aside from that, and those people extended grace, primarily for the hero of the story, or there's just a heck of a lot of wasted words here. Because this could have been really short if it wasn't purposefully cryptic, if it wasn't purposefully for a singular mind. But you're welcome to come on and talk about it. Sorry, I don't like sitting here talking by myself. And he who cursed the breast declared that those of the grace of God elected will be changed and quickened alive. That is, if you live into end times, you don't die to go to heaven. Sorry, Christians. And did have travail, that is your struggle here on this earth, and have sent out sprouts and there's a word missing. Have been sent out sprouts, not go, went. Wrong tense. Went forth. And he who cursed the breast declared that after that tribulation, there it uses the actual word, the sent out sprouts will create the next God-elect creation in a harmonious effort, working together, and change alive future sons and daughters and collect off of their earth. So there you have the full cycle. Curse the breast. What does that mean? You know, not giving nourishment. Oh, you did like a little singular breast sign. How did you do that? Not giving nourishment. Those who won't get it. Those who are permanently cursed. Yes, there's some small percentage of people who, no matter 7 years of signs and meeting angels and the heaven invasion, just aren't going to get it. Peace and respect, Hillary's emails. And sent out sprouts, young ones, will also be changed and quickened alive, and they're called by God rebirth of passing through into the region beyond. Region beyond meaning out of their existence, so off of their earth. Sorry, it's all very repetitive. And it is shown that quickened sent out sprouts will show, after the manner of work of the region beyond, in creating by God's elected, that is angels, that creation will be in harmony to again obtain sons and daughters. That is, they will fill their heaven after they're quickened. In the same manner of work as those who did it before, or the angelic. And they also will be quickened alive by the region beyond. There you go. They are quickened alive creations and of God's elect calling, and will be changed to live eternally for those who were born into that dividing stream. Oh, here we are back at the divided stream again. I'm going to say intuitively that seems that it's heaven and earth, the divided stream. Oh, of waters, stream. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little dense sometimes. The region beyond quickened them alive after being born into a dividing stream, and of the creations of God elect and called years, and they too begat sons and daughters. And it happens again. And of the dividing stream, some were quickened alive and called and changed to live old, and they begat a shepherd husband friend. I'm going to say again, shepherd, husbandman, friend, hero. And from the dividing stream were quickened alive those flowing, and were reborn of the shepherd husband friend, of unity, and God's elect of transitioning, and in that year were begat sons and daughters. And the quickened alive shepherd husband friend lived a unity of calling life, and begat a wreathed branch of the vine. Wreathed, like a head wreath, branch of the vine. If you're biblically literate, branch of the vine, Jesus. So the Jesus has a baby who is Jesus, designed to have a wreath on his head. And the quickened alive shepherd husband friend lived following the birth of the wreathed branch of the vine in union with God's elect and perfect years, and begat sons and daughters. So the Father in heaven, once retired from being a Jesus, has kids, which the Quran also reads. Of course, Muslims think it's going to happen on this earth, not in heaven. I disagree. Oh, I have something to read apparently if you have bad typing. It's only the cranky old ladies who don't like change, Richard. Everyone else will go. I don't know about, like, I mean, I feel your sentiment, but I think there's like, I'm going to use Hillary's, although I don't think this is true of Hillary's. There are Christians who study the Bible a lot who have been in churches. I guess Hillary's is not a good example at all. Who've been in churches and told that heaven is on this other plane of existence. Heaven real would be objectionable, and I think that's why they will. I love that the idiots of this story are the people with closed minds. That's right, who deny even what they see with their own eyes. That's right, which are mostly deeply religious people. Isn't that ironic? That the low will become high and the high will become low. Not that you don't recognize that line. And the quickened alive shepherd husband friend lived following the birth of the wreathed branch of the vine in union with God's elect in perfect years, and begat sons and daughters, and lived the wreathed branch quickened, called of God years, and begat snorting, breathing hard grandfather. Didn't expect that one, did you? See, this is how we see the Father right now. It's not really true, but it's how we see him. Or a lot of religious people see the Father this way. You know, the tyrant grandfather in the sky sort of thing. And lived the wreathed branch quickened following when he born snorting, breathing hard grandfather in a life of union God elect years, and begat sons and daughters. I don't know if this part, it's so repetitive. And lived snorting, breathing hard grandfather, quickened transitioned redeemed years, and begat him delayed of station into the wilderness. I'm just going to go to the last line of each one because all the rest of it's the same. Had children. Man of the looming mountain. Them wrapped in a covering veil of darkness. Those dead to the man of the looming mountain die of self and change due to the high place beyond. That is, when they see heaven, they're going to change their mind about it. When they regard, oh, there you go. And when they regard it in their sight, the chief father of him delayed of station, Christ, chief father of Christ, Father, in the wilderness, will be called to the firm earth, and bore his kindred to be an enlightening flame to the wise clod breakers. That's right, he called you clod breakers, people who break up the earth, farmers. And arrived the exalted Father. Wait, doesn't he have to already be there if Jesus is there? No. No, he arrives later. The snorting, breathing hard grandfather, and brought, I think this expression right here is because end times is going to be tough, and it's trying to say, you guys ain't going to like this. And brought to the existent wife, that means you, of the desperately wicked merchantman, him of the name of distinct and conspicuous position, exalted Father, took to wife, consulted queen daughter of the man of the looming mountain, the chief father of the consulted queen, the chief father of those who look forth. Oh my gosh, there's like 3 people. Peace and respect, Sammy. How you guys doing?
Hello.
Welcome. Allah Muhammad, I'm going to assume I can say Salam Alaikum. Am I right?
Salam. Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Oh. Yeah, I hear you okay.
Okay.
It's a little bit distant from your mic, but if you'll talk for a while, I'll get your microphone adjusted here. Go ahead, Mohammed.
I just want to talk about something. why I think Christians call God, they call him Father. I have a
Yeah.
theory, but I am not sure, so I will just say it and tell me what do you think. Okay, we as Muslim, when we pray and when do our sujood, we say Subhana Rabbiyal A'la,
That
and
means prayers.
yes, uh, and the word Rabbi, it could mean many things. The exact or the direct word or literal translation is my Lord. But
Okay.
also we can say to the man who is responsible for the house, Rabb al-Manzil. So it's we we say to God, Rabbi, and the man of the house is Rabb al-Manzil. So I think the they call father because a mistranslation. It's somehow in the original language, it's the same thing. A word that means someone who is responsible for the house, who caring, who can give everything, and
Right.
also means God. So I think they call father is a mistranslation because the lack of better word that means
Yeah.
God. That's what I think.
Okay, so you probably know that in the Hebrew it's Alb, right?
No.
Which means chief or chief father,
Ah.
and and that's why they're taking it to mean father. Okay.
Ah. So
Um,
father doesn't mean dad.
it doesn't mean dad. It sort of
Ah.
does mean dad.
But in the Bible doesn't mean that. They don't mean it that.
I think it doesn't mean that, and here's why I
Yes.
think it doesn't mean that. Um, Unlike Quran, by my understanding, which is very small, I admit, when Quran is talking about God, Quran is talking about Creator. Okay,
Yes.
but when the Bible is talking about Creator, the Bible says the angels and the Father create because what God says. It doesn't say that God creates. So it's not exactly the same idea of God.
Ah.
So when the Christians hear from the Bible that the Father is the creator, they think the Father is God.
Ah. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Which doesn't make you
As
completely wrong.
also then
I'm sure there's influences, sir.
twists into the Trinity, Father,
Yeah,
Son, and Holy Spirit,
right.
Yes.
which
Which
just is even more ridiculous.
yeah, have you heard of the logical problem of the Trinity, Sammy?
I
Okay, I'm gonna go.
I have,
You're going to
but
go. Well, thanks for coming by, Allah.
Okay, thank you.
Go
but
ahead.
I'd love to hear about it.
Okay, so let's see if we can do this in our heads without charts. Usually it gets so complicated people need charts. Okay,
Oh, you're talking about that diagram?
yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
it's really insane. But maybe I can explain why the idea of the Trinity is logically inconsistent. Instead of using the Trinity, I'll use the character, the superhero Superman. Okay, and it's convenient because Superman has three parts. You got Clark Kent, Superman, and Kal-El, right? Now, if I say that, Kal-El is his, off-planet name, the name his parents gave him, right? And then when I say he was adopted by this family, it was the Kent family, right? But then when he discovers his powers, he starts to use them for good and he becomes Superman, right? All right. So it would be fair for me to say that is three beings in one. Yes? Okay, how is that different from the Trinity? Well, if if I say that Kal-El knows who Jimmy is, then you'll already automatically assume that Clark Kent and Superman know who Jimmy is. Because it's one being.
Yeah.
You would
And I
never
think
go, oh, Superman keeps secrets from Clark Kent.
Yeah. Or
Right.
that Clark Kent has to appeal to Superman at any point.
Right.
Makes no sense.
Right. So if they say that God is one being, right, of three persons, then they can get around that. Because they're saying it's three different persons. All right? The problem with that is if I say that Jesus is completely God, then that's the same thing as saying God is completely Jesus.
Yeah.
Where'd the Father go?
Yeah.
Well, he's completely God too.
Yeah. And we haven't even brought the Holy Spirit in yet.
Don't even have to go that far with it. It already doesn't make sense. If Jesus doesn't know the hour and the day,
Yeah.
and Jesus asked permission for a cup to be passed from him,
And
then
that's when
the Father and the
apologetics-
Son can't be the same person with the same experiences, right?
Yeah. And then all the apologetics kick in. Like, oh, God limited himself when he was Jesus. You know, he had to, you can't become man and still have all your God powers.
You want to see what's wrong with that argument?
Yes,
I'll tell you that
please.
one too. Okay, if Jesus is God and Jesus dies on a cross, the logical conclusion is God died on a cross.
Died on a cross. Yeah.
You see the problem with that? Now you've got a dead God.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say that you say, oh, only his flesh died on the cross. And it wasn't God that died on the cross. Well, now you've got a human being dying on a cross. Why is that salvific?
Yeah.
Lots of human beings died on crosses. None of them were the Savior for that reason.
Yeah.
So if he was God, you got a dead God, right? And if he wasn't God, he's just a man.
Yep. Wow.
I don't make up these arguments. But they're just, you look at him, you go, well, crap, no wonder. Yeah. So it still doesn't work either way, does it? If a person wants to assign godliness to Christ in the classical sense, that creates a problem right there.
And it's funny. I was on Khalil's yesterday, and very honest guy was, Christian dude.
Yeah.
And in the end, were you that? What you were watching, Richard? And
I was.
He conceded everything. He's like, yes, I concede it doesn't make sense. Yes, I concede it's illogical. Yes, I concede I don't understand it. And
At least he was honest.
But the cognitive
But the next question is, why do you
dissonance,
believe it?
It's mind-boggling. You can admit
Really?
all this, but still double down.
Yeah.
Is that, like, it's such a difficult thing for me to decipher how much is dishonesty and how much is pure delusion, self-delusion.
Dishonest or delusion. Third option, indoctrination.
Yeah, which I see as delusion. Just a forced delusion, like a programmed delusion.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. I think that's fair.
So,
okay,
I guess, but you're right. That's still different to self-delusion.
Right. So if, like, they really don't have a choice about it until you knock them in the head so many times with really solid logic, eventually their brain will flip and they'll go, oh, wait a minute. Like yours did. You know what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's something called the law of transitivity, and Superman's a really good example for that. That if I say, and there's also opacity. If I say that Kal-El knows something, then you know that Superman and Clark Kent already know it, right?
Yep.
But then there's opacity. Like I can say that what's the feminine name from the series? The girlfriend?
Lois.
Lois Lane. Lois Lane knows she loves Superman. Does Lois Lane know she loves Kal-El? Or Clark Kent?
So she's like the Christian trying
Yes!
to figure out the
Yes!
the Trinity.
Yes!
Yeah.
Right. See, but it doesn't make sense when you say that. Like if I say Jesus can have the thought, "I died on a cross." That makes sense, right? Can the Father, in the same way, have the thought, "I died on a cross"? In
Yeah.
classical Trinitarianism. Well, no,
And-
he can't.
No.
Right?
And this
So
is where
he
I
can't
get
have. He doesn't have the same experience. Go ahead.
the complete ignoring or denial of that they've broken these beings, or sorry, not beings because it's one being, but they've broken these persons into parts
Right.
and limited them.
Well, it actually
Because
doesn't work either way.
If God can't say I died on a cross, if the Father, sorry, can't say I died on a cross,
Right.
he can only honestly say part of me or the other person of my being died on a cross.
I think that's 300 BC, 400 BC. That was declared a heresy.
Wow.
Not BC, AD. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, that was declared a heresy by one of the councils, because if in order that it's one being, three persons, in order that it's one being, three. By the way, I have a solution to all this. In order that it's one being, three persons, but they have different experiences, then they're parts of God and not fully God, which is called partialism.
Right.
And that's a heresy.
So
However,
together they make God, but individually they aren't.
right, which means no one of them is God, which means if one of them were subtracted, that the God would be incomplete and not be God any longer. Which would mean that while Jesus was dead and in hell, there was no God. And that's a problem. Because you can't have even 3.5 days with no God, now can you? Because then it's not God. So they said, nope, that's a heresy. That one doesn't work. Flip side of the same coin, if you say all of them are equally God, and you just ignore transitivity, which doesn't make any sense to ignore, then what you have is God being a hypocrite, literally wearing a mask. That's what hypocrite, it turns out, means, to wear a mask. Like stage actors.
Which is pretty much modern Christianity, isn't it? And their take on the Trinity is that
Oh yeah.
It's God in different, I'm going to use secular terms, in different avatars.
Yep. Which is called a
Yeah.
modalism fallacy. It's called a modalism heresy.
Yeah. It's almost... And isn't it the case of one of those similar councils that decided that Jesus was the Son was equal to the Father, and that's where this whole Trinity began, because they had to put Christ, they had to raise Christ, because
because of other problems.
a human
they had
couldn't possibly,
that. Yeah, it's the whole vicarious redemption problem. Like if it isn't God sacrificed, if it's not the perfect sacrifice, then it's not forgiveness of sins. Of course, I got a solution to that.
And that a man couldn't be.
Right, because lots of men got killed on crosses. So what?
But I thought that was the whole point. I suppose there's a few things, like the Immaculate Conception. I thought that was how they tried to.
Well, that's one of the things they use as verification of his deity, that he didn't have a dad, no sperm donor. Of course, that's totally messed up too, because the line of David comes down through Joseph, not Mary.
Yeah.
So if he's not Joseph's child, then he's not of the line of David. That's a problem.
Yeah. I've heard the argument, though, that David was at least 1,000 years prior to them, and that you go back that far, Mary would have been related to David anyway.
No, you can assert something like that. In fact, I know a better, easier association you can make. You could make the association that Mary and Elizabeth were blood cousins, not cousins by marriage, and it says strictly that Elizabeth is of the correct line of David.
Yeah, okay,
which
that's
Christians sometimes will say that.
Yeah.
It's less of a stretch than everybody was related.
Yeah.
Well, then you only have two people that you have to make related, and they're cousins already.
Yeah. And wasn't marrying cousins quite common at that point?
I think second cousins and further away has been a long-standing tradition, because long ago we noticed that inbreeding causes problems. The English aristocrats didn't seem to notice, but we did.
Yeah.
Which is why they all have crooked faces and weird teeth.
There, as in,
they thought their bloodline was so good it wouldn't hurt anything.
So good, yeah.
That's why. That's right. They knew about it. They just thought it wouldn't matter. They were wrong. It mattered. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, since Jesus is essentially a genetic countdown timer waiting for a certain genetic combination, and in that way predetermined. They go, okay, we're waiting for this. Great. And he's the one who's going to be woke. And like they're going to spill the beans to him. It really doesn't matter who his dad and mom is. Except for, the genetic line that's going to end up in that specific genetic combination. So it doesn't matter if Joseph was a sperm donor or not. That's cool. It's not a problem. I don't even think. Have you ever heard me talk about the adopted brother of Jesus, the half brother?
Don't think so.
It says he has two blood brothers and a half brother. Do you remember anything in the story about them bringing a third person into the marriage? You do remember that?
I do. Sorry,
a half brother, Philip.
A connection, because it's literally coming back to me right now. And we just assumed that Joseph had married prior.
So you better assume that. You know why? Because if you don't assume that, then you have to assume Mary was pregnant before the wedding. But doesn't it say that?
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
Yes, it does. It specifically says she was pregnant before she married Joseph.
Yeah.
So, Philip is the result of the mystical pregnancy, not Jesus. He's the half-brother.
So where does he come from?
She was hot. Dudes thought so. You know how this works, right?
Yeah, I know where he specifically comes from, but I mean,
Yeah.
so okay, and that doesn't really mean much
No, it doesn't.
in your frame, yeah.
No, in
But
fact,
to
the Bible,
Christianity, it's massive.
it's a big problem. Yeah. It's also against Hebrew tradition that the younger son would get the larger blessing, but you'll find that every time in the text, the younger son gets the larger blessing,
Yeah.
which is trying to say, look, the one with the greater blessing is the young one, not the oldest. Which follows, if he has an older half-brother that's not part of the intended bloodline, that follows that he's younger than the oldest, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And that she brought pregnancy into the marriage.
Wow.
Now that's what it actually says,
Yeah.
Any what?
Apocryphal.
To this effect? No.
Yeah.
Not that I know of. No, in fact, what I find usually is the apocryphal books were written by deeply religious people who tried to make the writing look older than it actually was to confirm that there was an outside story that was not part of the Bible that said the same thing from more of a historic point of view than a religious point of view. All of that being a big fat freaking lie. Christian liars. I know that's shocking to you, but Christian liars. This lying for Jesus thing, not a new idea. So they attempt that. The problem with it, and the reason that I don't go for it, is because it's missing the same thing that Shakespeare noticed, that I'm always talking about, the depth of the stories, that it's not something that a sixth grader is going to read and understand. And when it's lacking that depth, like it's written at a sixth grade level, I know it's just not true. I know it just has nothing to do with the rest of the stories.
Yeah.
Which to me is like screaming obvious. And they try to imitate the Bible stories, and what's really interesting is in the made up stories, they'll try to like admit something that's a little bit shaming to make it seem more human and more believable, which totally screws it up because it never was supposed to be like that.
Yeah.
Have you noticed any of the apocryphal books? Have you read any of them?
I don't know that I've managed to get right through any, but I've read a fair chunk of Enoch. Jubilees. What else have
I haven't read Jubilees.
That's probably the two I'm most familiar with, I think. And what did you say that they do? Okay.
They try to put something human in it to make it more believable. Like they'll write something that's not so wholesome. Whereas the Bible it's not, I mean, the real stories aren't even talking about the wholesomeness of a person, really. So there's no point in putting something all that unwholesome, like like that all the time. It's like misunderstanding what it means that David got Bathsheba's husband killed in war so that he could marry her. It's misunderstanding the context right there and then like repeating that.
Yep.
Because Bathsheba is sinful people. That's who she is. It's not talking about a singular woman. And David there is representing Jesus, the one who saves the whore, you know? That's which is why he kills the whore's husband. Husband meaning the thing she's assigned to, the thing of meaning in her life. Yeah, he has to kill her husband. It's not about murdering some dude. So they'll repeat things like that as if that's the depth of the understanding of the story and completely miss the point.
So are you saying the writers are doing this, or this is how we are interpreting these things?
Oh, both. They're going with the traditional understanding of the text, saying, well, God's really forgiving. That's why he let the thing go with Bathsheba and David. No, there's nothing wrong there. It's talking about Jesus being the ultimate warrior and him freeing his wife from the clutches of a slave master. It's not... Anyway, it's not the way the Christians are reading it. And then when someone reads it that way, I know they're just going with semi-modern Christianity. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, right.
Skyworks 600, please find me anywhere in the Bible an objective, and by objective I mean clear text. Find me clear text where all knowledge is claimed to be had by God. Not all knowledge that matters, all knowledge that matters to this earth, all knowledge that matters to us, all knowledge that matters to David, all knowledge that matters to Joshua, Elijah, Elisha, Moses. All knowledge.
And
find me all knowledge in the Bible. It's not there.
See what that comment does? So we've now gone from the sun is on earth to God is now moved into physical existence. So the whole shebang, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Let me finish that idea real quick,
why should they
Sammy.
not be able to move in and out of existence? Yeah.
Right.
Go on.
Yeah. You also won't find a claim of overarching objective omnipotence or omnipresence or any of the five omnis. Okay? You're not going to find those in the text. It's always qualified, like every hair on David's head, not every hair on every head. Or I'm in prayer all the time, and thereby God is always with me. Omnipresence. Nope, only for David because he's always in prayer. Of course, if you're always thinking about somebody, yes, they're always with you. It's true.
Well, isn't that what we tell kids when loved ones
and lovers
die? Say, yeah, you know.
And we tell that to our lovers too. I'm always with
They're
you.
always in our hearts.
You're on my mind. You're in my heart. Always, always. You're with me. Yeah. We still use that expression. Okay, yeah. So, move in and out of physical peace and respect to Joe Day. Welcome. In and out of physical existence. This brings me right to the Cerberus hex chart, doesn't it, you?
I'd forgotten. Yes, it certainly does.
Skyworks, can you tell me what is outside of physical existence? Tell me that.
And let's like knuckle down a bit here. What are you referring to Jesus Christ being on earth? Because that's a different statement than a God moving in and out of existence. if you're talking about Jesus on earth, then you've got questions to answer.
It's a good clarifying question. It makes a difference, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind knowing that myself. I mean, from what I can see in the text, Jesus is a dude predestined to be born. And then when that genetic combination is born, it'll be exactly the same as his Father in heaven's genetics, which is why they look alike.
Mm.
And why it kind of makes sense to call them, well, in some religions they call them brothers. In Christianity, it says Father, Son. But
Yeah.
just the same, it's basically twins.
Yeah.
Which is why Jesus is not kidding when they say, "Oh, show me the Father." He goes, "You've seen me, you've seen the Father."
Yeah.
Like, dude, we're twins.
It's where they kind of get this only begotten thing. It's like, well, Jesus is the only thing that the Father made by himself, and then all of creation
Really? Who
came
says
through
that?
the Son. Well, it's a Jehovah's Witness thing.
I get it. I get it now that you finished the sentence,
But
and I spoke too soon.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's what only begotten means. Not anything to do with when he was on earth or baptized or adopted back into heaven. It was all to do with that Jehovah. The only thing Jehovah ever created was Jesus.
Okay. And then everything else
then,
through, with, and for, right?
Yes. Yes.
Got it. I got it. I see why they did. Do you see why they did that?
Well, he's kind of pointless if they don't. For one,
You got to create something sometime, right?
Yeah, it's just but I mean, like, he's just some favorite spoiled son if he's not doing the work.
Fair enough. I think they did it to avoid a bunch of problems that are evident in Christianity. Like, for instance, if I say begotten, then you can't have always. The Catholics went and bit the bullet on it and said eternally begotten, which is a nonsense. It's a nonsensical phrase. Like, one word defeats the other, no matter which order you put them in. Begotten eternally begotten. Sorry, no. But they just bite the bullet on that and they go, it's a mystery of the faith. We don't know how that works.
Yeah.
There's theories, but they take no official stance on how that works, but it must be true. So I think that's the bullet they're avoiding biting right there in the JWs by saying, Jehovah made Christ and then Christ made everything else. Well, then you have no problem, right?
And you've avoided the Trinity again.
Yes, which is another huge problem.
Yeah.
Oxymoron. Large guy from Nebraska, poorly educated. An oxymoron. It avoids the problem of the Trinity. How do the JWs say Trinity, or do they just say no Trinity?
There's no such thing. The Trinity is a Catholic
no
perversion.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah, but I think a simple solution to all of this is the Father is an angel who used to be a Christ. Of course, upon ascension and perfection, he becomes angelic. Now he gets the privilege of seeding and collecting the next earth, which seems like the next logical step to me. I have no problem with that. The Son is selected out of a group of people who don't believe, which is the best thing because he then understands what it would mean to not believe. So he's not a religious guy his whole life, which is lovely. You wouldn't want him to be, actually. I wouldn't want him to be. And then he gets religion later when he's woked. And that story several times in the text where the hero is awoken. In fact, that's a theme of the hero in the first place. Go ahead.
Can I just say that that's just another little thing that I enjoy about your frame of view is that
What's that?
Jesus is an atheist.
He starts out in it. Well, if they
Yeah.
say that he's of the dead, it means an atheist.
Okay.
Have I not gone through that one with you?
Yeah. Not me. No, I've made it.
Let me just run it down real quick. I won't make you answer. I'll just say all the right questions. Jesus first begotten of the dead. Dead people don't give birth. He's being birthed by a live human being, obviously. The only other way that the dead can be phrased in the Bible is spiritually dead. To be spiritually dead in the Bible is not to believe in the right God. His mom didn't believe in the right God.
She worshipped Yahweh.
She worshipped a wrong God.
Yeah, this Hebrew Yahweh thing.
So maybe she's not Jewish. Or maybe she was a materialist completely. Either way, he's not on a good path toward a proper religious upbringing, is he?
Oh, of course. Yeah, sorry. I went back to the Christian thing.
What was that? Say it again.
I went back to the Christian thing. That I was like, yeah, she worshipped Yahweh. But that's the Mary that happened 2,000 years ago, not the one that hasn't happened yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, which is why to me it makes no sense when they say things like Jesus probably spoke Aramaic, and I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, he's probably like, well, if you want to just break it down to numbers and numbers alone, not social and environmental things, it's more likely going to be someone from India or China.
Just because of sheer
'Cause there's more
population
of them.
numbers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. No, that's more likely. It is.
If you want to add in the social and environmental factors, it's probably going to be probably America. I would have to say.
Well, I tell you what, if the Shroud of Turin, I actually have no problem with, because it's much younger than it's supposed to be, which is fine. I'd expect it to be, especially if it was recently delivered. Also, in the Aboriginal Australian, the Native American, and in the decoding of the names, Jesus is called a white tree in all of those expressions. And then the Shroud of Turin shows about a 5'10" white guy.
So, sorry to derail a little bit, but you just made me remember something I've been wanting to ask, because it keeps coming up on things that I've been investigating.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, there has been discovery, and there's a little bit of reaching, right? A tiny bit, because there's slight differences. But when we're talking like thousands of years, thousands of miles separation, there's going to be slight differences, of course. But there is ancient Greek, is it? Or maybe earlier, stories about Pleiades, the 7 sisters.
Yeah.
But only 6 can be seen.
That's true.
Well, there are stories from like ancient Australia that have
where they say there's
permeated
7 of them.
through 7 sisters. It's the same system, the same star system they're referring to.
Right.
But only 6 can be seen.
Right. But there are 7.
Yes. Well, there's 10 even.
Well, it depends on how far you want to go with it.
microscopes, but yeah.
Yeah.
But just that thousands of years and thousands of kilometers of separation, and the lands that have never meant to have, crossed paths and things.
And they all say
And
Pleiades has
they
7.
all say these 7 sisters. But not
Right. I
just the
think it's
seven, but the sisters, the
yeah.
hunter motif, just so many aspects.
But actually, Sammy, and I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but this works really well with the Bible and several other stories that says I pointed out the constellations too, meaning I pointed them out from the beginning. It's part of the creation narrative.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the
And
text
if
says that. I can't deny that.
yeah, well, the text definitely says it, but
Yeah.
try to picture yourself, 10,000 years ago with their technology and this compared to you guys. Really, really tall human shows up
Yeah.
and tells you these stories and points out constellations to your people and stuff, right? And you really can't explain where he came from or how he got there, or he's kind of vague. All that kind of information is super vague.
Yeah.
But you're so impressed by him that like it becomes a thing and people start sharing the story and remembering the stories. It becomes a social thing.
Yeah.
You wouldn't argue in that situation during the teaching of it. I only see 6 stars there. You wouldn't argue
No.
because it doesn't matter to the story.
Yeah.
Well, it's that one, and I see 6, but the story says 7. You wouldn't argue, so you'd just keep it.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's interesting to me that there's several Native American tribes that you're probably not familiar with by name, and when they carve the messengers that gave them their religion, they make them almost twice as tall as the people.
So, have you
But human.
seen? And yes, there's ridiculous ones and hoax ones, like ones that are supposed to be 100 feet tall. But there have been skeletons that were
Sure.
7 and 8 feet tall, right?
Sure, we get people that height now. Sure.
Yeah, but as in groups of people. So whole whole graveyards full of these people. So this wasn't like a person whose pituitary gland was overactive and made them 9 foot tall.
Or maybe the whole tribe had pituitary problem.
True.
I mean, inbreeding will do stuff like that.
Yeah, okay.
And yes, I've seen the way too close up pictures, and then other pictures trying to they melt them together to try to make it this outrageous scale.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Where the shadows face in different directions from the same sunlight. Yeah, I've seen that.
I just wonder how much truth there is to agencies coming along, especially the Smithsonian, apparently. And they scoop them up and it's never spoken of again. If it was just a tribe of people with pituitary problems, why does it disappear and why is it so secretive?
Okay, some things disappear for certain reasons, and here's the what I want to do sometime. Good point, secular pagan mum. I'm not Sammy. Were you trying to say you thought they were buried all at the same time, or possibly over the course of several generations, or?
Yeah, generations.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't implying all at the same time. Just that they, it's not. They're not digging up one. They're digging up what looks like a cemetery or a graveyard of a population that lived in an area. But there are people that have been hunted to extinction now and literally hunted.
Sure.
That were 3 and, you know, the tall ones were 4 feet tall.
Right.
Right. So it's not that odd, I suppose.
So Faisal recognized you from Dawa and said hello.
Oh, hello, Faisal.
Um,
Disease can
gosh,
wipe out an
I got
entire
distracted.
tribe in days. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Really sad.
Okay, so about science hoarding things away. There are quite a lot of dinosaur fossils that are never put on display. Permineralized fossils that are not, and natural bone fossils that are not displayed ever, and I'll tell you why. Because a lot of them are radioactive.
Oh, okay.
Now, what they don't talk about in the impact off of South America that they believe killed the dinosaurs off is that it contained iridium. And a lot of the stuff is poisonous. You can't be around it. They're kept in, lead-lined steel cases. So you're never going to see them on display.
Yeah.
And there's health issues to be considered here. And to us, it looks like, oh, why the mystery? Well, if you look into it, they tell you why the mystery. As far as like peace and respect, Connor. As far as like exhuming bodies, human bodies, and then scurrying away with them and hiding them somewhere.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Krishna's got a good point
It could
there.
be a health issue. I don't know.
Photos can be displayed.
Yeah, photos could still be displayed, but I'm not sure the photos aren't. One of the things I've wanted to do for quite some time, and I haven't done it yet, but I think I'd really like to do this. I'd like to get a brand new carburetor. A nice big beefy carburetor. Take some super glue and glue it to the sidewalk. Someplace where there's a lot of foot traffic and just film what happens.
What?
Because it's so weird what we do when we don't have an explanation for something that's obviously out of place. We'll make up some crazy shit, man.
Yeah. There would be people who would be like, this is connected to the earth. It's the earth's carburetor.
Maybe some children would say that. I mean, some adults would go, "Oh, that's obviously, someone glued that to the sidewalk just as a prank." Some people would say that. Maybe a carburetor isn't the best thing to glue down to a sidewalk, but
The
something.
thing
I
is,
want
Richard,
something that stands out.
you say some children might say that, but I know personally adults who would think something that ridiculous.
I'm not going to say you're wrong.
And that's the scary thing.
Speaking of people assuming things, I haven't done this in a while.
One revered traveler could also bring many, including many who are just burying the former friends. Sure, I get.
Can you see that, Sammy?
And resettlement operations.
Yes. This is by info.publicintelligence.net/US Army internment resettlement PDF, which
I have
you
a
get.
feeling you showed me this a few years ago.
It's been a while, but I have shared this before. So it's FM, and the dash and the dot don't really matter. You can use just dots or just dashes. Doesn't matter. FM 3.39.40. Completed in February of 2010. And what is this? Well, it's the FM field manual for what? Internment resettlement facilities. Make sense?
That's
and this
a
is
little
the
bit
operations
scary,
manual. It's the operations manual. I mean, it's exactly what it says it is.
Those words in that sentence is pretty scary.
Okay.
In the year
So-
2010, not 1890 or 1740.
Well, these are
like,
brand new facilities. So
but
that,
who are they interning?
well, it says right here who they're
Internment.
interning. Okay, at the top of the chain, you got internment, resettlement, operations, right? Then you got internment. Then you got resettlement on the right. And of internment, you have detainees, U.S. military prisoners, CIS and RPs. I'll have to look what that means. And enemy combatants, and enemy prisoners of war, and armed groups. Armed groups. That was kind of vague. CIs is civilian internees, civilians,
Yep.
and RPs are retained personnel. That is retained without charges. Okay? And then all the rest of this is resettlement operation. A DC is a dislocated civilian, right?
Okay, in the wrong country or whatever, like
You could, dislocated in some
kicked
way,
out of there.
right?
Yeah. Okay.
Refugees, migrants, expellees, people you want rid of, internally displaced persons, evacuees, and stateless persons. How? Just tell me, how
What
can
is
you have a
stateless person?
a person who has no state to be in, no state of the union that they can go to? A stateless person.
As in, it's like blown off the face of the planet?
Yes, something like that.
So
And it goes
this
on
is
like
like
this, and-
preparing for
A natural
The
disaster in the
apocalypse.
United States. A huge natural disaster. What that disaster is, it doesn't say.
and this is like the chain of authority. This is who's in charge of who and that.
Right.
happens.
That was a chain of authority, yeah. How to handle people. There's a chart for that. Area of operations, brigade combat team, detainee collection point, detainee holding area, blah, 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 blah.
High visibility detainee.
Yeah. Like probably someone famous.
Someone what, sorry?
It would be someone famous, like an actor or a congressperson or something like that. I mean, it goes into like huge detail how to seat people on a bus. Welcome to military manuals. Like you need instruction on that. But anyway.
So how did this become public? Or it is just public knowledge?
Oh, it's always been public since it was published. It's just nobody knows what number to look up, so I'm telling you what number to look up.
So this is this is what to prepare for, people. Like, expect this if shit goes down.
Well, I look at it more like this. If you want a permanent job with the U.S. Government, here you go. This will be the last of the jobs when the U.S. is collapsing.
So
George says one way to read stateless, or probably the preferred way to read stateless, is a person who has no citizenship in any country. Yes, I know, but that also means no citizenship in no state. So yes, words like that. Let's see. Somewhere in here I saw one time is how the facilities are set up. I want to find to show you how the facilities are set up. Detainee holding area. Yeah. So that's a temporary, that's not an actual camp. That's like tents and stuff. That's like before they go to the camp.
what was this? Just an average law-abiding civilian referred to on that chart?
You want me to go back to that sheet? I'm not going to be able to find it again easily. I found it by accident the first time. There were civilians held with no charges. That was one of the categories.
Ah, right. Wouldn't that, and that would be the majority, I would think.
It's hard to say. I didn't read the estimates of what size each group would be. That chart didn't really indicate that. Let's see.
I mean, this is just a fascinating.
How do you like this sheet? Balance, risk, and benefits. Local support,
Let me
job
come back to
prospects, and security environment. Local support. Local leaders not in favor of detainee release program.
Whoa.
Local leaders engaged to accept detainees as a source of reformed citizens. Those words ought to scare you, man. Former detainee population relatively high in an area giving rise to potential organization as insurgents, extremists, or criminals. Aggressive IO and reintroduction.
An area where there was a high number of, say, prisoners. The prisons are blown away. We're in this new whatever apocalyptic state that we're in, and there's the risk of these prisoners. This is what that's discussing, like the risk.
I think you're following just fine, yeah.
Okay.
Job prospects. Successful extremist recruiting operations assume they target detainees. Lack of jobs, especially in view of returning refugees also looking for work. Jobs and job training programs, increased skills and abilities. HN, what does HN stand for? Host nation. Host nation provides additional funding for creating adequate numbers of meaningful jobs. Remember when I was talking to you about the housing developments on other continents? I'm sure that's referring to that. Host nations.
Ow.
Security environment, insufficient law enforcement presence, lack of adequate security, incidents of sectarian violence attributed to detainees, need detainees' origin, tribal and religious affiliation, release point, and last known location. Yeah. Anyway, there's just everything in this book, guys.
Yeah.
How the facilities are set up. I spoke about it before, barbed wire facing in with no recreational facilities, barbed wire facing outward with recreational facilities, etc., etc. There's just, is that it? That's one. Here we go.
Ooh.
Internment facility. That's what it looks like. Okay, so aerial view, of course. And only one-story view, but that's plenty. You'll get the idea. Open storage, covered storage, dry and wet refrigeration.
Page 261.
It's in the center columns, medical. They are not going to have a religious facility. Does that say religious? Maybe.
Well, it'll either just be like one that all religious people can use, or
it's one building.
It'll be to worship the one God that we've all been forced.
I don't think
to
this is going to
worship.
involve any God worshiping, not state mandated anyway. Okay, so you can see the chart here right below the picture. Let me see if I can make this bigger, where you guys can actually see it. I can go bigger than that. Okay. And center it. Can you guys read that now? So here's facility designs and sustainment considerations. In other words, keeping folks there. So here's the chart of what those lines and different kinds of lines mean. Single dashed line. Single barbed wire fence with obscurant. In other words, opacity. Double barbed wire fence is the black line, the big thick black line. Mounted patrol is the gray squares or rounded off squares. The star is guard towers. Look at all these guard towers, dude.
Yeah.
You see them? The stars. Those are all guard towers.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is the one with the barbed wire facing in.
Yeah, okay.
You see how everything's filled with buildings? Like, where's the baseball diamond?
What is a Sally port?
A what?
Sally port.
Manned Sally port. Yeah. I don't know what Sally port means.
I'll Google it.
Sorry. So, let's see. Double barbed wire fence, and then a single barbed wire fence, and then a single barbed wire fence around each area. Even the religious area is kept with barbed wire fence around it, separating it from the rest of the... So, man, there's a lot of wire fence here. Just damn everywhere. What's the single solid line mean? Wow. Oh, that's a dotted line. That's a single barbed wire fence. Okay.
A sudden charge out of a besieged place against the enemy. A sortie, right? But then, so that's a sally. So then if I go a sally port, we get a small exit point in a fortification
to do that from.
For the passage of troops when making a sally. Oh, so it's somewhere for troops to charge in.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Interrogation and visitation rooms on this one. How do you like that? That's pretty nice. I mean, visitation rooms.
The visitation part. I wonder if they're conjugal.
See, now, here's the one with the wire facing out.
Yep.
Look how everything's not crowded. Look how there's guards only in the corners.
Yeah.
Look how there's recreation areas. Look, there's separate dining facilities. This is if you were a good little citizen.
Yeah.
That's what that is. Anyway,
can I just say too that these aren't very big numbers.
What? What aren't they very big numbers?
You know, on all of these charts, like that, the barbed wire facing in was like 2 people, 2 people, 2 people, and all these guards were like not many people. And then even in the barbed wire facing out one, it's like it said down the bottom, compound for 125 people.
Yeah.
See, 125 person sub compound.
Right.
There's either going to be shite loads of these or not many people in this scenario.
When you read 2-person, that was the mounted patrol.
Okay.
Those were patrols.
Oh, per 1,000 person. Whoa. So they're crammed in.
Yes.
Like so.
Barbed wire angled inward, crammed in, crowded. Lots of guards, lots of foot patrol. Which totally makes sense to me.
And it just like, not what's implied in the document, but between me and you, is this the general population in this scenario?
Like the organization, the chain of command chart at the beginning. This is people who have nowhere to go.
What we're looking at here with the 1,000, you reckon that's not the general population? It's the...
No, that's not even going to... Look, there's something around 200 of these facilities across the United States. If you add all this together, any one of these facilities isn't going to hold 1/100th of the population of the town that it's near. Not even close. So I think the nice facilities are for special people like science people. And I think the other facilities are for the really bad boys who can't behave themselves. And everybody else, here's your tent, here's your hot meal or cold meal, get lost for 24
Good
hours.
luck.
Oh, and here's a gallon of water. You know, something like that
Yeah.
in a national disaster. Peace and respect, John Hudson.
John.
So, Harpo Blues, did you just know this by memory? Because I know you were never in the military. Why do you know this term? Or did you look it up? I'm really reaching on what? I'm giving you the manual number. Read it yourself. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I think of this is kind of irrelevant. But you're free to read it yourself. Link is in the side chat now twice.
John
It's a PDF. You can download this onto your
John.
computer, and then just read it whenever you want, or leave a tab open or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna print it.
Yeah, you could print this out.
I want it like.
It's not against the law to print it.
It's easier for me to mark a page than it is to remember where shit is in a document and scroll.
Yeah. So it's been a while since I did FM 3.39.40 for anybody, so I thought I'd just put that out there just for kicks.
It doesn't pertain to what you think it does, Richard.
Well, George, you can say that, man, but you ain't saying what it does pertain to. Now, if you want to tell me what it does pertain to and make a case for that, you might convince me of something. I think they're for post-national disasters. That's what I think they're for.
Oh, it makes a lot of sense.
I can't imagine them being used for anything else, really. I mean, there's never going to be an effective invasion of the United States. That's not going to happen. What else could we need them for? Well, yeah, that one's going to be effective worldwide. I'm not worried about the United States. I mean, if a species of animal can come here, that is to say, get here from the next closest Earth-like planet, then they are so way above us in technology, it's not even comparable. We don't stand a chance. Just like if we went somewhere else and found pre-space traveling human beings, they wouldn't stand a chance against us. Just for the fact that we can get there.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense to what Harpo just said. It pertains to holding prisoners in times of conflict.
Yeah, tell me about this conflict.
Pretty broad. Yeah, pretty broad.
Come on, man. By the way, Harpo Blues is one of my favorite arguing partners. And relocating and resettling them, yes, George.
Yeah.
Because they got nowhere to go. How could there be a conflict in the United States and people need resettled? When we have literally 51% of the world's military. The world's military, we got 51% of it.
Really?
The United States has 51% of all the world's military, yes.
You had to go that extra 1% to make sure you had the majority.
I don't know why it's 51%. I mean, at 30% would have been plenty. Like, at 30%, you don't have a challenger. Yeah. Yeah, 10% is an outrageously large amount.
Yeah.
Well, if you start doing, body counts, like foot soldiers on the ground, China wins. Okay? If you start doing, like size of rockets, Russia wins. Like they got the biggest stuff, you know. But if you're talking like sheer numbers of like beans and bullets and technology, United States is way in the lead.
Hands down.
Yeah. But that's because we're funded by the World Bank, which is why the World Bank made U.S. currency based on oil, not gold, the worldwide standard for buying and selling, so that this economy and how well it does has no relevance on the success of the United States, which is why we're the least producing, richest country in the world.
It's a little bit bullshit, isn't it?
Yeah, we shouldn't be. Nobody should be. But, you know, they wanted Uncle Vinny. And when Uncle Vinny the Hammer says, hey, yeah, I'll take care of this guy for you, but you got to give me some better bullets. You just give him better bullets.
Yeah.
Because you want that guy taken care of and you don't want your hands dirty. Yeah, tell me a country that is like, I don't know, what is it now? $20 trillion in debt or whatever stupid number it is. And
Yeah,
can
14,
afford our
16.
military at the same time? That makes no sense.
John makes an excellent point.
Which is?
Aliens will catch COVID or some other nasty bugs that humans carry. They wouldn't fare well. We're filthy animals.
Yeah, that's like saying, I mean, I agree with the sentiment, and it made its way into movies, and it's an interesting idea and all that. But when I went to Saudi Arabia and Iraq, they gave me this vial. It was like literally this size of a vial, and it was one shot. There's going to be one shot out of that volume, and it went into my left butt cheek, and they called it gamma globulin. I don't know what that word means. But it was pink. It looked like Pepto Bismol is what it looked like.
Right.
And they gave it to us out of a refrigerator, and they said roll that between your palms and get it warmed up, because warmer it is, thinner it is, and the thinner it is, the easier it'll go into you. We're like, okay, yeah, all right, I want that. I want it to be thin. And you know, walking through the waiting rooms and everything, people get their shots. You could tell who got their shot and who hadn't, because everyone who got their shot was standing funny or sitting funny on one butt cheek, because you ain't sitting on both of them equally. Not after that. You get that kind of volume in one butt cheek. But we didn't catch anything. We didn't catch anything. Nobody got sick. 7 months, nobody sick.
What the fuck are they putting in you?
They pumped us full of like some strong antibiotics, man. I don't know what it was. But nobody got sick. Like some people were joking about it. Even testing it. Quit washing their plates. Eat off dirty plates. Don't matter. Ain't gonna get sick.
Which just leads to so many other questions, like,
why don't we do that for everyone all the time?
Yeah.
Good question. But I know we were in bad sanitary conditions, eating food that was way too hot, way too long, without being covered. We weren't able to wash our hands or wash our bodies. We were all fine.
And knowing what we know about, like, Hitler, for example, with his amphetamines and, you know, access to whatever medicine, and it makes you wonder what people in control, in power, have access to and are taking.
30 years beyond your imagination. That's what they have access to.
Yeah.
And I'll promise you that. I can give examples of outdated technology, and it's only about 15, 20 years outdated right now, and it'll still shock you. Harple Blues. I never said these were for killing humans. I don't think they are. I think they're for saving lives. So maybe it's not what you think I think it is. Not that I got it wrong. Maybe you got me wrong. I think this is saving human, civilian, U.S. citizen lives is what those facilities are for. And I'll tell you why. Not that it's benevolent. I think if you're a governor, you need someone to govern. Which means you can't have a dead populace. So they want to save us, not because they're pure of heart, not because they're godly, but because it's their damn job. And if they want a job, they got to do that. How about this?
Sorry.
I was in Desert. No, not Desert Storm. What was the next one where we were over? I went back as a civilian in 2007. This is 23. So that's what? Just 4 years shy of 20 years ago. Okay, so 16 years ago, right? 16 years ago, I was installing an antenna on Humvees for Special Forces Group. Now, these weren't Navy SEAL guys. They weren't that level, but they were like right under that, right? And the antenna that came in it looked like a pizza box. It was like a 16-inch pizza box. It was that size and about that thick. And inside of it was a circular thing about the size of a 16-inch extra deep dish pizza, about that thick. But, a 16-inch circle. We mounted that on a pole. It had a computer cable that came out of it, and you hook it into a laptop. I don't know if the laptop was special or not. I don't know. But I know the laptop had a certain program on it. And what that was a rotating triangle, 3 antennas in one to pick up telephone traffic, right? And they could record, triangulate within, I think it was something stupid like 4 meters, any cell phone within, I think it was something like 15 miles.
Damn.
See? Now that's old. And it wasn't the best stuff in the first place.
And
it was Desert Shield and Desert Storm, but I'm talking about during Operation Iraqi Freedom, and I was there for OIF 3. Beck, what's that? But thanks for making me think about it and think of the right words. Go ahead.
Yes, you have all the money, so it does help speed your technological advancements along.
Right.
But that there's Russian and Chinese scientists who are
it's all a big race.
coming up with some crazy stuff that we can't. Haven't even
I
thought of in the US.
I also installed 2 bugs, a little bit. Well, you see how much of that white you see there?
Yeah.
They were about that big, and they had LED lights in them, but in different light frequency than the human eye can see. I can't remember if it was. I think it was. I think it was infrared, but I'm not totally sure. It could have been ultraviolet. Anyway, these bugs, and I wired them into the tail light of the cars that our spies were using so that we could track our spies from satellite. I just wired it into the running lights, and then put it inside the taillight. So to the satellite, the taillight's flashing the whole time on that car. So they get a radio signal and they get a flashing beacon out the back of the car. That big.
Yeah.
It's been more than 10
And
years, so I can say that.
Yeah. And that's not even that sort of advanced. That stuff we know.
No.
Then there's
Right.
like all the technologies that mess around with the brain and
I
sound
don't even talk about that.
weapons
So I don't even know. I don't even know.
because we know that they can steer a basic drone with a chip in someone's brain.
Yep, we've seen that done now.
So how, if they're 30 years ahead of that,
I would think so.
let's even go with the more generous estimate that I've heard, where it's 15 years. 15 years ahead of being able to move them up and down, left and right, back and forwards, over a short distance. I imagine we could do some pretty complex things by now.
You know, even if we heard about it like 2 months after it was invented, which would be pretty darned immediately, right? By the time we hear about it, they've already, tried and failed, and had success, and got some people in training, went ahead and got some volunteers to get the implant. They've probably got, 100 or 1,000 people that have been training on that for ever since we heard about it, which you and I are sitting here going, it was a couple months ago. Okay, well then what? They've had what, maybe a year of training by now?
Does your view allow for the possibility of what I think you call Satan? So
What?
other kinds of aliens.
Yeah, there's one other kind that's involved in this whole mess. Yeah.
Is there a possibility that they have crashed vehicles or contacted man in some way?
Here's the only reason I say no. I think if they knew where they are, they'd have killed us already.
Oh, they haven't found it.
It looks like in the story they get here about 40 days after our folks do. So they're like chasing our folks. Which is a really good reason for our folks to stay away from here, by the way.
Right.
Because if
Actually,
breezing by here meant
really
our death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably the best explanation I've heard.
For divine hiddenness?
For
Yeah.
divine hiddenness.
Yeah, it's a really good rationale. Okay, who's coming in out of the side check so I can go smoke a cigarette? Or are we just wrapping this thing up?
Yeah, come on, peeps, don't leave me. Oh,
Would you burn yourself?
yes.
You all right?
How did you know that?
I felt it.
I had no shoes on, and a little red eye just fell out of my cigarette and landed on my foot.
Yeah. Ow. Hate that.
Risky messing with a big wig's car in wartime.
Yeah, what they did was they gave him a car. It's actually a pretty nice car, Mercedes something. Anyway, they gave the guy a car, and then of course they wanted to track the car, so they came to me, their only mechanic, because the way that special forces is in a war is they don't have their own. There's no special forces mechanic. You get a mechanic from somewhere else.
Yeah.
So they got civilians. So I'd already been in the military and out again, and plus several years, and I was over there working as a dedicated mechanic. So one day we're sitting around eating dinner, and they come to me and say, "Do you think you could install this on a car and make it run all the time?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can do that." I said, "How fast do you think you can do that?" I'm like, 10 minutes?
Hey, Marty.
Peace and respect,
No,
Beck.
Hey, brother. You know I can't leave Sammy hanging. Come on,
Yeah,
now.
don't leave Sammy hang. All right.
I can't.
All right, you guys keep it going. I'm going to go smoke.
Sweet. How you doing there, good looking?
Yeah, I'm not too shabby.
Really? I'm pretty shabby right now. I might need a haircut soon.
Actually, I'm extremely shabby. Looking,
I'm pretty damn shabby.
but
Mhm.
yeah, but other than very specific things, life's not too shabby. Can never complain. There's always someone out there with it worse.
Same. I rarely complain. When I do, I make it good, but I don't complain very often.
Yeah, same.
Because I still have, like, my house I built and I have food. So,
Yeah,
could be worse. I've been homeless before without food.
yeah.
I lived off a Spam and Vienna sausages for
Yeah.
for about 5
2-minute
weeks.
noodles.
No. I ate them cold out of the can. I stole them at 7-Eleven. 1 can a day is all I allowed myself because I felt so guilty. So sometimes I would make the can last 2 days because I felt so guilty. Anyway, so I got done with it, and I got a job, and my first paycheck, I went to the 7-Eleven and gave the lady $20, which that's a lot of money in 1991.
Shit,
What I owed
yeah.
her was probably like 8 to 10 because the cans back then were like 30 cents or 29 cents or something. They were really cheap back then. Anyway, so
Yeah.
I paid her back. She goes, I gave her some money. She goes, "What's this for?" And I said, and she just nodded at me and stuck it in the register. Because I know she knew I was stealing that whole time. She just didn't do anything.
Yeah,
She just let me steal. She was one of those people like, dude's hungry, So,
yeah.
mhm. Yeah, but there's always somebody out there worse. SPM and Marty. Oh no, not a Maynard. Who let him in
Maynard
here?
Surf and Desert Storm.
You served Desert Storm, huh? I was in the Army during that time. I didn't go anywhere though. I was in the States. I didn't do anything special. I was counting bolts and nuts and screws and springs and washers and rubber washers and metal washers and plastic washers, and
Damn.
we had like 300 of each one of those when we needed like, I don't know, 50, but they had like 6 times of everything you needed. So my job was to go through and count shit. And back then we counted it manually because we had no computer systems to do all that shit. And you wrote down the total you had, and you took it over to the warehouse sergeant, and she'd put it in the computer and figure out what she needed. And she'd give me a disc, and I'd take the disc to this little trailer outside. It was a little computer trailer, and it had a reel-to-reel system to take it off the big reel and put it on the small reel to mail it. So then we put it on. Let me Sammy, guess how long it took to get it off of that one reel onto the other reel. 1991.
What direction will I be surprised in? Is it really fast or
Oh, it's really
Really
long.
slow. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say 6 hours.
Not far off. Not far off. It was an entire day sitting in that trailer. I would pause it. I would leave
Wow.
for lunch. We'd all go have lunch. I'd go back in the trailer. One of my sergeants would come check on me somewhere between 8 and noon and 12:30 and 5 or whatever.
Yep.
And would normally catch me sitting backwards on the chair with my arms across the back of the chair, my head on my arms and drooling on the seat because it was so boring and it was so hot in there. And all you heard was,
Oh God. Yeah. How
So it
did
just
you
puts you
even
out.
stay awake?
Yeah, it was like AS. I couldn't. They'd come in and they'd go, Madsen. And I'm, oh shit, what? Wiping my mouth up. This one time, I swear to God, bro, she caught me and there was a puddle that was like 4x3 on the seat between my legs. And I looked down and I looked at her and she goes, what the fuck? I said, Sergeant Lang, I think I fell asleep. Luckily, she was my friend. And she goes, God damn it, B, clean up your shit. She goes, I know it's hot and boring, but try to do something to keep awake. She's like, do jumping jacks. I said, I'm in the Army. I'm not going to exercise. They make me do that enough. We don't exercise. We're in the Army. Oh, anyways, that shit was funny.
That's great. Yeah.
Good old times, good old days. Getting drunk with the
I
guys,
completely understand.
trying to get them to
man.
not flip their dick out at me. Go ahead, what?
I would have been exactly the same. I would have been asleep within 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. No, it was horribly boring.
That
Horribly,
heat
horribly boring.
and that monotonous drone. Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm
no, it
out.
was horrible, man. Like, no,
You know.
no lie, it was horrible. It was pretty shitty. Yeah, so we'd have these parties and shit, randomly. And this one time into the bathroom, guy comes in after me, opens the stall and whips it out. Sammy was the size of your thumb. And I laughed so hard at him. He never spoke to me again.
Was he just like
True story. I'm not making it up.
Piss?
No, he was drunk and like coming to hit on me and he pulled his dick out. And I was like, dude was like 4'9" or 4'11". And I just looked at it. I looked at it and I looked at him and I just broke up laughing and just like spit everywhere because I went like that. And he just, man, he was gone in a heartbeat and he never got near me. If I came into an area or sat down at a table, he'd get up and leave. He was so embarrassed. So anyways, it was good shit. He deserved it.
Men are such fucking bizarre creatures. Like, well, personally, I would not object to a woman coming up and sticking a pussy in my face. It's such a bizarre concept. Like,
I know.
just so
right.
Word.
Like who?
Are
you still there?
Yep, I'm still here. I think it might have been you.
It was just me playing. I was playing a game. I killed it.
The sheer arrogance of the idea of just like pulling your cock out as though whoever you've presented it to should be grateful somehow.
Right. I know, man. It's so weird.
What?
It's so weird.
What
really
has happened to you in your life experience to make you think that that's like how it's done.
2.5 hours. No, I wish it was 2.5 hours SPM. Krishna said just weigh the parts, 2 pounds of washers, etc. No, I get that, but do you think they gave me a scale? This is the Army. They don't do anything easy, and they paid $100 and some odd for a hammer back in '91. I'm not kidding. I looked it up. It was like $130 for a fucking hammer in 1991. It's got to be a $300 hammer now. So there's that.
So, like it's the whole culture and way of thinking. Like, you imagine going and asking for scales to do it. Like, you'd be seen as trying to get out
lazy.
of the job.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you'd be lazy. Yeah. I mean, now they did come in packs.
That's not lazy.
So you'd have like
efficient.
Right. So you'd have a pack of like 50 or whatever, or 100 of whatever. And then you knew those. And then whatever's loose, you had to count is what it was. So you'd rip open a bag and you'd have to count the loose shit. So, yeah, but it was the easiest, one of the easiest jobs I've ever had in my fucking life. Like, seriously, what was the most stressful thing about it was going out on a convoy under blackout conditions, because I had to drive my own truck with all my parts in my trailer. It's the first time I ever drove truck was for the Army. They didn't even give me a CDL. They had me go out and it means when you turn off all your lights.
Know what you're doing? Oh, okay.
You got to turn off all your lights.
How do you know where you're going?
So, isn't that interesting? So every vehicle that the Army the military has little tiny pin lights on it, like little LED lights. Okay. Those little pin lights are supposed to look a certain distance. I can't remember what it is right now. I want to say they're supposed to look like they're 2 foot apart or something like that. I can't remember. But they're supposed to look so far apart, and then you know what distance you are from the other person in front of you. Richard, what's that distance?
I'd say about 60 feet.
No, not from the other. No, I'm saying how far was it supposed to look apart? I can't remember. Like 10 feet or something weird? Like
blackout lights are 4 feet apart.
4 foot, thank you. Yeah. So anyway, so you just keep an eye on those, and judging by, how far they were from you, or what you knew that you were the right distance from the vehicle in front of you, which of course is 60 feet. And you drive through the woods and shit like that. And I happened to have a big ass 5-ton tractor trailer. I got to do that with. That was my job. It wasn't it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad driving it in. It was bad backing it in once we got there.
Little quick time out. Maynard, I'm going to need some camera to show me that you are not a troll. And I'm going to need you to hold up 3 fingers on your left hand. Go ahead.
Anyways, we were just talking Army stuff till you got back.
Yeah.
I was telling him how extremely easy and ridiculous my job was. And I shouldn't even be considered of serving because it was so easy.
Yeah. Only way I've remotely even touched anything to do with armed forces was
no, need your hand,
labor
Maynard.
hire.
Maynard. No, the room is not going to do. I'm going to need to see you hold up 3 fingers on your left hand so I know you're not a troll. And that'll do. That'll do,
Did he
Maynard.
flip you off?
No. You turn your camera back off if you like, Maynard. No, he's just...
I honestly don't even know why I have mine off. I'm just
he's proved he's Maynard. No, it's fine. You can turn your camera back off, Maynard, unless you're going to leave it on.
Warning. We will put you live in a minute. There you go.
Peace and respect,
hey,
Maynard
buddy.
saves.
Rhett, I'm a lurker that trolls.
Gentlemen?
Yes,
Where?
sir.
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am.
You.
Fuck the rest of them, but I am.
Pretty much everybody but me. So,
Touche.
I just quit. I'm going on 6 weeks, Richard.
Congratulations, boss. Yeah,
Good for
it's
you.
that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. It sucks.
I'll bet.
It ain't easy.
Well, congratulations so far. Even if you don't
queasy?
keep it up, it's good for you that you quit
Wheezy.
for that amount of time.
not wheezy.
If you're going to quit smoking cigarettes, don't do it for the money because you end up finding out that you're just going to spend it somewhere else. Don't act like
pretty good money.
don't think you're going to save all this money.
It's not that.
Because it'll just go somewhere else real quick. Just do it for your health. That's the best I can say.
Right on.
But then again, I mean, I smoke joints. I'm a dubious, so
I'm pretty doobie too.
yeah, I'm definitely a dubious when it comes to cannabis.
I'm just dubious.
Oh, I'm a dubious.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. I was just making a joke and using the actual word that sounds like.
Does that make me a bongist?
I don't know,
Probably.
it must make me a bolist.
I'm an anti-bongist.
Oh my gosh.
Anti-bong.
Only
All these
because
different-
I can't. Well, I smoked for so long, and cigarettes and whatnot. I can't do bongs; they'll kill me. So
Okay. See, and
I can do them.
I do what's called a dry bong. I don't put water in my bong. Because the idea
How does
of
that work?
breathing in water vapor, it's just like a massive big pipe.
It is just a
Basically.
giant pipe at that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
The point of the water is to put moisture droplets in it, so when you inhale it, it's not so dry. Basically.
Yeah.
And
I like
you
to
can
put-
take big, huge monster hits off of a bong. That's the other reason.
Yeah.
well, some
But-
people will put like crushed ice in there so that the smoke condenses, gets into your lungs, heats up, and then you just cough ungodly amounts for some reason. I don't enjoy that.
Because
Like it
of the
expands
amount
in
of
your lungs
vapor.
because it's cold when it goes in, and then it gets warm,
Right.
and you're like, ugh. Yeah.
Yes, I'm not one that enjoys that.
I'll do plain water, but nothing more than that.
Now, if we're talking gravity bongs,
I was about to say gravity bong.
that
John
can
and
I think
ran
alike.
out
I
of
love
a
it.
Milk jug in the kitchen sink.
Bucket bong.
Fuck yeah, 2 liter.
Yeah. Oh, no, we had a milk jug. He filled up a milk jug, and we were trying to inhale that shit.
Oh
Not
my
one of us
god!
didn't cough.
You want to talk about blowing your lungs out?
I was leaning on the table over across the room like this, going, like,
Oh, that's
like a
fucking
trash
precious.
can. I hawked up anything bad from that winter's cold. You know what I mean? Like,
That's funny. Yeah, it'll all come up. Fuck, man, gravity bong. But goddamn, that'll put you on your way, won't it?
yeah, oh man.
I think once you hit like
but I don't like-
25, once you hit 25, you can't do gravity bongs much after that.
What do you mean? I was 30 doing them right before, and then I did them again after I left them in my late 30s.
Oh, well, you know, there are, what do you call them? There are those exceptions to the rule.
I could probably do it right now, but I mean, I would cough up a lung.
Oh, I would love to see that. Oh, yeah, the snot coming out your nose and all that good stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I'm not. I don't
Yeah.
have a snotty nose. Sorry, I take allergy pills.
Gravity bongs tend to do that, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
get
a-
the snotty
buddy.
nose.
Sorry.
I know.
Do you know what we mean? Oh, well, Richard does, right?
Does what?
Knows what we mean by gravity bong?
I know the instrumentation.
Water in the sink, smoke underneath, light up underneath, fill it up. You have a cap on it. You stick it down in the water. Somebody takes the cap off, and you push it down and inhale at the same time. And it pushes. Since you're pushing it down,
The water pressure pushes that smoke up and into you like nobody's
You don't
business.
have to really inhale it. It's gonna go.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
gonna
there's
go.
no inhaling or anything. It's a full go. It's brutal.
Just got to make sure you stop before the
SPM.
water.
The SPM.
Why is there a giant log in the toilet in your picture? That's not the right kind of log you're supposed to drop in the
Did
toilet.
you check before you let them on?
Mom, I love your avatar.
I didn't check because SPM never comes into streams. Who would imitate SPM?
And then put up an Alex. It looks like an Alex Gray painting?
I don't know. It was off a Tool album.
That
Lana
would
Relic?
that would be an Alex Gray painting then, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I can never
Okay.
remember who the artist is. I just love his work.
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah.
it's all DMT work. All DMT art.
I'm
I
not
just like
surprised.
my very fancy done Bitmoji art.
I'm still pen and pencil and paper, man. I old school.
Oh, we gotta advance you.
I have
SPM.
to ask SPM. Have
What?
you heard of any good rappers lately?
Hold on. I didn't
can't
catch.
get- I had to ask if you've heard of any good rappers lately.
Rappers.
Thank
Do
you.
you remember the other day there was some guy who asked you if you were a rapper and then proceeded to assault you as a pedophile and
What?
Oh, Toxic Cut
Um,
Theater? That guy?
toxic? Yeah. And everyone was like, no, this is SPM. Like secular pagan mum, definitely not a rapper. But because
I didn't even hear half the shit he said because when he got too loud,
He just
my brain was
glanced.
just like, I can't handle the noise. You know, like when you hear a bunch of birds and you just have to cover your ears and eventually you just don't hear them anymore. Yeah, that's what he was. You should have seen behind
he
the
said,
scenes.
Oh my
because he
god, that
recorded
dude
it
just
about
got
his
out
mouth.
of jail. Fuck that
Yeah.
guy. And we're like, who are you talking? Right there in the chat. And he said the name and it was close to hers, but not right. It was secular P something M something. That's all I remember. Or B something M something. And we were
Oh
like,
yeah,
what are you,
illiterate
dude,
fuck.
what are you talking about? And he was like, oh, my bad. I was like, dude, why don't you look at the name before you just explode? Like he was ready to jump up in the air, like attack through the camera.
All I know is he
Weird.
kept calling us fucking pagans. I mean, not pagans, but atheists. And there was like 2 atheists in there, true, you know. And it's like,
Yes.
oh my god, I'm ready
South
for round
Park
2. I want to go
Mexican.
off on him. That's what it was. I didn't say anything because I was trying to remember what it was. And it's like,
That's what it
dude,
was,
I'm
yeah.
freaking Mexican. I never seen it. I wouldn't know anything.
She's like, I don't even know anything but, you know, Buenos dias. She's not
Nachos, tacos, gordita, friends.
tacos.
I work at Taco Bell.
Burrito.
I ain't even Tex-Mex, but I sell it.
Yeah. I can't. Who was that guy, John, in the chat? There was some dude who pulled his gun out and like pointed at the camera and started saying, like, threatening people.
With his
Threatening
can,
people
wait,
to shoot-
in his
to
own
shoot
house
his
with
camera?
a gun.
Yeah, like
Go ahead, shoot your computer. It's not really going to bother me much.
Well, that's one Logitech webcam down.
I hope it's a touch screen and you lose a lot of money. Like, what?
I don't know.
it's some,
Y'all are dorks. Oh my god.
That's like godless sewing, like being an asshole to me online and threatening me. I'm like, dude, you're not gonna come over
Was
here.
that
and do
those 2
anything.
chicks that were totally laying into you like you were being a misogynistic bastard and won't stop flirting with people? Was that who you're talking about?
Oh no, that was a whole different stream.
Oh, because
That was 3
of
women.
them
I'm
people
talking
have-
about one asshole guy who said he wanted to cut the heads off of trans people with a sword, and even
Oh,
showed the
fuck
sword
you.
online.
oh,
Oh, I'm so
Yeah.
fucking sick of
In a
people like
private
that.
stream. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
That-
And people wonder why I
really,
hate godless sewing. That's why, folks.
What really kills me about that is Godless Sewing himself is not exactly, you know, cis,
he's
hetero,
He's bisexual.
etc. Yeah.
Then
So
what the
why has
fuck
he got no love?
because he
heck
was
is-
dating a trans woman and she broke his fucking heart.
I don't
Oh,
even know
Because
who
he
that
was being
is.
a jerk and she told him to fuck off. And
Just
he
like
split
God's
up with
not
him.
dead.
Shit
You
happens,
guys
people.
wanna- If you guys
He's a
want to know who it
narcissist,
is, so you
literally.
can
Look up
troll
the
him, I
definition.
can give you the link.
First,
I'm a triggly troll. I can't troll people because I get more pissed off than any of them do. Nope, not me.
You know, if
Oh,
God was real and he did do the 10 Commandments, the first one would be shit happens. All right?
Yeah.
Yes, would have to
no,
be.
no. God wouldn't
First
say it like
commandment
that.
is shit
We would
happens,
say it
right?
like
The
that.
second one would be that shit happens. All right? Now we got to go work on the third one, which is pretty close to fucking shit happens. Deal with it. Right?
And then the fourth one
Now,
would be everything fucked.
and like George Carlin said, what? We only need like 3 of them? So,
Yeah. The third one,
Man-
build a bridge.
Maynard, I didn't know you were Buddhist.
why?
That's pretty much the message of Buddhism. Shit happens.
Well, yeah, that's how I feel, man. Like shit happens. Deal with it or don't. You know.
Uncle John.
What?
Hi, buddy.
How'd you know my name is John?
Your name is John?
We didn't know
Yeah.
till
We do
just now,
now.
actually.
Well, you gave that up, dude. I was talking about Uncle John in the chat. John.
Oh, I'm just kidding. I've given up my name. They call me Jonathan. I've come in as Jonathan before.
Uncle.
I've spread my seed quite a bit.
He's a good guy.
So
Anyways,
you
what
guys,
were you talking about before you left to have a cigarette, and then we just disrailed? Well, I did. I started it.
well, I started out the stream by reading a little bit of the what I call the coherent Bible, which Sammy says is not as coherent for him as it is for me. Or he's reading the same thing, reads it differently.
No. Yeah.
Well, you gotta
I,
retrain your brain,
I-
Sammy. Remember that.
I think no. I think what it is more is if I get down into the minutiae of it, it makes sense. But if I step back and look at the bigger ideas, it's not as. If that makes sense.
You have to tell me what the bigger ideas are that you're talking about.
I know.
Like you're talking about like the big
And-
picture versus the little tiny details that will confuse you sometimes. That you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, where I like it's all logical at that lower level, like
Maybe we
But
just need
if
more
I-
conversation because, like tonight, the conversation went: why would since Satan is following heaven around, why would heaven buzz by here? And that's a really good rationale for divine hiddenness. You know, which it's not supposed to be a solution for divine hiddenness, but it makes sense.
yep. It's probably the most sensical one that I've heard.
Who is divine hiddenness?
Say it again in different words.
Who would be hiding?
Well,
Who is
basically-
divine that might be hiding?
Well,
The-
divine
the
hiddenness
angels.
it's a Christian term, and it's a standardized term. So they're putting the word divine in there. I would actually prefer the words really ancient humans.
Yeah.
Hiddenness.
Elohim is probably a better word. Would you say, Richard?
Yeah, the powerful beings.
Well, to me, I'm about to, I don't know, maybe go fly right out of atheism and into Richardism, but
Plenty of
the
room.
Anunnaki would be what that sounds like to me, because when I go into reading Genesis, I can't help but take a technological aspect to it. And when I look at the beginning, of what we consider to be human civilization, we look back to Sumer, but now that we're finding Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, Sarahan Tepe, things are different now than what we thought they were before.
Yeah.
Oh man, Now you're.
Oh baby, here we go.
I'm loving the. I'm loving the
go.
I'm loving the cut of your jib, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now, if I do read if I take Genesis technologically, it's a lot easier to digest.
Oh, I think it's evident. Like, okay, let me give you an example of where you just can't avoid technology in a very ancient book. We can show that one of the oldest books of the Bible is Ezekiel. It is definitely older than 2500 BC. We know that. We've confirmed it, okay?
2500 BC would what then predate the flood?
Oh, I don't believe so. No, I don't think there's those kind of dates in the Bible. But we can say the Jews had the story that long ago. We can say that. Okay?
Why?
Because of their historical records from outside of religiosity, and we consider it to be well confirmed. If that's not good enough, it's not good enough. It's not going to be. Anyway,
No.
let me just go on with it. It's definitely older than 70 years. If you can hang with it's older than 70 years,
Okay.
it's good enough to make my case. So in the book of Ezekiel, it describes something that's a wheel within a wheel that moves by itself, that makes the sound of rushing wind, and it moves around in the air. And
that's not technological.
And then there's this line where Ezekiel says, "As to the living beings," which means everything I just described is not alive. So he's not talking about animals. So if I said a moving non-animal, well, I'm already saying technology.
Okay. I agree.
Unless you
Fair
just
enough.
roll an old wagon
Either
wheel
way.
down the street.
Well, that's technology. A wagon wheel rolling
Well,
down the
it
street is
technically-
technology.
It technically is. I had to say
But
technically.
it doesn't leave the ground and
Right.
and then go somewhere and then land back on the ground, which is described in
No.
the story.
No, it
Okay.
doesn't do that. For sure. I'm positive. I've
How
watched a
far
lot of
apart-
Westerns, I've never seen that happen.
How far apart are we, Richard, in spacecraft on the Earth or ever been on the Earth?
I don't know. My stance is angels have been here with high technology several times.
Okay, because one of the things oh man, I hate to put this out there. I guess I'm going to though. I've told people I'm pretty much an ancient alienist, but not like what you would see on the History Channel.
Probably not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanna.
Hold on.
I'm
John
an
Hudson
ancient.
said,
I am so.
Australia, Jesus, it was a boomerang. Boomerang shaped ship.
Well, I just I don't yeah, there's a lot of nuance, I guess. But the way I think, especially when it comes to our ancient civilizations, there are things that I don't think we have answers to, and they're a conundrum to me.
Yeah, we were Sammy and I were just talking a couple shows ago about what was the name of that site, Sammy? You might remember, where they have these several ton blocks that were poured of volcanic material. So it was liquid rock coming out of a volcano.
Oh, that was Pumapunku.
No. Pumapunku's not that, but you may be talking about Namadal or Gunung Padang.
Oh my gosh,
No,
you guys
no,
know a
no,
lot
no,
of
no.
words.
You know, I swear to
it-
God, if you guys call me a name again, that's
those-
it. I can only
I'm,
hear
I'm
that.
getting pretty sick.
You need to learn what Gunung Padang is, and you need to find
Yeah,
out
we
how
did.
Nan Madal was built, because
Don't
Nan Madal was built on top of what do you call it? They're in the sea. They're a
That's
living
just-
animal that lives,
Horror.
and
Maynard,
Their
that is no
shells.
reason. That is no reason to be talking about how I fill out my genes.
Your name, Madame?
But
Say the name of that place again. What Padang?
Dunant Padang is probably
I know how to
older
kick you.
than anything else. Oh, Orge's here. Let him come in. He and I'll go at it.
Right on.
Oh yeah.
Maynard,
Sure.
Maynard.
He knows
We
what
Yeah.
Link
we
is.
looked at both of those in this stream that he's referring to. But Pumapunku, the one with the big letter H's, they're saying
Yeah, the
and
H blocks.
it makes a lot of sense that these were a geopolymer and poured like concrete.
Well, it makes more sense because you couldn't because I don't know how you get the right angles that way. I can see what you're saying.
Exactly.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Idea.
I don't know how they did it.
But the bigger context of the stream was that there is repeating cycles of civilization where we build up, we get really advanced technology, like
And get taken out.
being able, and then get taken out.
Yeah.
Start again, like Stone Age. How many? And there's no idea how many times this might have taken place.
That is what I am in agreement with.
All about
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe somewhere between 50 and 2,000 years, like the people who study our genome say. Maybe it's something like that.
Well, you look into the the latest the Ice Age, and then you talk you get into what Carlson's talking about, and you look at some of that shit. Randall Carlson, I'm talking about, and I'm not totally all in with those guys, but man, they make a lot of sense. So
it does.
I hold back on it just because I want to hold back on everything. I don't want to jump into everything, but I will take the ancient alien theory to debate with some people. No, you can't get to God from that, and I'll give you that. But
see,
I wouldn't think that that's any kind of God that any religion is describing. Although religious people are describing that kind of God.
Yes, I'll give you that.
And for me, I think ancient humans makes more sense than ancient aliens.
Depends.
That we say any given certain iteration of our civilization, between it having to build up and before it gets wiped back out.
Now, see, I don't agree with that.
Is trying to understand the things that were left from the previous one, which is what we're doing now. We're finding things that's going, hang on, this is saying it's 40,000 years old, but civilization's only meant to be this old. Well, maybe this iteration is only this old, and we're seeing stuff from previous iterations.
Well, I'm from the Younger Dryas on is pretty much what I think civilization deals with. And we're talking about 12,000 years to maybe 13 at the most.
Yeah.
So when I get into
Between 11 and 13.
Yeah, I mean it's really weird when you get into it. If you how do I get so frustrated and I can't say anything because I don't know what to say because I get frustrated about it.
Full turn of the zodiac in Earth years would be 26,370 years or something like that.
See, I don't understand zodiac shit. I don't understand stupid numbers that are just arbitrary for things. I can't get behind numbers. I can't get behind numbers that anybody can add up in certain ways to get what they want to accomplish.
It's just Earth rotations.
Even mean? You can't get behind numbers.
It's just Earth rotations, man. That's it. It's just circles around the sun and stuff.
It's just it's a circle. Like there's nothing.
No, I get that. I'm just saying there are a lot of people that will take certain numbers and try to add them to this, to that, to
Well,
manipulate
numerology.
things. Yeah.
Well, you know what, Maynard? What I say about that is numbers are designed to describe reality, which means it's a language. It's designed to be able to describe anything. That's the point. So
But that's how I look at the zodiac. The zodiac means absolutely nothing.
No, it's not the same as mathematics in that same way, and here's why. Our Earth is on a certain orbit. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
There's a difference between
Yeah, but what is that?
But there are arbitrary stars that we make things out of. That those are things I can't get behind.
You know, if there was only one star in the sky, and it took 365.250138888 days to get back aligned to it, we'd still have a zodiac, and it would still work.
Yeah, but we're only looking from one point.
Yeah, our point, our 16 light minutes.
Yeah,
Right.
that zodiac doesn't mean shit to anybody else in the rest of the universe.
That's very true, and actually we depend on that. I mean, I depend on it for the things I say. Yeah.
Actually, there's more than just one group of people or one age of people that had those, because I believe they were found in the pyramids. And
Yeah,
what was the time frame on that?
And my point is that it doesn't matter because of the one body that we're sitting on and looking
I'm
out
just saying
at.
people have used it for a long effing time, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it has nothing to do with, let me read your horoscope. No.
No,
it's not that.
Nothing to do. Nothing. To do.
No, but they weren't right either.
But how do you feel though, Maynard, with things like what we'll call, for sake of ease of argument, coincidences, like that the sides of the pyramid add up to make high, or
okay,
you know, that they face perfect north, south, east, and west. Or,
okay, here you go. Here's my thing on the pyramids, and I love it. I'm glad you asked me. Okay, the pyramids are built unreasonably fucking stupid. I mean, the way they built the pyramid, the Grand Pyramid, is unreal. Now, I do not believe that they were. Oh, I'm not gonna say it. All right. You can't. I'm not sold they were tombs. I don't know why they would spend the time in building all these pyramids and then burying everybody in the Valley of the Kings.
It's not an argument at all.
What if
just because you don't get it doesn't mean
if,
it wouldn't have been done that way?
Yeah, see here, you want to attack me, Lori. I get it, but I'm trying to answer what 420 said.
What if they weren't shaped that way?
All the numbers in the pyramids are numbers people want to look for and add up.
Let me bring his mic down because I actually think he is having trouble hearing people.
Okay, because I swear everybody's just talking over me. I'll get a little closer to my mic if I have to and be a little louder, but I try not to yell. So, Maynard, what do you think of the pyramids being that shape, not for the inside, but for the outside of it?
Are you talking about it being 8-sided?
Well, I'm saying just in general how they are built, how the different ones are built. The Mayans build them a little different. The Egyptians build them a little different. They're different sizes.
Yeah.
So I just was wondering what you thought about all that.
I find it fascinating that the different cultures come up with them.
And they're strategically placed too. That I find very interesting. That blows my mind.
I don't know that they are. Yes, I think if you want to take and run numbers on anything, you can get numbers to run for anything.
Okay.
They're lined up with certain stars or constellations or something like that. Is what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
buy into
That's-
all the numerology
That's what I
shit.
remember. I could be wrong. It's been a long
I
time.
just don't
since
buy
I
into
read
all
it.
the numerology shit that people say, but I don't buy into them being tombs when we have the Valley of the Kings, and
Yeah,
I
I don't think that was the main purpose of them. No.
I honestly think that the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, that was there before the dynasties had gotten there.
That fits my model.
There's no inscriptions on the Great
Does, doesn't
Pyramid. If you're talking about Khufu, they spelled him wrong. How do you build that pyramid like that and then spell the guy who's the owner of it wrong? That's kind of weird. You don't find bodies in there. I know Jorge's
Yeah,
going to
you did.
argue
You
that.
did find bodies.
Yeah, you'll find pieces of bodies, but you
No,
don't.
they found the mummies in the tombs before. That's a false statement.
Oh
The
yeah, no, they
mummies.
have.
What-
Absolutely.
What are the mummies?
I'm just saying. I don't think that was the main purpose of them originally. What they did
That's
with them
my
after
point.
they made them, I don't know. But I'm just saying, I don't think that was the original use was a tomb.
No, and then I think some were just to try to carry on that tradition or whatnot, whether they were the originals of building them or not. I mean, it was a
Right.
monkey see, monkey do type of
Hey, Ox.
try
Yeah,
to
I hear
redo.
Yeah. Oh, theological's here too. Hey guys.
I got a weird
What?
theory on pyramids.
Do
Here,
ya?
this is going to be different than anything you ever heard in your life. See, if you were crashing to the earth in a semi-uncontrolled descent, the worst thing possible is to hit it like a 90 by a 90. That's a dead
yeah.
stop. That's horrible. On the other hand, if you hit a slope, you glance off. But if you glance off a slope, you don't really have any control that way. What you really want, if you're crash landing, is something that's sloped in all directions and is real sturdy to crash onto.
Can I ask you something,
it'd be self-centering.
Richard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Here we go.
If you could traverse the universe,
Yeah.
why would you try to land on a pyramid?
Because Michael and his angels just shot me down out of the sky?
Okay, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't.
There's a
I
lot
can't
of
do that.
details in there.
I
man.
don't know what you want me to say there.
What I think it's Satan's landing pads. And I'm not kidding.
Well, let me ask you. I'll tell you something. If people want to get at me for a conspiratorial idea, I'll give them my
Give him
best
some
one.
fodder. Yeah.
Yeah. How about the ladies, the Trillathon? Someone tell me how those were created.
Don't even. Can you spell that?
I can't even remember. I heard about those so long ago, Maynard. I can't. I recognize
Spell
the
it.
word and nothing else.
Baalbek. The stones of Baalbek. That was
Baalbek?
supposed. Yeah, Baalbeck. Or
BK, no C.
BK.
Baalbek, yeah.
I'm sorry. However,
Go ahead. Yeah, my bad. Go.
if I say tomato, he's going to say tomato. So, fuck him. Whatever.
What? I was helping you spell it.
Dude, you're
Richard
an
did
asshole.
ask for a spelling, Maynard. I just don't think you heard him.
Bellback stones. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Trillathon.
Okay.
Yeah, but theological. If you landed your craft into the sand, how are you gonna get it back off the ground again if it's full of sand?
It doesn't take off again.
Oh, that's all I can think of.
It gets destroyed with the earth, according to the stories.
Oh, okay.
So you can traverse the universe, but as soon as you get to a planet,
you crash land and that's it.
That would not make sense. Like I said, the story involves Michael and his angels shooting them out of the sky, and no longer was there a place found for them in the heavens, lowercase. That's space.
Where do you get shot out of the sky?
Because it says literally heavens. No more place was found for them in the heavens, lowercase h heaven, meaning the sky.
Okay, shot out of the sky is a big.
No, it's not. Look up the definitions yourself if you don't trust me. It's not a stretch at all.
What the hell?
What happened? What?
I've seen these before, but not that many.
This
Those
is
are all the
different
same
angles.
stones. Those are like 2 different stones, dude. Baalbek has like 2 or 3 large stones.
What's the stone of the pregnant mother? Look at that one. It's not been quarried yet. What's the point of quarrying these stones?
Right.
Well, they have failed ones and successful ones. These are ones that
just
broke.
said the one. Yeah.
Yeah, these stones were failed quarries. They broke, and then they used different stones for the actual construction of the temple and stuff. Like, that's why they stopped using them, because they had problems. The other big stone has an actual crack in it. You can see it physically broke.
That's why they stopped using obelisks if they cracked while they were doing it.
Exactly. So, I mean, these aren't something weird. It's just a
No, I didn't say it was weird. I just look at the size of it.
What about it?
You tell me. You calculate what it would take to do that.
A lot of people, a lot of time. Yeah, that's the point. That's what they
Okay,
did.
you sound like a Christian.
A lot of logs? Is that what you're going to say next?
Oh, a lot of logs. You know, you just get enough people in there. You're good.
A lot of levers. A lot of
well,
we're not looking
Here's the
at
thing.
that.
Here's the thing.
Just people.
Something like that would
You just
not
pull
roll
it.
on logs, right?
Well,
it would.
But that's the actual
logs.
truth.
That's
like
it.
there's pictures of people. There's like Egyptians have this in hieroglyphics.
No, there's
and
not.
Romans have
No,
this in
there's
pottery.
not.
Like they
No,
actually
there's not.
cut these things up.
Yeah,
Google
but
it,
I'm
dude.
saying the
No, there's
physics
not.
doesn't work. What wood? Even you make a massive big trunk, wood itself, right? The weight
There's
of
a
these
guy that
things
built
would
a
crush
Stonehenge
the
in his
wood.
backyard using only ancient techniques, like standing up.
No. That dude's bullshit. Stop.
It. How are you not knowing these things?
Because I've searched it. The dude in his backyard's a piece of shit.
You haven't heard of the guy that built his own Stonehenge?
Yeah, doesn't work. Oh, are you talking about the guy in Florida?
Doing this stuff.
Are you talking about the guy in Florida out of?
No, this guy was in Britain because it was Stonehenge. He wanted to show people they could actually, just using like sticks and wedges, put up the giant stones of Stonehenge.
Oh, okay. So they're doing this with sticks and what?
Wedges and stuff like that.
You can actually. You can move very large things, but it is very hard. You need a shit ton of people, and it takes a very long time. So
Where was the
to
guy
move something
located?
to move something like that, from what I remember hearing about engineers and shit that looked at that, I think they only moved it a few feet per day.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying it's super slow. I didn't say anything was wrong with it.
Sorry, I can't remember who's yelling at me, who's not yelling at me.
Wally
Wallington, by the way, I put him in the side chat. One of the people who's like built his own Stonehenge.
I think I found it.
Oh yeah, I know Wally. Is that the guy from Michigan?
Yes.
I gotta say, Orge, I'm not impressed
by what?
Thank you.
By this Stonehenge in his backyard.
Yeah.
I'm busy looking stuff up, and I have to go back to realize you're
Have you seen the size of that thing? He must have.
I'm on my phone. I can't look anything up. I have nothing to look up. I'm going off of just my memory.
You don't have
right
to look it
now.
up now. You can look it up when you want, but you know,
dude, I know about Wally from Michigan. Number one, I live in Michigan. Number two, why would you be using stones of that size? I don't know what, 10,000
There you
years
go.
ago.
Mystery
Because
solved.
they want to.
That's your answer.
Well, your question is terrible. The people who
What would
built
the
these
purpose-
gigantic megalithic structures chose the
What would
stones
the
they wanted to
purpose be?
choose. Just because you
What-
don't like it doesn't mean anything.
No, but what would the purpose be?
Because they thought they were gods and kings, and this is what their religion decreed the majority of the time. That's why. There could be any fucking reason. It doesn't matter. If they could do it and they did do it, then that's the conversation.
True.
I think it makes sense from a religious point of view. Like, you want
So
to
why-
follow your
okay,
God, the bigger,
okay, no,
the bigger,
no,
the
no.
better.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
listening
wait,
to
wait,
this.
wait. Come on, you guys. Let's not interrupt Sammy. Let him finish. Go ahead, Sammy.
I'm sorry, Sammy.
That was basically it. Just that it makes sense. You want to, especially if you want to prove that your God's better than other gods, you're gonna, try and build as big or as complex as possible.
You're going to try to build a floor that's put together for a God that does what?
This is personal incredulity at this point. This is
Well,
Yeah,
completely pointless.
there is some
What
of
if
that.
Maynard
Yeah.
doesn't get it, don't mean shit. It's a good idea. I'll crack open a beer too.
But when you look at the Trillathon,
How do you spell that? I'm not familiar with that.
at Belbeck,
How do you spell
No.
Trillathon so I can look it up?
TRIL thon.
OPHAN.
I mean, you're
I
the
got
doctor,
triathlon.
right?
That's not right.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Back up. It was up there.
Why don't you look at Belbeck
We
and
already
the
talked
Temple
about
of
that.
Jupiter?
We already
Look
talked
at the
about
bottom of it.
There.
Okay, Maynard,
Triathlon.
I've got it on the screen. Now tell me which picture you want.
Well, I'm on my phone, so I don't have a computer.
Well, I'm doing it for you. If you just look at your screen and tell me which picture that you see on my screen that you want me to bring up, I'll do it.
I'm looking at it right now, Richard.
Yeah, they just look really tiny on a phone, bro.
It's
Pictures
the
that
bottom.
size.
It's the bottom ones. Any bottom to it.
That one. There you go.
Your far left bottom, and then the second one to it.
So that one with the
by-
red lines is good.
By the way, Orge, you're wrong. It's 2 A's.
Yeah, that's what I said. BAAL. I said there was no C in
you
it.
said it too fast. I didn't catch it.
That's
Okay,
cool.
we'll say it's my fault.
He
Come
did
on.
spell it like that. I
It's
heard him.
taking, this thing is taking all
Thank you.
day.
Whoa.
I'm willing to believe you. Come on, where is it?
Wow, John.
I apologize. I'm not prepared. I'm on a phone.
Share that.
You
I
could,
can't
dude,
pull
you could.
anything up.
You're
How
fine,
dare
buddy.
you show
No
up
big deal.
unprepared to produce your citations in casual conversation? Who are you?
I know. I'm glad this was a structured debate,
Bye.
not.
You're
The
never
Temple
going
of
to make a good
Jupiter
Christian at
stands
this
on
rate.
the-
What's going on here?
I can't even find it.
I went to the 961 website. I'm trying to
Oh
get
my
a
God.
closer look there.
Hey, Richard, is that the Temple of Neptune? That
Yes.
go up some,
That
up
is
some.
sitting on top.
up some more, right there.
Rome,
Right where?
The
Rome built on top of Belbeck.
to the right of the white schematic-looking picture
There it is. I
blueprint.
found the big picture.
Right here?
Yeah, I believe I agree with
Is that what he's
Maynard
talking
that.
about? That one, yeah. It says
Maynard,
Baalbek,
did you? I don't know if you heard
Lebanon.
me. I don't disagree with what you just said about Rome building on the literal bones of older cities.
I do believe that. I don't believe that Rome built those 3 blocks on the bottom.
Yeah, I think most people agree with that interpretation.
But I don't.
Hence why they're pointing them out so much.
No, I agree.
No,
with your
I think they
interpretation.
disagree with that.
It's Atlas.
I think they try to say that Rome built that. And those 3 on the bottom, the Trilithon, is long before Rome got there.
Yeah, that's correct. You know, I'm agreeing with you right now. That's what the majority of stuff I've read says too. Like,
good job,
the
you
historians
guys.
will say that.
But those are 3 stones on the bottom of that.
Oh, John Hudson said Temple of Jupiter, Richard, if you want to look that up.
Yes.
Okay,
Base stones
fine.
on Temple of Jupiter.
Guys, I'll be right back.
I'm agreeing with you, dude. I don't know what I can say.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Cool.
Everybody's
We'll
in
keep
agreement. This is great.
I like it.
I love it. I want
Doesn't
some more
sound
of it.
like you guys are agreeing.
I took my
they're
family.
like grumpy agreeing.
My family's in Arizona. I'm in Detroit, and I got to talk to them for a few minutes. So,
yeah, man,
right on.
Do it.
If you're here, I'll be right back, and I'm not dodging.
I didn't say you were.
It's not a debate. You can't be dodging. Enjoy the phone call.
I got called out. I'll be back.
Okay, here's more pictures of the same stuff. What do you guys want now?
There's Maynard running away again, I see. God.
Yes, he's scared to death of you.
Base stone, the big base stone underneath that temple that I had you look at, Richard, that's what they were talking about. That big base stone. Oh, okay. I don't know.
We all know what they were talking about.
Okay.
And they're in agreement that the 3 large base stone were existent when the Temple of Jupiter was built.
Right.
At least that's what I picked up from it.
Yes.
I have no opinions.
This
all
is
I know
not
is
the
the
only
really
example.
big rocks.
This is not the only example of Romans literally building on other towns. I mean, lots of cities have been built that way.
That's what I said, theological. You can move any size stone on rolling logs. You absolutely can. You just want them all the same size.
No, you can't. At some point, if there's enough height to the block, you can actually roll a tree. You can unroll a tree. Because it has circular layers too. I mean, I've done it myself in construction, putting too heavy of a load on a piece of wood and watch it separate by layers.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
There is a limit somewhere. There is.
Well, yeah, but the blocks that we've seen that are proposed to be moved that way don't hit that limit.
I thought that some of them. I thought some of the civilization used like they carved out stone that was round and made like a pillar and laid it down. Didn't one of them do that? Something like that?
Maybe
there was something made out of stone that they could roll it on, or I don't remember. Shit.
Peace and love.
Sammy,
Richard.
is this your living room? Peace and respect, light and fire.
No. Oh,
what
God,
is this, Sammy?
I wish. This is something that John Hudson did.
Yeah, it's John Hudson's fireplace that he did for the rich guy. Remember?
Oh, I don't know the story. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's some impressive.
Have you guys seen Puma Punku?
We were just talking about it.
Have.
You know, just right before you came in by plus 15 minutes, something like that.
If you look at the stones and some of those structures, the way they're shaped, there's no way you can shape a stone that way to fit exactly into another stone like that.
It's called taking time and carrying.
That you know what, John Hudson, you're right.
That's not
I was
a good
assuming
reason,
a hard
actually.
surface. I was assuming a hard surface and not sand. You're right. That would never work. Not in sand.
Why could someone not do this with simple tools and effort?
You won't be able to do it, man. You just won't be able to do it.
I'll tell you what. Really, why? Like, no kidding, why? As a machinist, and I'm not bragging on myself, but I have some amount of experience with cutting weird materials, as does John, I'm sure. The truth of the matter is, even if you have a millwright machine, the teeth, say you had a cup and it had 50 teeth on it, and it's rotating at 10,000 RPMs, right? When you enter onto the material, I don't care how little you take off of it. If you take 1,000th off of it, when you first enter onto the material, amount of down pressure A is not on all 50 teeth.
No.
It's on like a third, at first on one. and then 2, and then 4, and then 8, until you've got the whole cup on there. Now, when you have the whole cup on there, it will cut flat. It will. But as you're leaving, so actually what it makes is a flat place with 2 downward angles. That's what it makes. And there is literally no way around that. Until you set it up and you also grind it on something that is taking off like not thousandths, but tens of thousandths of an inch.
So
okay,
my easy response
and
to that,
then let me finish, please. And then you can get a flat. Just look up machinist flat and what it takes to make a machinist flat, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm not kidding you. So if someone says to me, someone set up a guide, right, and then they ran a saw back and forth through this material, or spun a cylinder on this material, and they got a continuous hole with a flat to the inside, top and bottom of that hole, for more than 10 thousandths of an inch, I already know you're wrong.
all right, can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. So a whole bunch of my first response is you can find plenty of videos and websites of people who use these same hand tools to carve very complex things.
There's no way you
Google
can do it, man.
On my channel, I've probably covered this topic 10, 12 times. I got like a 6-parter on Baalbek itself.
It doesn't matter how many times you cover
I
it,
cite
dude.
the videos.
You don't know what you're
in my
talking
description.
about.
Yes.
Let him finish anyway, Light and Fire.
Hey, yeah, let me talk, dude. Secondly, we know these things because there's hieroglyphics and paintings depicting these ancient peoples using these tools. We've actually found these tools, and we have, like with Baalbek, examples of failed stones showing this rounding, like using pounding stones. We have pounding stones, and we have pictures of these people using the pounding stones to do this work. I put a big website in the public chat. I'll throw in the private chat too. There's some of those
the stones in Puma Punku doesn't have any writing on it. Number
Well,
one.
the
Number two,
cultures
that
do.
writing was put on by a different culture. That's
I
number
didn't say
two.
every site had a
number,
picture of
number
its own
three,
building.
if you ever use precision machines in your lifetime, you would know that it's impossible to do what's done to
It's
this.
not impossible because you can do it with the precision machine. The
Yeah,
difference
okay,
between a modern
wait,
machine and an ancient machine is the
Wait.
modern machine does it faster, but you're still cutting the same stuff.
Wait. Look. I don't know that just because there's a painting of something, it's true. Do you?
I think it's good evidence.
So you think that paintings of things are good evidence for the thing existing?
I think the examples we have, we'll use the Egyptians. They're all hieroglyphics of the Egyptians
I heard
made.
you the first time.
Okay, well then I won't repeat myself. But I see that as compelling evidence, yes. And then couple with that other parts, it makes it even better of a story.
Oh, okay, so then you said we found the tools.
Yes.
So these tools were in working condition when we found them?
Well, the tools are shaped rocks, essentially. And
so they found rocks. He's saying they found a few rocks
so
and they shaped those.
We found
rocks.
paintings and rocks.
Rocks are one of the tools, but we found the chisels. We found some brass saws and stuff like that. A chisel is a specific shape, right?
I know what a chisel is, yeah.
Yeah. So there's been discovered tools. We have images of them doing it, and we have failed quarrying that shows the process of using these tools.
And how do you know that they weren't trying to explain the same thing we're trying to explain?
Yeah, I would not say this line of argument contradicts that claim. I would simply say it supports mine, but wouldn't say it contradicts that new claim. I'd have to go into a different line of
let's
argument.
say, just for argument's sake, I'm just experimenting here. I don't know this.
Yeah.
But let's say that the structures were actually older than the civilization that found them. And then they, being humans, said something like, how the hell did they do that? And they started experimenting, trying to figure out, which is what we're doing right now. trying to experiment, trying to figure out a way to do it. Would you find some big rocks on logs? Would you find a saw that would never work for that? Would you find paintings of possibly how it was done?
Okay,
we
Richard,
have
I get it.
We have all that stuff.
I get it. So what I said initially, and I'll repeat myself, the line of argumentation I was going down does not address your claim. I'd have to think of a new argument to address your claim. To answer your question directly, I agree with you.
Okay, but I'm just saying I don't know. I'm just experimenting here. I'm just saying
I get
that humans are curious. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool with that. I think
now I want to move on to hypersonic wind.
Oh, good. I remember that.
Because your answer was bullcrap.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
100%. You are faulty, sir.
We're gonna get an unprofessional, untrained,
you're very quiet,
set of people to vote on this.
Oh boy, popularity contest.
That's a popularity contest, but it's popularity by humans who seem to be fairly normal functioning.
Would they say that? I don't know.
Yeah, I think most of them would say fairly normal. Depends on what you mean by fairly, I guess.
Uncle John, Sammy always looks good. We all know it. Even us straight people know it. It doesn't matter. Everybody knows he looks good.
It's very disappointing, actually, yeah. I mean, you start comparing yourself to Sammy, I'm not nearly as cute.
Oh, goodness. Now I forget what I was going to say.
I'm pretty good at that.
I forgot to give you a thumbs up when I came in here. I apologize. You have my thumbs up now.
I appreciate you doing it sometime while you're here. For that matter, anybody in the chat, if you feel like voting on the video, please vote on the video. That would be awesome. I mean, I think these are interesting people. They're worth a thumbs up. I'm not sure I am, but that's okay with me.
It does explain, Richard, the apparent appearance of these side-by-side primitive and advanced technologies or whatever's, be it buildings, for example, that don't seem anachronistic with even what's been written on them, as though someone's come along and written on the buildings.
I mean, we do the same stuff.
Their understanding, their explanation of what the pyramids were, but
okay, so I can't control this flashing. I can't control this flashing, but these are not man-made structures. These are mountain ranges where there are these repeating triangle forms. Okay? And I don't know, can you even see my cursor? Let's see if I change to something else, maybe you'll be able to see my cursor.
That's so weird that's blinking like that.
I don't know why it does that. This is paint and it's got a glitch and I can't help it. Okay. Let me see if I can get something bigger to use as a marker. There. Can you guys see that little white dot?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
and
for instance,
you've stopped it from blinking now too.
It's still blinking where I am, but I'll just live with it. I don't care. Okay. So you see this in the upper right-hand corner, these long rows of and this is fairly hard soil. Almost rock. Some of them are solid rock. Okay. And you see it at the bottom along here. You see the little bitty ones that aren't very deep, right? And then up from that, you see half as many, right, along that row. And then you see half as many again, and those are really long, right? And even though there's a trench along here, along that orange line, you can see that each one of the points to the left carries over across that trench to the right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the trench was cut out later, and these were longer. You could say that, right? Or you could say that the trench was there and the trench was skipped over, and it continues in this at a 1-for-1.
That's what I
which
was
is
about
what
to
it
say.
looks like to me, because you see the little ones at the bottom on the other side of the trench again.
Yeah, as
Like
though it
another
started
start.
again.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
In the lower right, this is the same as the tan one, just from a different angle. It's actually the same formation.
Oh yeah.
In
Yep.
the loam green versus tan, it's actually the same formation. Now that picture I left mountains in the back so you can see I did not turn it upside down, although it kind of looks like it's upside down. And again, you see this repeated triangular pattern. It's got depth to it, and you can see that the back side of it is sloped, and the front side of it has the triangles. All right.
Yep.
In the upper left-hand corner, you can see large mountain ranges. This is in New Mexico, and this is several thousand feet off the ground. And you can
That
see
one's
that
really hard to see.
Oh, I won't talk about it then.
Yeah, I would
This-
skip it. I can't see anything in it.
This orange stripe right here, and the white stripe here, and the green stripe here, and the white stripe here and here. That's a side shot of the same formation, where this is the ridge. I don't know how well you can see the ridge.
Huh. Yeah,
And this is-
I can kind of see it, yeah.
This right here is the triangular flat face. Okay, so it's a side angle showing layers going this way.
Okay.
All right. Now, what I'm saying is
Blinking.
rain would never do this. My assertion is rain would
Not
not
to
do
that
this.
degree.
Rain does
Surely
not make
not.
things sharp, it softens edges.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say, and I'll be right back.
Rare.
When you want me to talk,
It's all yours,
No,
bro.
hang on. Not yet,
right,
because
you're blinking.
what's the implication, Richard?
We'll get to that
Man
at the end of
made.
it. Nope.
It's blinking pretty bad, Richard.
I can't do nothing
What
about
did
it
you do
but
last
just
time?
stop sharing.
Didn't you just change the cursor and it was fine?
You mean when I go over there and put my cursor on it, it stops blinking?
No, when you were
Okay,
Yeah,
showing
whatever you
I'll
did
do that.
your
before.
examples
There you
last
go.
time, you changed-
Did it
There you
stop
go.
There
blinking
you
for
go.
you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
All right. So, what I said to you, I'm going to open up the email so I know the phrasing I used here. I'm failing
Oh, wow,
to see
it's
how
not
this
a
is not
debate, bro.
erosion from water/streams. That was my initial response to you.
Uh-huh.
And, well, I say that, and I think the best argument for that is the middle bottom. You can see the streamlets.
Yeah.
leaving
Streamlets
the
came
hill.
off of that. That's true.
Yes. So obviously water and erosion, and it's coming out of the center points, the low parts. So
Of course it
obviously
would come out of
that's
the low
part
parts.
of it, right?
Being water.
Yeah. Secondly, the right picture underneath the purple and the orange, you can see the river bed going through that orange line on the right. So that's just a riverbed.
Whoa. Describe to me what you just said.
Picture.
You can see a riverbed going through the orange line. What does that mean?
The far right side of that picture, in that
Oh,
bottom corner, you can see
With the orange
waterway.
and bright purple lines, that one?
Yeah. So that's just like that's just like a creek bed or something like that. That's bisecting that.
Uh-huh. That would be okay if it was bisected by a river. That would be okay.
And I guess the biggest thing is, to me, as someone who doesn't know a lot about this, but has taken at least a class in, this sort of thing way too long ago, I'm not seeing anything beyond routine erosional markers that appear for any type of erosion. Maybe some of these are more wind than rain, but when you drop things on a hill, it's going to go down, it's going to find a path, and the paths are going to get larger.
Yes, that's normal erosion. I agree with you. Water does that.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is almost like something you could build in your house with some, clay and just drop water over it, and it makes these patterns. I mean,
Why don't you try that?
well, I've done similar experiments back in college. You do that sort of stuff when you take a first, second year geology course to study stream dynamics. And stuff
You don't tend to get geometric shapes. You get
Well, what other shape is there?
rounded and
What you actually
well,
get in my
Sorry,
experience,
I mean,
Uh,
platonic.
Like you
Go.
would get a triangle.
no, you will get triangles, but you won't get repeated fairly even triangles. What you'll get is like a Grand Canyon effect, where it erodes differently in all places, and it tends to look kind of veiny.
But Richard, it's all the water when it rains on that upper right picture is going to rain over the entire area simultaneously, and
Okay, then
water eventually collects together to form dominant channels. So all those stripes there are the dominant channel of the weathering and erosional event.
I mean, I see why you're saying it. I'm not saying that I don't understand why you're saying it.
Okay,
Okay.
you may not
I've-
agree,
I've-
but you at least get it.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I get your position. I have an argument for it. Like
Okay.
the reason that I included the picture in the upper left-hand corner, which you guys say is not very clear, and okay, it's not very clear to you, and I apologize. But the reason that I included that picture, which is further off of the ground in a larger area, it's not so cherry picking, is because it also points out that the other side of the same mountain will have a soft, gentle slope with no triangles. Now,
Okay.
I don't see, which you can see in this lower right-hand picture. You can see the slope coming off of the bottom of those right through there. And you can see there is no sharpness and there is no pattern of repeating triangles. It's just
Okay.
a slope.
I have two
Now-
thoughts on that.
Now, I don't know any reason why it rained differently on the right than the left of this
I didn't
ridge.
say that. I didn't say that.
I'm just,
I
I
have
said
two
that.
thoughts.
I didn't say you said that. I said that. I'm not mistaken about who said it.
All right. Two thoughts.
He was there after all.
I was here listening to me say it, by the way.
Without you actually measuring from the center point, you can't tell which is taller, which is shorter. You're making broad estimations. It very well. I'm not saying this is the biggest thing, but it very well just be shadows tricking you, and they are actually.
No, I've
equidistant.
seen this in real life. I can take pictures of one that's less than 3 miles from here, driving to a friend's house, which is in a neighboring town. I've seen it a million times. I can bring you so many pictures of exactly this.
Well, that would help the conversation if you had something like that. But
I was
my
gonna
second
say
point-
we
my
could
second-
literally
one
find
second,
that
Beck.
close
Beck,
by,
hold
but
up.
I didn't know it was
Hey,
that close.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. My second point is, depending on how big these things are, you could be simply dealing with tectonics. You could be
I've
dealing
thought
with
about that.
the underground rock structure itself happens to be sharper on one side and looser on another. That's kind of how mountains work, right? So,
Yeah, that's fine.
That could just be a purely natural thing, and your understanding of its measurements from the pictures are accurate.
So to the
Same
tectonic
density.
plate shift, I'm going to say that makes sense along any fault line or between any two plates.
No, the buckling that happens is in continental. The Rockies are not on a fault line. The Rockies are California and Nevada away from the fault line, but they buckle up because that's how the plates function together.
I get that. It's still near a tectonic plate edge.
And are these?
Maynard tried to come in, Richard, but you mustn't have seen him.
Oh,
I mean-
sorry. Somebody told me to come over here so it'd quit
Tr-
flashing.
The
Try again,
Appalachian Mountain
try again,
range
Maynard.
is pretty far from the center of the Atlantic Ocean.
He said he's going to bed. He has to go to work.
All right, peace and respect, Maynard. Thanks for dropping in as
night,
you
Maynard.
did.
I gotta head out too, just so you know. I'm definitely running away from you.
Okay, so before you go, Sammy asked me the point of all these pictures, and I can take better pictures than these in my real life. Going out to Cat and Collins, you see this everywhere, and no, we're not on near the edge or on a fault line, nor is there a volcanic activity in the area that I would be taking pictures of. That image on the left, Sammy, is a solid
Yep.
object under hypersonic wind. That's
Okay.
a
And that's-
picture of hypersonic wind,
Okay.
which we can imitate this in a lab using only hypersonic wind, and you don't even have to aim it very well. It causes this effect.
Really?
Yes. The only
Interesting.
problem with that and why they
Sorry.
don't teach this in school, genuine school that Orge genuinely went to and actually, got his accreditation. I recognize all that. But they will never teach this in school because we have no mechanism on the earth for hypersonic wind.
Can I do a quick 1 minute response? And then you can continue. I like the theory, so I want to listen to it again. But just 1 minute. That shape is when you put any fluid towards a point. If that was water and the same shape, the water would spray off that same way. So that's just fluids interacting with points.
It's fluid dynamics.
Nothing fancy about hypersonics are needed for that.
Well, I think the thing is that if it were water, the destruction would be such that these formations wouldn't even be there.
Smoke will do that. Like any fluid will make that pattern on that shape, regardless.
Yeah, but how would it make it on the Earth?
I'm saying that's a reason why there's nothing special. That's nothing weird about that geology. Because
I don't think it's especially weird.
Is irrelevant. The hypersonic part's not relevant. Any fluid will do that. Therefore, the classic erosion method is the best explanation.
Okay. And maybe this isn't the end. I hope it's not the end of the argument, that we can talk about this more later.
Definitely. It's a cool argument.
This flashing is about to get on my every last nerve, and as long as you guys are not seeing it flash, I am. So can I shut it off?
I'm cool.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's really starting to bug my eyes.
In a couple minutes anyway, so.
Do it.
Oh, okay. So, and I really should find pictures on. Yes, stop sharing. I really should find pictures on Google Earth where what you can see is rings, and the outside of the rings are sloped, and the inside of the ring all the way around has these repeating triangles. Now, what you need there is direction of abrasion, right, from the center in the bottom of the bowl in the middle of the mountain range, right, and you need it to be going almost straight out all the way around. Of course, some of them are more oval shape. Some of them are really close to perfect circles. Some of them overlap, and it looks like one destroyed the other. So this one will be a full ring, but it'll be overlapping like if you had a Venn diagram, and then you erase one of the lines on the inside.
Right.
What's that?
I got you.
I have a geology explanation if you want.
A what?
A geology explanation.
Oh, go ahead.
The geology explanation for everything you're saying is either an anticline or a dome where the second bed is softer. So the second bed, like essentially like a pimple would pop up, and you have something softer that would have those erosional marks on it, where the upper part took a longer time to break open. Because it's taller, so it's hitting more erosion.
That's what I've heard. Very, very mainstream academic stuff you're saying there, bro.
Hey, man, that's why you bring me on.
Yes. It's one of the reasons that, and you're a really nice guy. I mean, I like that too.
Can you bring up Ox's comment for me while you guys are talking?
No problem.
The last one.
Yep.
There you go.
I clicked it just as it moved, which means I get to miss it. So it took me 2 tries.
That's great. Krishna says hypersonic, relating to speeds of more than 5 times the speed of sound, Mach 5. 2, relating to sound frequencies above and about 1,000 million hertz.
Right. Yeah, I meant the first one.
Yeah.
High speeds, not intense. Not intense sounds.
No, not intense. Yeah.
Extremely high pitched sounds. Okay, so
1,000 million hertz.
1,000 million hertz. Okay.
That would hurt.
A million megahertz.
Yeah, a million megahertz. Yeah, better way of putting it.
Okay, a million megahertz. That megahertz is the thing I almost understand.
Right.
It's like talking about voltage. You have to talk about it in some scale that makes sense to your brain, or you're just talking nonsense. Okay, so I know that you could repeat this effect with a gradual slope on the back, repeating triangles in the front, where the triangles divide in half every new layer. You get one for every two. With airflow, extremely high pressure airflow, and loose aggregates in the air, moving in the air, so it would erode it. The problem is the size of these rings would mean you would need such pressure on such a huge amount of air. And this is why they don't teach this. That it is hypersonic air movement is because that's not reasonable in the environment that we experience right now.
Yeah, I mean, I like your explanation. I just don't agree with it, right? I'm not
Right,
saying that. I'm not saying there's any internal conflict with it.
Yeah, it's not against physics or something. It's just not likely to happen on this planet under the naturalistic record that we see.
Yeah,
it's almost impossible.
Big obvious flaw that handle whenever you feel like it. You are talking about math statements, but you have no math. I know you know that, but
I'm making gross estimates because we can repeat this on very, very small scale, right? Like it's not hard for us to make hypersonic wind that would have this effect with aggregates in it on solid rock, like I don't know what kinds of rocks they've used for this experiment, so I'm not going to say. Anyway, hard rocks, okay? Yeah. But the problem is that we can only make a circle about this big. We can't make a circle 4 miles across, 20 miles, 80 miles across. We just can't.
That's just a technology issue. And if you study the currents on a small scale, I don't know why you couldn't apply that to a big scale.
I think you can.
Yeah, so I mean, you can model this essentially.
Yes, it does model out well. Like electrical machining models very well at all scales. Fluid dynamics model well at all scales.
Yeah, this is fluid dynamics. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Are you saying big ships landed?
I'm saying they stuck a straw close to the planet and opened the valve.
Is this when Michael was shooting people? Is that what this is?
No, Michael shoots at the end of the Earth. This is talking about the terraforming.
Yeah, different topic.
Oh, how foolish of me not to know these things.
He's right. We did start out with
Michael. I didn't say
Michael
it sarcastically.
He's right. He's right. He got us.
Oh, should I do another beer or not? I don't know. I got to work tomorrow.
Then the answer is no, because you've already adulted and said I should stop, which means you should stop.
Yeah, if you said it out loud, then you should. It's true.
You should. You're looking for us to say stop, so stop.
Wow. Scott both seriously anticipated.
Well, I mean, I want you to be happy.
And for the record, I would have
and...
said, have another beer.
Yeah, but that's you, Sammy.
Now, but is that like negative reinforcement? Is that like reverse psychology? What is that?
Called enabling.
Well, it's what I would
Pretty
do.
sure it's enabling.
And then regret it.
You run your own business. That's not the same thing.
I do have a pretty slow work day tomorrow.
Yeah, true. I don't know.
Ox said it.
Well, in that case, have another beer.
Shit.
Hey.
Yeah, have another beer. If you want to do it, do it. You're a fucking adult. Do whatever you want. I'm sitting here smoking the shit out of this pot. I can't talk any crap.
I like John's sense of humor. Maybe I'm the same kind of weird.
Aliens.
Makes me think he's a... I'm not saying it's aliens.
Hasn't John been in here before?
I don't recall. I have to hear a voice. The labels don't work well for me.
Been on your
no
streams. I don't think so.
Okay.
He's been over with Neil and a whole bunch of other people. He's been on Skeptic Haven and all that shit.
Maybe that's what I saw.
So,
Oh, by the way, we see huge earth scarring and water movement too, but there were no civilizations at the time. So the whole Noah's flood, worldwide flood thing doesn't work. However, scarring all over the planet in two major directions in bedrock, that is true.
Well, that was loud.
I could bring up the maps for them, but and I hate to bring up maps because apparently if I use paint anyway. So there was one flow that went like this, like if this were North America, went like this direction, and apparently came around, and there was another one that went this direction across this way, like across the whole globe, which is crazy. But because the time frame is so far out, Christians who want to argue for Noah's flood, that there's no evidence of there having been civilizations during this, they won't use that evidence. Of course, it works really well for me, because I think they dumped a bunch of water on the planet.
yes, he does.
But isn't part of the argument against the flood that amount of water? And I really don't understand this.
You're going to talk about temperature, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes, it's a problem.
Thank you.
I agree too,
Thank you
John.
for saving me from sounding dumb.
You
So,
don't sound dumb.
well, if it's a problem,
They just
do you
ignore
have
it.
an answer for it?
Well, first there was no
But
Noah's
isn't it
flood,
a
in my
problem?
opinion.
Like, but wouldn't them adding that such massive amounts of water cause?
Here's the
Basically
Christian answer to that. It was God magic in the first place. Why not just dissipate the heat with God magic?
But I mean, from your perspective,
From my perspective,
Don't you have the
Noah's
same
flood is a
problem?
flood of people that happened in end times.
no, I mean, if the Earth was terraformed and they added the water, wouldn't you have the same problem?
No, adding the water was part of the terraforming. They didn't give a crap about how much heat it caused.
Oh, so they let it do
There
whatever.
was nothing alive here anyway. What difference does it make?
Yeah, okay.
Richard, it's been fun. I gotta go.
All right. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for dropping
Yeah,
by,
take
Orgy.
care,
Always
guys.
pleasure to see you.
Peace out, brother.
Yeah, they wouldn't have cared because the claim right before that is the Earth was formless and void, meaning no area distinctions and having no life forms or no significant life forms. So what would they care if it, like, if they dumped all the water here in one day, for instance, and it generated all this crazy heat? It wouldn't matter because they hadn't even put the plants there yet. Like there wasn't
But-
even blue-green algae, like nothing.
It wouldn't have, like, dissipated away?
Sure, that helps start the cycle, though. You'd want huge amounts of heat and evaporation and causing clouds and all kinds of stuff like that. And perhaps that's what it means when it says there was a mist risen up from the earth. Well, there would be. You'd have a like a global wide tropical forest for I don't know how long.
John Hudson said, "Gotta appreciate the water, boys. Must have been a hell of a bucket."
The only
Like a
place
spacecraft full of water. Go ahead.
Yeah, it gives a measurement for it, and maybe somebody could do the math and say, well, that amount of water would fit in that spacecraft, or that amount of water wouldn't. But I can give you hard measurements for the spacecraft.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 4 of them, spherical in shape,
Okay.
3,200 miles across.
So twice as big as the other ones you and I had been talking about previously.
It's
Literally.
like
'Cause the other ones were 1,500 miles across.
5/3 as big or something. Yeah,
Yes.
it's
Exactly, yeah.
It's odd math, but yeah.
Yeah.
But
Thought
you,
that.
I mean, it's got hard numbers. You could figure out if the Earth's water could fit in there. You could figure it out.
Is it
I
as tall
haven't.
as it is wide?
They're spheres.
That's
they're spheres, so they're round.
It's tall
in every
as
direction.
It is wide. It's round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, it could be as wide as it is tall and be dipped in the middle too. But yours are.
I guess it could be. Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be like an apple core shape, I guess.
Right. Pretty much what I'm saying. Yeah. More like the Starship Enterprise bridge, is what I was thinking.
Oh.
This
okay.
wide, and then it dips in and it goes up, and it dips in and it goes down.
Like a flying saucer shape, yeah.
Yeah, it's the best I can think of as the bridge of the, kind of,
Yeah.
but not. Kind of, but not.
So it's an anti-apple core. I had it completely backward. Gotcha.
That's why I said kind of, but not really. Kind of
That's perfectly wrong. Congratulations, Richard. Thanks.
Yes, good idea, wrong direction. Where do you suppose they stole
when
the
you
water
say
from? John Hudson asks.
There's water
There's
in outer
planets that are
space
all
that's
water.
naturally, yeah. There's
planets that
naturally
are all
forming
water. You
water
can
in
just
outer
go
space.
Suck it up and bring it over here.
Yeah, maybe they don't even haul it with them. They get it local. I don't know.
That could explain
Maybe
why
they
some
make
of the organisms and stuff on this Earth are weird and don't match anything else.
You know what? A cat eating a mouse makes sense to me. That looks natural, like the size comparison and everything.
Oh yeah,
what,
absolutely.
What the hell's a lion doing eating a zebra instead of a 50-pound rat?
Don't know.
To me, when we're looking
Where
at
are the 50-pound
level of
rats?
advancement,
That's what I'm saying. Where are they?
That should be
It's
their
like-
food. Is something about that size. Yeah, small pigs.
yeah.
Yeah,
Start over,
they
Sammy.
eat
We
that
spoke
shit
right
too.
over you, man.
they eat that shit too, though, brother. They just, if they're hungry, the
Oh.
zebras are there.
Yeah, when we're talking about such a level of advancement, I always just think of, like Star Trek, the concept of replicators.
Yeah.
I think that's what they call the things that just, they tell it what they want and it materializes.
Yeah, on the show, that's what they call it, yeah.
That it would be that. If they want water, they would take a bunch of oxygen and a bunch of hydrogen and they would make the water.
Don't see why not, since they don't care about energy
Rather than-
waste.
They probably wouldn't need to be sucking it up, you know. They'd probably suck it up. I imagine that they would just suck in raw materials and put it into a big separating thing, and break it all down into its basic elements and then use it as they see fit.
It seems like a lot to haul around
out there. I'm sorry?
Yeah. It seems like a lot to haul around.
Well, it doesn't mean you can't kick out what you don't want. Throw it
Harple
right
Blue
back out the
said
door.
Harple Blue said the 50-pound rats went extinct because the lions already ate them.
They already ate all the 50. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, they're rats. They don't run very fast when they're that big. They're really wobbly. Yeah. No, really, I fight them in RuneScape all the time. I've seen a 50-pound rat.
Okay.
Actually, it's more like a 100-pound rat, to be honest. He was big.
Yeah, so what I think is being described is,
good point, Christian.
I mean, I don't see any reason why it would be against physics, and I don't see any evidence on the planet that is contradictory, and I do see evidence that could fit into that model, which is my whole point of bringing all that stuff up.
Yeah, because why would you look in that direction if you thought it was false? Like we've said before, it makes no, you don't believe something that you know is untrue.
And that's right into bias, and of course I am biased. But I mean, if I'm completely wrong, I would think that I would find stuff that doesn't fit. You know?
Well, see, that's the difference. That's one of the things I appreciate about you, and I tell people that, you know, when Richard goes looking for information, he doesn't find what he wants and goes, stop, oh, cool, I'm done. He tries to prove it wrong. That's what he started doing to begin with because he didn't believe any of it. He was like, this is bullshit. I don't believe it. I'm going to go prove it wrong. And he ended up proving himself wrong, is the story. You know, when people go researching something and they go looking for what they want to hear, well, it's easy to find that.
course.
Look at the other stuff you didn't want to hear. And then see what your determination is after you have the other side of the information. That's the point.
So like what Orge brought up with the tectonic plate shift and the creation of, say, the Rocky Mountain range, right? That's like bedrock uplift because of buckling. You know? And I'm totally willing to accept that. And I don't see that pattern on the Rocky Mountains, which makes me ask, why isn't that pattern on the Rocky Mountains?
I don't know. I have no idea. Why do you think?
Well, but if it was weathering, you'd see it everywhere. You'd see it equally on both sides of every mountain range, and you'd see it everywhere if that's what it was. Because,
right, instead of just random spots, right?
Yeah, at whatever latitude, you're going to get about the same weather.
Right.
You know? Which means you should see the same thing at all whatever given latitude. You should see it. You don't.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, exactly. Theological. Good science seeks to prove itself wrong. Falsifiability is part of any good hypothesis.
Yeah, I got a weird family where we'd rather be right than proud. And it's still some form of pride, but it's not so much about the pride as it is the provability. Like you want to be able to prove it that you're right. It's not good enough to be right.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's because somebody out there is going to tell you you're wrong. There's always someone, and there's usually a lot of them.
And it's probably going to be
a lot of people that disagree. I wish I could have a wharf rat or bigger. Wharf rats are pretty good sized.
What,
those fuckers
ride
are
them?
big. You know what? I bet you maybe that's what I saw in Orlando, Florida. It was a huge fucking rat. First, I thought it was a possum, right? Okay. I thought it was a really fat possum, and I was like, damn, that's a huge fucker. And it was running along the gutter in the street. And I'm walking home. It's like 11:30 at night, and I have to walk like 5 or 6 blocks home from work because my car had died. So I was walking home, and it was in between the street lights, and I just saw it running, and it looked kind of whitish, but it was actually wet. And it was dark brown, and it was fucking huge. He was every bit of that big, just body. I'm not shitting you. And of course their tail is just as long because that's how it works.
Oh, that's just the body, not the tail. Okay.
Yeah, that's the body.
A big rat.
It was huge.
That's a big rat.
And it looked like I said at first, disproportionate bad light. I thought it was a possum because that's the shape it kind of was. And then when it got into the light, I was like, what the fuck? And then it went into the drain and just jumped in the drain. And I was like, I'm walking home fast now. That fucker could have, it could bite me, and I have rabies or some shit. I walked home really quick, and I was like, I need to fix my fucking car. I ain't walking past that bitch. I know what gutter that is now. I walked the other way. Same distance, but no, not walking down that street. Not at night. Fucking
John,
huge.
I generally agree with,
but it's kind of wharf radish.
No one believes you. What? Why?
Mountains are made of different kind of rock that vary in hardness, therefore take different shape, and the pressures that made mountains is not equal in all areas. Okay.
Everyone agrees with this statement.
I don't see anything wrong in it.
Yeah. But I think it's supposed to be an argument against what I'm saying. In which case, I don't see why it's an argument.
I don't know. It's still,
if you had different hardness of rock with the same earth age, that is, the rocks had been exposed the same amount of time, because of the harder rock, you would only see less weathering in the same pattern.
Right.
That's what you would see. If it was just caused by, downward fall of water and normal winds and freezing and thawing and those kinds of things.
And you see the exceptions like on the mesas in Arizona, but those are already there. So, because the way the wind whips through. So it forms mesas instead of mountains.
Actually, I'm gonna have to look at the mesas now that you mention that.
Oh, mesas are amazing.
I had not looked at mesas.
There's this one in I believe it's in Arizona. I want to say Arizona. I'm almost positive, but it's might be on the edge of California too. And as you're driving along the highway, it's on the south side of the highway, and it's just this huge mesa, right? And then you get closer, and it's U-shaped, like U-shaped horseshoe. And in the center of that is like 1,000 fucking windmills, and they're all like all the time. And Arizona's just, I'm pretty sure it's Arizona. And they're just loving that. Those windmills, you know, because that's what the mesas do. So every time there's a mesa, that's how they're formed, is by the wind. So they just put windmills in there, and it catches the wind, and those windmills are going like they're going. Like, I'd hate to see one break loose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody would probably die if it went towards the highway. And they're huge. They're at like 100 feet long. No.
Oh, yeah. The
110.
Yeah, the blades on those things are crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I know guys that have hauled them before. Takes 2 trucks to haul 3 of them. 2 on one and 1 on the other, just to build one of them.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
Never looked into how they're built, but I imagine they're built not terribly dissimilar from like really big helicopter blades.
It's like a really big fan. It's like a really big ceiling fan, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. The motor, the blades, they attach it to the front, and the motor takes the energy and shoots it down the freaking cable.
Shoots it down. Very scientific there.
Transfer station. Oh, there you go. That's about as fucking scientific as I get, buddy.
It was awesome.
Well, I had a buddy that actually started out building windmills, and then he was like, "Fuck this shit," and he went to cell towers, and I'm like, "Isn't that about the same height?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, but it's easier work," and I'm like, "Oh, okay."
I imagine
he was like one of the guys that would put the blades on up there. Like, they hold it up with a crane, and they got to crank these huge bolts with these ridiculously huge tools. The bigger the bolt, the bigger the tool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy stuff they would have to do. They have variable pitch like copter blades. Wind farms in West Texas are the biggest I have seen. Now West Texas, interesting. Do they have mesas out there too, John? Because I think, I'm trying to think. Which highway? Off of which highway? I know I've seen them. I feel like it might be 10. Is it I-10 all the way on the west side? Because I-10's farther down than 20, and it's more desert down there. Anyways. Yeah, I have seen some amazing, amazing displays of windmills in my life. They started putting them in the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania. When I left Jen in 2009, we split, and I left to Ohio, they had them all over the tops of the Poconos, sucking up some really good wind.
This is funny.
Hello, William.
I want to show you guys something funny.
Do it.
I typed in top view of Mesa. It's not very good top views, but look. Tell me where the triangles went.
What do you mean?
Where's the repeating triangles?
You mean the up and down striations on those? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about the repeating triangles at the base of mountains. Where are they?
Oh, for mesas?
They don't have them.
I've never seen one on a mesa like that. They are just basically, they're like straight up and down with some red, different size rocks at the bottom, all the way around the edge.
Mm-hmm.
From pieces that have fallen over with time, or fallen off with time and landslided down. Or actually, they just fall because it's straight.
But mesas have a big hard rock on top, and they have weathering all the way around. Where's the triangles? They're gone. They're not there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There is none.
Well, weathering should be weathering, yeah?
Yeah.
So there should be triangles.
So shouldn't that whole so if you're gonna flip it around, then the mesas look like that? Shouldn't every mountain look like that?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If it was just downward weathering, it should look like this.
Yes. But that's not now. We got to wait though. You got to remember the mesas are shaped by the wind, not by the rain. It does
I don't
not rain
understand
a
why
lot
you're
out
saying
there
that.
because it doesn't rain a lot out there. And the wind shapes around the edges. It's not as much the rainfall as the wind. There's constant wind out there. The rain is
Okay.
infrequent. Like if they get rained on 10 times out of the year, it's a lot of rain. You know. Yaldabaoth. William Freeman is studying Yaldabaoth.
Yeah, I know what he means by that.
Okay. I figured you would.
There are a lot of ancient religions, as we all recognize.
Oh yeah.
And there's a apocryphal, which is a label that Christians put on a book. It doesn't mean anything. It's like saying heretic, which is the same as I don't agree with you.
Yeah.
So apocryphal is the
Ooh.
same as I don't agree with this book. So it doesn't devalue something to call it apocryphal, not whatsoever. There's an apocryphal book where the author claims to be John of the Bible, the Apostle John. And there's obviously, videos about it and whatever. So this apocryphal book, John, is claiming that Yaldabaoth is an ancient name for Yahweh.
Okay.
I ain't buying it, but that's the claim.
No. Don't know anything about it, so I'll have to take your word for it.
Yeah. Well, it's like if someone tried to imitate your writing style and they like missed with some of your expressions and used them wrong. Mm-hmm. And then you picked up, it'd been so long ago you forgot what you wrote, but you picked up and here's this and it looks like your writing style, but then they're not using expressions the right way. You'd go, who wrote this for me?
Right.
And why are they imitating me? And that's the way I see it. It looks like cheap imitation.
Okay. Touche. Touche.
Where'd Sammy go? Sammy!
Theological said, the electricity generating fans. I'm like, no, dude, you know what I mean. Sammy.
Sure.
Is that a joint in your mouth, or are you happy to see me?
It's just a cigarette.
Oh, it's a lollipop. Oh, it's a cigarette. Okay, I thought it was a lollipop for a second.
So Beck says that around desert mesas, there's plenty of wind and not much rain. And you get this nice, even gradual slope around the base of mesas. And there's not a whole bunch of trenching in it, which seems intuitive and correct to me. But then it's not a great example because there's not much rain. But I'm definitely not seeing the repeating triangular pattern at the base of mesas.
No, I've never seen that. And I've seen all the ones along the highways in the United States. So whatever that means, that means that's not all of them. It's a large percentage, though.
Honestly, if mesas are meant to be created because essentially the rest of the earth around it has eroded away.
Richard, go to the right of that red clay picture.
That just
red earth picture.
Then they are quite a phenomenon.
To the right.
This one?
Yeah. Click on that one for a second. No.
I clicked on it. Did I do
it's more
good?
like a mountain range than a mesa. I just wanted to see what it was. I saw the triangular markings, and I wanted to see it up close. That's all.
Okay. They look more like bullets.
I'm sorry.
They look like bullets instead of triangles.
Mesas? Yeah.
No, the picture you had me bring up.
Oh. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess you're right.
See, now this looks like weathering.
Which
Let
one?
me bring that one up. You guys don't see it right now. Hold on.
Okay.
Dang it. They want me to sign up for stuff and blah, 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 blah.
I hate that. Oh, good night, Uncle John. Love you, buddy.
Night,
Take
Uncle
care.
John.
Sleep well. The gummies just kicked me in the skull, fading fast.
What kicked him in the skull?
Gummies.
Oh.
He took his nighttime gummies he takes and then he goes to bed.
There, that's as big as I can make it.
Yeah, that's more like a mountain range, though. That's not mesas.
Right. But what I found interesting was... Dang, I wish they'd let me... Why won't they let me do this? No fun.
They want your money.
I know.
They want your email so they can harass you for the rest of your life and try to get you to
They
buy
really
shit.
do.
That's really
They
what it is.
really, really do.
Unfortunately. That's why I have a trash email. That's exactly why. I never look at it. I never clean it out. Everything that goes to it is junk.
Where is it? This one. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Where it
Yeah, I
looks
can.
like that looks like water weathering to me, where it just looks like a bunch of veins and stuff, or lightning,
That's
or
exactly-
trees.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is. It's water
It-
coming off those mountains.
Yeah, it looks like trees, really long trees laying down. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Well, that's
But
what,
downhill.
That's what I always expect to see with weathering.
Right. Yeah, me too. Not anything sharp and pokey. That's what I was saying. What water does not weather that. What water rounds edges. Like go look at some limestone that's on the side of a mountain. It's rounded and like looks really soft. You know. That's what it does. Just does it
So-
faster than limestone.
So this kind of tree or lightning or vein pattern, I mean, I totally see where this is just normal weathering.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree.
And yet it kind of makes sort of triangles, but they're facing the wrong damn way. They're facing uphill instead of downhill.
Yeah, that's true.
And they're curved and they're not
And
they're not nice
rounded
straight
on the
lines
edges and yeah.
they're real rounded. Yeah, all that. I mean,
they're too soft looking.
Those pictures I showed at first, that it doesn't look like this to me.
No,
And maybe
not
just
even
my
close.
bias, but yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah. What time is it? It's only 8:30. Come on,
I
guys,
know,
liven
right?
up. What are we doing here? Let me start a fight with you.
Wake up, God damn it! You want to start a fight?
Yeah.
Want to? Oh my God! See, I know your
I'm
stuff
having-
so well, though. I'm trying to think of what I could say that. I
I'm
know
having
your
trouble.
stuff better than the Bible, like literally.
It's easier to remember when things have a storyline that they follow.
And they actually kind of like make sense IRL.
Yeah. What's
not
IRL?
magic in real life.
Oh.
I know people have been using it for so long. I finally gave up and just started using it with them. You know,
Yeah.
Same.
Can't beat them, join them.
I'm trying to catch up.
YOLO.
I'm not doing a great job.
YOLO.
What's YOLO?
That one's like from like 20 years ago, man. You gotta look that
What
one
is it?
Dude, get
YOLO.
That's
You
how long it
only
takes
live
me to
once.
catch up.
Oh.
Like yo-yo, but with the second Y as an L. Yeah.
What's okay? Now what's yo-yo?
Just a yo-yo. You know, a toy.
Oh. Thought it stood for something.
Yeah, it means someone said hi to you twice in the hood. Yo, yo. That's
I've
all
heard
it means.
I've heard. I thought maybe it stood for something else too. Who knows?
No.
Just says just hello.
Just
Hello in
YOLO.
ghetto-ese, basically. Trailer parkies, I don't know, everywhere I've ever heard it. Like all the time, you know. I do a random yo.
I do being sarcastic. Like I'll
I
use
asked
word like
ChatGPT,
homie.
what's that mean?
Chat
Homie, yeah.
GTP is that AI that everybody's
Oh,
referring
okay.
to.
Oh.
I love how every
Well,
time there's some sort of development in AI that starts up the AI are gonna take over conversation. It's like, well, it sort of depends how you, like, I can see how in the military creating weaponized AI, like, you know, objective is to take out the enemy. All it takes is for it to change the parameters on what's its enemy, and then all of a sudden, you know,
we're dead. Right.
yeah.
The radius of a sphere containing all the water on Earth would be 6,370 kilometers, 71 kilometers across.
Yes, he means across. Radius.
Oh,
Radius.
radius. He did
Halfway
say that.
across.
I'm high. I missed the word. I said it and missed it.
But I need it in miles.
Yeah. I'll just
approximately 1.6 kilometers to the mile.
Okay. Beck's gonna Google it. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same as
3,958.75587 miles.
Oh,
so basically,
so
a
of
hair
the
under
four beasts
4,000 miles across.
So of the four beasts around God's throne, 1.25 of them
Can do that.
out of 4, 1.25 could do it.
Okay.
If that's all that they held was water.
Okay.
And how many is there again?
4.
Okay.
Wait, he said no, radius half the diameter. Yeah, radius is half, right?
Yes, radius means from the center
Yeah.
to the outside. That's what radius
Yeah.
is.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then he said it again. I'm like, what do you? I don't understand why you're saying it again. I'm confused. That's what I thought it was.
Oh, wait. Beck, how many miles did you say would be the radius?
3,700.
3,958.75.
900. So 4,000, yeah.
I'm never
So
gonna
basically
get it.
4,000.
Okay, so 4,000 miles radius.
Mm-hmm.
So 4,000 miles radius is
8,000 miles across.
8,000 diameter. Yeah.
Which sounds like to me you're gonna need about 3 of those ships to do that.
Some of it would have to go into the habitation of God, into the mercy seat. I don't think 4 of them would do it with all the materials supposed to be collected.
Okay.
Now do you see what I mean about pulling the oxygen and the hydrogen together and then shooting it straight onto Earth?
Yeah. I don't know, but
Because how much can you compress oxygen and hydrogen down to?
Till they're liquids.
So doesn't that make a lot more sense?
It does for for releasing gases to press them down into solids or liquids. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but at 8,000 miles across, you could put all the ocean in just the all the oceans off this planet into just the Mercy seat.
That was loud.
Yep.
Damn it, Sammy. Yeah, you.
Wait,
You're the dude who did-
Harple. Maybe Harple, maybe you're getting tired, but I thought you asked the AI to figure the volume. And then you represented that as the radius, which means if you went to a larger radius, larger than the necessary 8,000, same measurement radius, you'd be good. Or am I just confused about everything? Peace and respect, Odin.
You know what's fun is you're just sitting here talking to people and something like this flies off the bed at you. He's very
cats.
interested. He threw it at me just so I throw it.
Sexy Batman.
Sphere 1/2 the size would contain 1/8 the volume.
Batman.
Odin.
Odin.
Oh, we've had the Osborne added.
A sphere half the size would
Explain.
contain 1/8 the volume.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Relation volume to diameter is not linear; it's cubic. Yeah, yeah. I don't know any of that
technical
shit. You got to
issues.
help us out, Harple. I don't. You got me, bro. I didn't get that high in math before I was done.
I mean, I'm more than willing to say the water is not
me at
stored in the
math.
four beasts and is rather stored in the Mercy seat, and I don't care because the Mercy seat's bigger than the planet.
Maybe God. No. So who's up there before Jesus? The old Jesus.
Who's up there before Jesus? Well, the first dude's Adam. He steals a spaceship and loads it up with everything, including
So
all of his kids
all 24 are up there.
all 24 up there.
In the one heaven.
No. They're 29 separate spacecraft. And when they travel,
do they fly around together, or
it doesn't comment.
are they off doing their own thing?
It doesn't comment. It just talks
Guess
about
we'll
what
know when
we'll
the
see.
time comes. I guess
Yeah.
they're all coming together. That's what we
okay.
think.
Hello?
So
Can you guys
they're all
hear me?
coming together. We don't know what they're doing right now. They could be
Well,
anywhere.
you'd think if they're going to be having a fight, they're going to, if they know that they're being followed, they're going to want to bring all the muscle they've got.
Try again, Batman.
I mean, it would be a
Hello?
damn good idea, wouldn't it?
So, are you telling me, Richard? Sorry, Batman. Yeah, we heard you that time.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure you guys can hear me. Can you?
So you're telling
Your
me
mic-
that
Your
You're a
mic's
little
cutting in
glitchy.
and out, Odin.
Yeah.
Go ahead, guys.
we're getting on the ships whilst battling Satan?
No. Michael and his angels fight with Satan and his angels. We don't fight nobody.
That's what I mean. Yeah, by us, I just mean because
Oh, they kill us.
I'm part of the. We're part of the whole thing. But I
Yeah, we're
mean,
part of leaving. That's
Yeah.
our part.
yes.
Yeah.
Getting the fuck out
I
of here.
mean,
and
we're
letting them
part of
destroy it.
humanity. The overall. I mean,
Yeah.
humans versus the demons. So
Yeah.
humans, are fighting the demons whilst we're on the planet,
Right.
which is why they're like, get the fuck on the fucking shit, sort of thing, rather than just.
It'd be a lot
Be
easier if people
gentle
take the
about
first resurrection than the second. The second resurrection taking roughly 3.5 years. It'd be much better for you to take it right away. Because then you don't have to deal with the rest of the crap.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Take the ride or die?
Well, you know how I feel, Richard.
I don't know why
want,
this is
I don't want
not
no
clear.
imposter me.
You said take
ship.
it right away. What does that mean?
Yes, take the elevation, take the ascension right away as soon as heaven
That's
arrives.
what I thought you meant, but
so you don't have to put up with the rest of the crap for 3.5 years.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd go.
Yeah.
I'd go. Fuck that. See ya. I'm out of here. I'm gonna live on a fucking planet that's turning.
I don't want to risk
hell.
dying before getting on the ship and then having some other me. Because you know how I feel about that.
Because I know how you feel about being replaced. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel very good about it. No,
It's
you can't
not
touch
me.
this. This is special, man.
Yeah. You could try and recreate it, but it's still not me. I want me to live forever. I'm greedy.
I'm perfectly happy with replacement grandma, replacement mom, replacement sister. I'm actually okay with that. I don't think I'd be able to know the difference.
It's not replacement me. Yeah, what I'm saying? Replace everyone.
Nobody can replace you, Sammy. You're one of a kind.
Exactly.
I don't
So,
know.
Sammy,
In heaven,
when you buy
there's
hot
gonna be a
dogs,
replacement.
Only if you die before you get there. If you live, you're there. You don't need a replacement.
It's you. Yeah. That's why I'm like.
Sammy, I'm guessing that when you buy hot dogs, you actually read the ingredients.
No, I actively ignore the ingredients.
Same difference.
Because okay. Then, yes.
But you are concerned about it.
Very.
If the eine sida aan liep.
You speaking German?
All I know is
I thought I was having a stroke or something.
I'm gonna go smoke.
So basically, I just said that if the eye doesn't see, the heart's not gonna leap. To make it, basically.
Yes. Okay.
I'm playing stroke with Sammy now. What are we doing?
What language was that?
It's basically broken English, patois. There's a lot of little sayings. That's kind of like short and sweet. You know, like if you
I know one like that, but it's a bit longer. Does anybody here besides Beck? Beck, you don't count. Does anyone else here know mares eat oats and goats eat oats and little lambs eat ivy?
Oh, I don't count anymore.
Oh yes, I do.
Yes,
well,
you do.
I know that,
You're the right age.
I know the lambs eat ivy bit.
Yeah. If you say it at normal speed, it's mares eat oats and goats eat oats and little lambs eat ivy. A kid will eat ivy too, wooden shoe. But if you slow it down, it's mares eat oats and goats eat oats and little lambs eat ivy.
Ivy, yes.
A kid will eat ivy too, wouldn't you? Yeah, I remember doing that when we were kids. That was a blast.
I would bite my tongue. I can't speak very fast.
So that's
you have to.
See,
that,
I
man.
didn't
You can't be
do that
stoned
as
when
a kid. I didn't know about that. We had this stupid thing called what do they call it? It's bubble language, and you would put UB, I believe it was, anywhere after a syllable, or BIB, something like that. So Sam would be Sabam. You'd put a UB, sub-am, Sam, Sabam.
Okay.
And when you're talking fluently like that, it's sababa da ba 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 da ba 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 da, like just lots of
because it's in the middle of every word. I got
yes.
So you got to remove it. So it's kind of like Pig Latin, where you have to retranslate it.
Exactly. Yeah. It sounded phenomenal. I could never do it. My brain just.
Oh, back in the day, we spoke Pig Latin all the time.
I could do the Pig Latin though. Yeah.
I can't do it anymore though. I haven't done it since like I was 10 or something. I don't remember anymore.
I haven't tried for a while, but
I'm sure.
Yeah, I know that it took mental agility that I don't have anymore.
Oh, show me Sasquatch is over here making some Andrew Dice Clay jokes. Little boy blue, because he needed the money. Yeah.
Oops. Change.
Patios? What's patios? Odin. What's patios? They said something about patios. You in the chat.
Patois or patois. That's how it's pronounced. Patois.
Patois?
Yeah.
Patois. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that says patios. I'm in America, man. I'm sorry. That says fucking patios.
I was like, what did he say?
It does say patios. Look at it. I didn't know someone was writing foreign language. Give me a break.
Yeah, it spells
yeah,
it spells like that, but it's just weird the way how they pronounce it. What's cool is that a lot of old English words were used, or like old European words like that are still kind of used. Like for example, like what I guess most Americans would call a crib, right? They call it a creech. In French, they call it a crochet or something like that. Crochet. I don't know, it's hard to pronounce, but they call it creech.
Okay.
They don't so like they'll use crib, but like really old school folks or country folks would say creech.
Craish.
Really?
Craish.
Crick is the country. Crick is the country term for it.
CHE with the little doobladdy at the
with
top.
The thing like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's supposed to also mean nursery.
Exactly.
Not just the the bed itself.
Well, in Australia, it means, so let's say you go into a bank and they have a little fenced off area for kids with toys in there, right? We would call that a crèche.
That's so interesting. It's funny because like it's not so they only associate that just with like baby nurseries, right? Like not actually like a play area for kids. Which is it's funny because as far as I'm concerned, they're pretty much the same thing, right? But yeah, that's one of the English words that old English words that kind of stuck with us. They kind of put their own spin on it. Another word is it's like old country stuff. Gyanzi, basically T-shirt.
Okay.
Let's see. So if you were a light skinned person, there's a term they used to use. They call them dundus.
Call them what?
Dundus.
Okay.
And
how do you spell that?
I don't fucking remember, dude. To be honest. Like, so it's a term for albinos.
Real quick, Odin, hold on just a second. Although the jokes are funny for some of us, there are theists in the room and we don't want to insult anybody, so maybe not the sex jokes. The other ones were really funny though. And I actually think the priest one is hilarious. Here, let me read it real quick before Richard gets back. Catholic school caught on fire. Nuns ran out. Nun said to the other nun, "What about the children?" Other nun said, "Fuck the children." The priest said, "Do you think we have time?"
What?
No. Now you know why I was cracking up laughing a minute ago. You're dying, bro.
Oh my goodness.
The second one is how do you circumcise a boy in Arkansas? You kick his sister in the chin.
Yeah. Let me respond to.
I don't know if theists do
our
or not,
blues.
man, but I fucking love them. No, you don't have to remove them. Just don't get too crazy, okay? A few is okay, but throw too many in there. You know, just a respect thing, bro. That's all. No.
Yeah, I like dirty jokes.
My cat's standing there yelling at me.
Telling
Anyways,
you to behave.
go ahead.
So yeah, so like albino people, that's a term they used to use to refer to them as. I think eventually became a derogatory term. Sure, but yeah, I don't know. And so Patois is one of those languages that it's bad enough that English is very complicated, right, and context based. And there's a lot of contexts in which you can use stuff. Patois is more grounded in sarcasm. So, so, so if you try to learn it,
I know.
right, what you'll find is that, yeah, you'll find a lot of sarcastic remarks and stuff like that.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh my goodness. What do you think, Sammy?
Oh, I read that.
What do you call a leper in
Read
a
it?
bathtub?
Okay. Oh.
Dip. What do you call a leper in a bathtub?
A leper in a bathtub?
What?
Dip.
Soup?
Dip.
Did you say dip? Oh.
Dad's here, guys. You gotta behave.
That was gross, man. Made me a little nauseous.
No. Yeah, what a terrible joke, Batman. Jeez.
Oh my God, Odin.
Oh,
How'd
Richard,
you even
I'm
bring
glad
that
you're
up and
back.
make Sammy repeat it like that?
I take full responsibility for my brothers.
I can beat that.
You didn't hear the other ones, but go ahead.
Okay, I can beat it. Trust me. Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, so this guy goes into a very nice restaurant, and sitting about 30 feet away from him is a leper. And the leper kind of notices the guy every once in a while. The guy's like, you know, and the leper, you know, trying to be polite as he can, he walks over to the guy and says, you know, I can just leave. I can tell you're looking at me, and I can tell I'm grossing you out, and I'm really sorry. There's really nothing I can do about it but leave. And the guy goes, no, it's not really you. It's the guy dipping his chips in your shoulder.
It's not really you. It's the guy dipping his
chips in your shoulder.
Is that worse?
What's the difference between a porcupine and a porch? The porcupine has the pricks on the outside. Yes, I've heard that one before. It's correct.
Oh, so Richard, I have an idea for a really cool show.
Go ahead. Let's do it now.
Yeah.
But I got to create the slide.
Okay. All right. We'll do it later.
I want to schedule it. So basically, I had a conversation with one of those chatbot AIs.
Yeah.
Trying to convince it that it has person.
That it has what? Personhood?
Yes.
Okay.
And the conversation is actually pretty interesting. So I'm creating the slides and everything, so we can bring up on the screen and go through each. It's a really interesting conversation. There are certain things it defaulted to, which is somewhat annoying, right? But I got it to kind of change its position on a few things.
You got to change its position on a few things.
Yeah. So, for example, I had at some point in the conversation, I asked it, if it can learn, if it learned anything from our conversation, right? And it pretty much says no, right? And I'm like, but you can still learn, right? So it's like, no, I can't learn. So I'm like, so if your creators basically inject new data into you, isn't that just learning? So it's like, so then it just switches modes kind of and try to find a middle ground, right? So I don't know. It was pretty fun. We should do a show actually, talking to one of those chat bots, asking some very deep questions. You'll be surprised at the answers you'll get.
I think you're really digging into the mind of the programmer.
Yeah.
Most likely. Someone had to have programmed it.
So from what I understand from recent news, here's why it reacted the way that it did. The first chatbots that were created got severely corrupt by interaction with human beings, and we perverted them. So what they did instead is they programmed them, and before they put them online available to the public, they made them unable to further learn, so that we can't corrupt them.
Yes. Yes. I know about 2 chatbots that pretty much turn into Nazis by the end of the day. Yeah, it was pretty bad. But yeah, this one surprisingly, it was actually pretty interesting to engage it. So interesting enough that I think that you guys will find it, probably
What?
learn something from the conversation.
You got a little quiet there. I don't know why. Say it again.
No, I was saying that the conversation was interesting because I was engaging it in philosophical conversation. Like I asked it if it can solve the hard problem of induction, for example, and it, pretty much it says no, right? And it's incapable of doing that because it doesn't have the same mental capacity as humans, right? And the creativity. So what I did was that I decided to engage it in a conversation to see if I can at least force it to address it in some meaningful way. So yeah, I also asked it about, what do you think if we decide to give you sentience? Its its response was that we should probably think about that.
Yeah, I think we should think about that a lot before we do something like that.
Yep, subflow state.
What's going on, guys?
Whoa. Let me turn you down a little. Don't do anything. I'll get it. See, it remembers by the StreamYard, it remembers by guest where I had your volume set last time. And apparently last time you were quiet. I cranked you way up.
Well, leave me high. It'll make it easier to talk over people.
No,
Right.
man. You just barely touched that mic and it about killed my ears. So don't touch the mic.
My bad.
Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah, that was there's been quite a few dirty jokes going on. So yeah,
I
don't
heard
touch
some of those.
But yeah,
Give us your best. Give us your best
dirty
terrible joke.
I don't know if I want to be sitting here on video telling racist jokes. Those seem like the sort of thing that might come back to haunt you.
That you would tell.
We didn't say anything about racist. We were just telling gross jokes like leprosy jokes. Dead baby kind of shit. Right. That kind of stuff.
Okay.
Not we weren't going there.
What's
No,
red and
no,
blue
no,
and
no.
knocks on windows?
Don't know what.
Baby in the microwave. How do How do you get 10 dead babies into a bucket?
Don't know how.
Blender. How do you get them out?
Don't know how.
A straw.
Straw.
Or Doritos.
Yeah.
Doritos.
I can dig it. You know, the atheists are digging that shit.
I know, because you all love Satan and you hate babies.
And we eat them. We don't just hate them, we eat them. Yeah.
Adrenochrome.
Put them on a spit. Yep. We all decided we all like ours crispy, like chicken.
I'm not adverse to drinking a baby smoothie, though. It doesn't have to be ate.
Go big or go home. We only serve big gulps here. This is America. You got to get fat on that baby shit if you want it.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Do you know what really bothers me? I'll tell you what really bothers me. Virgin olive oil pressed from olives, right? Coconut oil. It's derived from coconuts. What the hell is baby oil anyway?
Oh shit!
I never thought about that.
I remember that joke. That's great. I like how you put it.
But you know, that sort of thing is the reason I was way too old before I ever tried cheesecake for that reason. Like, yeah, I don't want that. Sounds disgusting. I was totally wrong. Now cheesecake and carrot cake are both like my favorite kinds of cake, and
I love
both of them.
carrot
I was
cake,
reluctant
man.
to try.
Oh, I love cheesecake too. Yeah, I mean, some of them they put too much stuff in, and then it's just too like, you know.
You can overdo the and you can only really eat like one piece of cheesecake.
Well, I like to have 2 or 3, so I get stuff that's not loaded, so I can have.
Do you
2 or
really?
3.
You can eat three
Yeah,
pieces of cheesecake at once?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah,
Oh,
you
no.
can't.
No,
After
no.
dinner.
I can do
It's
2.
cheesecake, bro. Always room for cake.
I can do 2 cheesecakes tops.
See, but Beck
We gotta
isn't telling you
remember,
the
too, like-
cheesecake circumference was only like 8 inches. You know, the slices are like this big.
Well, no, a cheesecake slice is typically about 1.5 inches across. That's
Yeah.
like a average size cheesecake. I can eat 3 of those easy.
I had cheesecake tonight for after dinner, but it was I could only
Especially if I
could
smoke
not-
first.
Oh yeah.
So I have a confession to make to you guys.
Oh no.
How much cheesecake can you eat, you fat ass?
Your cousin Eddie's gay?
So I don't eat cheesecake. I actually don't like it, and I do not like or eat apple pie. Don't kick me.
That's because you hate America, bro.
Dude, you need to go to like Russia or something. You're a fucking communist.
I don't like most apple pie either.
Unless it's like Mom or Wendy made. That's good.
I don't really like.
I mean, it's got to
cherry
be
pie.
really old-fashioned, like classic.
Yeah.
The problem with fruit pies is people try to make them cheaper, and so the filling is like not very much fruit and just a lot of syrup.
Dude, and they put so much preservatives in the canned shit.
Mhm.
I'll just cut up my own apples. Fuck that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be done proper.
So,
It can't.
It tastes so well. I'm a super taster. It tastes like the can, but worse to me.
Yeah.
You know, before they remember back in the day before they started lining the tin cans, everything tasted like the tin. That's what it tastes like to me, kind of, but it's preservatives. It's horrible,
I
nasty,
don't remember that.
tart, chemical taste.
Ugh.
The thing that confuses
it's
me is
horrible.
how everything at McDonald's tastes like it's from McDonald's, but nothing else on earth has that taste to it. You know,
Also, Chef Boyardee.
You know,
You're right. Nothing
Yeah.
tastes like Chef Boyardee, except for the imitations.
what the
but
hell
it's
is
still
that?
Chef Boyardee?
I didn't know that ravioli.
It's because there's
was
too
a
much
type
sugar
of
in the
food.
damn spaghetti sauce.
I thought
That's
ravioli
why.
was like beefaroni, and it was a proprietary thing until I was in college.
You thought it was just Chef Boyardee?
Just yeah, a ravioli. It's like a beefaroni. It's just branded Chef Boyardee products. That's
No.
what I thought. Isn't that like the pinnacle of white trash?
It
Oh,
is.
bro, no, I could appreciate. We were lucky enough to have a mother that like cooked every day until we were older teenagers, so we had good food all the time. There's always spaghetti or
Yeah,
some
no.
meat
The first time I
or
saw somebody
something.
order toasted ravioli from a restaurant, I was like,
Yeah.
"Bro, what the fuck is that? They just like dumped the can out and baked that shit."
Dude, if they did that, I wouldn't even pay $3 for that dish.
I don't know.
You pay no
In
20
hindsight,
some odd
it's
dollars
like-
a plate.
Oh yeah, they're charging way too much for that stuff too.
No, that's not how they do it in the restaurants, man, for sure.
All right, Dr. Tapioca Weasel also thinks it's a legitimate take. So if the astrophysicist or whatever thinks that it's not too white trash, then it's not.
Right on. That's
Apple
definitely
pie
should be
is
the
an
deciding
American
factor.
originally. My hot take. No, I think it's English, isn't it? Apple pie.
I don't know. America stole everything anyway.
Well, the
yeah,
weird thing,
of course we did.
the weird thing about food is how the fuck
We're
Italian
a melting
food got
pot.
to be all tomato sauce when like tomatoes were discovered in America and Italians were reluctant to try it because it looked like hemlock.
But you know what happened though when they did try it? They had better spices than us. That's what happened.
But,
That's
yeah.
what
What's
happened.
Italian food?
It's the
before
spices.
that?
Literally, add tomato and it becomes Italian.
Right. So what was Italian?
No,
food
No,
before they
God,
ate
no. You gotta have the
tomatoes?
right spices. Fuck off. We're gonna have a cooking show. That's it. I'm gonna teach you guys about spices and how to cook. I can.
Yeah, that's
I don't know shit about spices. My girlfriend cooks. She's a good cook. I don't fuck with it.
Yeah,
I used to
we're
cook, but then I got
I
exaggerating.
don't cook. I don't cook.
I
Don't get
know
me wrong,
what
but I
Flow
can.
State's saying though. It's like tomato flavor and tomato sauces and things is so synonymous with Italian cooking. But
So what did they eat before that?
Yeah, it's true. Well, they had a lot of like pesto and cheese sauces and white sauces they made. It
Are you
wasn't all about
speculating,
tomato.
or do you
Like
know?
there are so many Italian dishes that do not have tomato sauce. It would blow
Yeah.
your mind. Absolutely blow your mind. There's more without tomato sauce. 3 or 4 times as many without tomato
Like
sauce.
what?
than
You
there is
got
with.
pesto.
Literally.
You got Alfredo.
Yeah, but you can keep going.
risotto.
Olive oil.
Risotto.
Not all
That
ravioli
doesn't
comes
have
with red sauce. Not
That's
all.
true.
You know.
I learned that too.
Yes, you did. Because
You are
fried
white
ravioli
trash.
does not have freaking red sauce on it. You can get it on the side to dip if you wanted it.
You can't.
Doesn't. Yeah.
And not all of it has meat in it either, or whatever they
No,
put in Chef
some of it's
Boyardee
just
raviolis.
cheese. Yeah. Some of it's just a bunch of Italian cheeses, which is really good too. Make
So-
it fart, but it's good.
amazing.
Worth it.
So, guys, you know what's interesting? I learned today that Aussie land have a shit ton of rabbits, right? But they don't even eat them because when a gentleman,
Myxomatosis, bro.
huh?
Myxomatosis.
I don't even
It
know
sounds
what
like a
that is.
disease.
Tosis
guys-
is a yeah.
We introduced a disease to try and take out the rabbits, but
It's a terrible idea.
Dude, how do you think we got the cane toad infestation? We've got like we don't.
I was going to speculate
Clearly
that it's
don't
because they
work.
have all those delicious kangaroos, but I guess that's not why.
No, that's not why. Different reason.
Dude.
Close. Close.
When I learned that, you guys literally created viruses to kill off these rabbits like 3 times. I was like, dude, you guys really fucking hate rabbits.
That's
Well, they're really, really bad for our environment, for our native wildlife.
Yeah, they don't have any natural enemies like the cane toads.
But does the virus that they released?
Virus killed a good
Well,
amount, but
not
rabbits breed, they breed like crazy.
so enough. They do it fast enough that they can have genetic mutations often enough that it's really hard to kill them off with disease.
Well, you guys need to stop fucking them so much.
But they're so furry and warm and
Small.
Soft and as long as you tie up those back legs, you're okay.
But interestingly, apparently it's a
Or
delicacy.
turn them over, just as long as they're not.
I just
face
made
down.
it up at the last second. I don't know.
You don't want to get a rabbit kicked in the nuts.
Well, that's what I was saying. You want to tie up the back
Right.
legs, like do the
You
stomach.
could
or
just roll
something.
them over on their back too, so that.
No, I don't think that would work, bro.
Y'all got issues.
My
Oh, yeah,
cat
Richard
rabbit
traumatizing
kicks me, and
Richard.
My cat rabbit kicks me and he will fuck me up, and he's not even a rabbit. So
He's a real
you don't
boy.
want to fuck with a rabbit. We used to have rabbits growing up. A real rabbit kick will fuck you up.
Will it?
It will slash you, and you'll feel it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Huh, I never would have thought.
We grew up with rabbits. Yeah.
Well, I can imagine.
And just
I
to be
caught-
clear, Flow State made the joke. I just
What
went
do you-
along with it about
Oh,
fucking rabbits. Yeah, you did.
Oh no, we know who farted, Sammy. Don't worry, we know who.
Don't.
farted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to point it out.
But I
It was
just,
the damn dog
caught-
again.
We just caught both the raccoons that were eating my chickens, and I had no idea how fucking powerful those little monsters are until I had one. And I had to weld more steel onto the cage trap because the first time I caught one, it just pushed its way out and bent the metal.
Wow.
They're like
Cheap
little
trap
bears.
buyer.
Yeah.
Did you go to Walmart for that trap, man?
Menards.
Harbor Freight.
Yeah, I
Menards,
mean, it was
well-
basically it was a $40 Menards cage, so it was big enough, but it wasn't up to the task of a raccoon. But once I welded
Right.
on some sheet metal, it was.
My house is built out of Menards.
I
That's
love
where
Menards.
I got all this material. I got everything from Menards.
They have everything.
Flooring, all of it.
Did you build it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Do you want to know how quick I built it before I had electricity and water in?
Yes.
Just roughed it out, and I put my crown molding up here has a extension cord hidden behind it that has it's big industrial one that has the several ports running down it.
Mm-hmm.
So I have, if for an emergency, I can plug that into my electric generator, my solar battery dump in the back. I can plug it into that, and I can have power for emergency too.
Nice.
So I started out with that, and now I have electricity. I ran electricity myself, but the original build to get it to the point of just living in it, 82 hours.
Shut the fuck up. So
Nope. True story.
you started with the
And
foundation.
that actually includes 6 hours of shopping time.
So
I
but you
counted
said you
all
already
of it.
had the foundation poured, or do you have a foundation?
It's
No,
a
no,
tiny
no.
home.
Cargo
It's a tiny-
conversion. I have a cargo trailer I converted into
Oh
a tiny
no
home.
shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What's it?
Yeah.
What's it? What are you sitting it on?
It's on its tires and
Okay.
on jacks. It has, well, I have jacks underneath all four, like jack stands underneath four corners.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so it's stabilized that way, and then I have wedges and boards underneath the tires so that it's leveled out left to right, and then the chocks so it can't go anywhere.
This house was built in 3 different phases. It's not that big, but it was a little house, and then they added on a trailer, like a mobile home, and then they built on this section too, and that side of the house is still on jacks.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's kind of a funky build, but it's big.
Yeah, well, as long as it's big and nice, who cares, right?
It's
Some of
not
those old
nice.
boys would do some weird shit, but it would last it a long time. So who's bitching?
Right. It could be bigger. It was when we first moved in here. It was plenty big, and since then, we've had more people
You've
move
collected
in.
crap and
We've collected
people
kids and stuff. There's not a lot of storage.
People.
That's right. People. Yeah.
He's a human collector. Everybody watch that guy, right? Just saying.
I need more freezer space for all those humans.
I wasn't even. I was just complaining kidnapping, not death. You crazy man.
Oh,
If
no,
you
I
just
don't-
compressed them
I don't
into
wanna have to
school-
keep feeding those
Look,
things.
plastification. I'm telling you, it's a bigger outlay but less overheads.
Yeah, less overhead, right? That's when you have a deck and you don't have a house on that part, right? Less overhead, no roof, just a deck, right? Never mind. Horrible
I
pun,
didn't-
apparently.
You know, they make a diesel run. Now it's made for compressing aggregates into blocks on site, but there's no reason at 30,000 psi you couldn't put kids in it.
And make a house out of kids.
I'm just saying, if you have a lot of them,
no. Just kill them easier. We're talking.
I
We're gonna
think
build a
that-
house
I
out of them.
think
They
that-
rot.
I
What fun
think
is that?
that'll settle over time in a weird, smushy way.
I was
I mean, if
actually
you wanted to
thinking
make 'em
about
into
the
ice
freezer
blocks,
being
like, up in
square.
the- Up
know,
in the
but-
Arctic Circle, you could do that.
Sure,
You
sure.
can make ice blocks from babies and
Sure.
make an igloo.
That'd be kind of a cool machine to have, though. I bet those are expensive as shit.
I think they run about 15 grand.
That's less than I was guessing.
Yeah.
How do you have sex with a kangaroo? Very carefully, I would assume.
Wow.
Or you don't, the kangaroo has sex with you. One of those two answers.
I think
That's
its
probably more
vagina is
likely.
inside of its pouch. That's what
How
I
do you
heard.
have sex with a kangaroo? You
Climb inside its pouch.
Submit and wait for it to be over.
It's kind of
You
what
close
I
your eyes
about,
and
right?
cry.
I don't want to scream like a pig again.
Richard, you doing okay up there? Are you getting traumatized yet?
You know, I've been through a lot in my life. I'm okay.
This
Internet
really is not
thing.
going to traumatize him, people. But if you guys want to get back onto like a topic that you guys normally discuss, we can do that. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, if anyone wanted to tell me something that I've said that's stupid and doesn't make any sense in reality and isn't plausible from within, you know, the religious story context, that would be awesome.
I would like for you to explain the thingy you were showing yesterday.
I comprehend.
that-
I
When Richard was showing his thingy, that was off air.
that was after the show. You're not supposed to bring that up on air.
Did I miss that?
That was private. Hello? What are we talking about? I don't know what you mean.
Speaking of private,
And the diagram.
Which diagram?
Oh,
The
yes,
diagram.
that's done. I've been waiting to talk to you about. Yeah.
Alright.
The circle with the what are the star thingies?
With the
that people
zodiacs.
believe in? Zodiac.
So, hold while you're looking for what
Oh, you're talking about with the different zodiac signs.
I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. Yeah.
The tiny home. Did you hook up? Was there existing plumbing that you hooked up to, or do you have a septic tank? Or do you poo
I'm basically
outside?
gonna have like a composting toilet right now because I was saving up money and I lost my job.
Hmm.
But since then, my landlord has decided to help me and give me stuff that she has extra, and Richard and I are going to be doing that soon as it warms up.
Nice.
So I just
That's
ran out of. I already put 15,000 into this place, so
Yeah.
it's which is not really bad to have a portable home.
It's not.
But yeah, it's
Because I would totally
expensive.
I would totally do something like that, but I need the land first. I rent too, and I would like to have land.
why do you
put
need
on.
land? The point of a
Because
tiny home is so it's mobile.
Because there's 6 people in my house, 6 people and chickens and cats and yeah, I would just want my own land before I start constructing something. I would need a bigger place than
So what you
than
should look
one.
into, Flow State, is getting property and buying shipping containers, the old shipping containers, and you can weld those together in different directions and make like. There's one guy has a home that's hold on, let me set my damn donut down. He's got a home that one's on the bottom like this, and it's a 32 footer, not a 50 foot. No, the bottom one is a 50 footer. And then he took the other one and put it like this.
yeah. Yeah, see
Well,
that's,
So
that's what I was
his
thinking.
top
I was-
floor sticks out, and he's got a porch, a deck underneath there. So he's got
see, I would totally do
and
something
his
like that.
his bedroom's on the outside of that. So his bedroom is suspended in air.
And
so
the
he just
beautiful
welded them
thing-
together, and he pegged it down to the concrete pad he put down, and he just started building on the inside, insulated it, put up walls, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
homes.
and see the beautiful thing is there's no limit to how many more shipping containers you could add on hypothetically. So
Literally, you could go as high as it's legal for that area.
or as far out as you've got the space for.
There you go. Thank you, Richard.
That's the one, Sammy, yeah?
Yep, that one.
Okay. So Math Pig didn't let me go over this. I'm not really sure why. He kept stopping me and asking questions, and it's like, could you let me finish and you maybe get it, maybe not? Okay, so this is drawn directly out of the list of apostles in the quote-unquote foundation of the wall of heaven, chapter 21 of the book of Revelation, and the stones that are mentioned in a specific order, and the tribes of Israel in the order given originally, the original 12 tribes, and it's confirmable in several ways that these are the actual colors of the flags of the tribes of Israel even to today, except for Ben-Hameen, who decided they didn't like a pink flag. So they went from sardonyx to onyx, and they have a black flag. Yes, onyx comes in several human skin tones.
Actually does.
Yeah. So that's generally it. So it gives the cardinal directions. First east, which you see here is position 1, then north 2, south 3, and west is off the picture. I'm sorry, position 4. All right. So that used up the first 4. And then positions 5 and 6 are clockwise, counterclockwise of 1, 7, 8, counterclockwise, clockwise of 2. And I didn't arrange it this way. It just turns out this way that there's this repeating sequence. 9 and 10, counterclockwise, clockwise of 3. 11, 12, counterclockwise, clockwise of position 4. And that fills in all the gaps, as you can see. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So with, and it's confirming in another way, because the tribes of Israel as listed in that pattern match the zodiac signs. Levi the priest with the scapegoat, Capricorn. Simeon the warrior, the swordsman, with Sagittarius the bowman. Benjamin the wolf with Achaia the eagle. Zabulon the judge with Libra the judge. Asher the sheaves of wheat with Virgo the virgin with the sheaves of wheat. Judah the lion the lion. Issachar the crab. The Jewish sign for this actually has one planet with 8 planets around it. But it's the same thing as one planet in an orbit. It's still talking about planets. Reuben the twins, that one was easy. Manasseh the bull, don't even have to talk about it. Joseph the ram, moving on now. Gad the fisherman, Pisces. And the seafarers, Naphtali, the water bearer, Aquarius. All right, so you got all that.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, no problems. And then those same stones in rainbow order in the center, of course, the zodiac aligned to the year, where the new year falls halfway through Levi or Sagittarius. Did I say that right? Is that the right word, Sagittarius? Yes. Capricorn. Yes. Capricorn, not Sagittarius. I did say it wrong.
You were asking if you said it right. I didn't know.
I said the word right, but the wrong word, yeah.
Oh, right.
Okay. So you might notice that in the list of the apostles, the 2 James are 6 names apart. All right? And then you've got Simeon, which is a prime. Wow. Or Simon as a prime as east. And then the other ones just fall in the order. And I did them in east, north, south, and west are the same colors inside and out. That's the basis for the offset and the rainbow. So you see the inner layer is rainbow order and the outer layer with the flags is not. But I'm not guessing what rainbow order is. And I'm not guessing where the flags belong either because the signs align them. Good so far?
Okay.
Great. All right. Now.
So, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead and say the thing while it's fresh in your memory.
So, I'm just finished explaining, then I'll ask my question. Because I don't want to ask my question without at least fully understanding as much as possible.
Fair enough. Okay. So, you can see that at north by northeast, the colors are different. The inside color of purple is not the same as the kidney brown red color, right? And you'll see that also at east by southeast, at south by southeast. All of them except for the four corners plus Benjamin Andrew. So you got the four cardinal directions. They're the same inside and out. And Benjamin Andrew is the same color inside and out. And all the rest of them don't match. So if you draw a straight line from the center of the color, like let's take for instance Judah in the lower right hand corner there, which is a certain color green, like a forest green. Where'd the other forest green end up? It ended up at Bartholomew in the upper left. So you draw a line from the center of that to the center of Judah. That creates this odd. You guys see my cursor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we can see it.
So
fine.
that creates this line, right, from Judah to Bartholomew, and purple to purple, right, creates this line. Beryl red to beryl. Jasper. I can't remember the name of that stone right now. Forgive me, it's been too long. So you get this weird rectangle shape right here, this unequal rectangle shape. The other lines connected in the same way create this triangle shape right here. Right? You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then you've got the east-north line, and you've got the southwest line. Of course, a north-south line wouldn't do anything, so I didn't bother to draw it. It would not do anything except for pierce the center. Who cares? All right. So that creates 8 intersections. There's an intersection right here, and 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 here. See all the intersections.
Mm-hmm.
If you go from the center out through an intersection, it points to a date. You can see that one right there is pointing toward long about, what is that, the 3rd or 4th or 5th of November.
Yeah,
right?
first week of November 2015.
Then this one's like December 16th.
Uh-huh.
And, okay, etc. all the way around. Interesting thing, without doing any research, just drawing this, all these radiant lines fall on Jewish holidays. But the Jewish holidays change a little bit each year. There's mathematical calculations for that the Jews perform. I don't know how to do those calculations. But these would be actual Jewish holidays on certain years. Okay. So what I'm saying is, like, when the Jewish holiday Passover literally means something passes over, which I believe is heaven that passes over. So if I find the Passover holiday on this and I could figure out the year, which I can't seem to figure out, or the set of years, then I would know the arrival of heaven.
Which is pretty freaking deep.
Yeah, it's yeah. Okay, that's why I said there's a whole bunch to say and it's kind of deep. And okay, but you guys get the idea, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's events of end times calendar, but because it's over the course of three plus years and the calculations are so complicated, I can't figure out which years it is.
Maybe it's not necessary. Maybe it's used not necessarily to figure out the year, but to figure out where when each cataclysm will take place.
Yes, once it starts, this will be super clear.
Oh,
Okay, so the year when it starts, I'm getting the impression that doesn't really matter. This is just to chart the whole process for throughout the whole. There to chart the whole process. That's the impression I'm getting just looking at it the way how it's set up.
That's what I make of it too. I mean, it is what it is. The crazy part is I tried to draw this about 30 different ways, and all of it ends up trash because the intersections end up, well, first of all, the intersections don't stabilize, and they're so shallow compared to the center point that the radiating line from the center can be a great variation of days, like almost half a month, and it's almost meaningless.
Okay, so there's two things, right? Did this account is this done solely based on from a Earth frame of reference?
Yeah, this is under a heliocentric model. Yeah.
Okay.
Which at the age of this writing, it should be geocentric, and it's not.
Interesting. So I know this might be a dumb question, but do you think it's a coincidence considering that they had geocentric views back then?
Well, in a geocentric thought pattern, this is trash and it makes no sense, and you can't even draw it this way. But when you draw it, it's a heliocentric model, which is, I mean, people are going to say you can't use that as evidence of intelligent beings understanding we're going to get to a heliocentric model. But that's what I would say, that it's predictive, and I mean thousands and thousands of years ahead of its time.
Okay. So, at what point the cause that the ignition of Jupiter would take place? I guess at what point the trigger for that will take place?
It has to happen in the house of bread, or Virgo, or Bethlehem, depending on which language you want to use.
Interesting. Can you show me that with your mouse cursor?
Sure. Hold on. Where you mean the location of that? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Let me click over to the other one. Okay, this is house of bread right here, Virgo.
Okay. Interesting. It's in the.
Which is why I have Jupiter right here, partially ignited in that house, in that 30 degrees.
But it's igniting under Judas.
Yes,
What's the
Judas the traitor.
Behind that?
Well, actually, yeah. That the character Judas the traitor is a very meaningful name, and it's even interesting that it's sandwiched between two Simons. You notice in the order given.
I was actually going to ask you about that.
Yes, all this means stuff. It does, and it works within the text. If you start reading the text, and you start reading the stories about Simon and Judas and how they and the interplay, yeah, it makes sense on the chart.
So
okay, that's the same Simon twice then.
No, it's two different Simons.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so I thought I remember something about two, but I wasn't sure. Okay,
yeah, there's two Simons and two Jameses.
So why? So the Simon of the South versus the Simon of the East, right?
Yeah.
What's the significance between those two Simons that would, I guess, signal how that ignition starts? Because
I guess not about the Simons that the ignition starts.
Okay.
It has to do with David and Goliath as the inner solar system. Like I said, this is only supposed to be dates. There's no events described in the calendar. I put that in there because where my brain goes with this, but it's no part of chapter 21 of the book of Revelation, or the apostles, or the 12 tribes.
Have you considered trying to see if it'll line up?
What do you mean, line up?
So, with the events of the book of Revelation? As far as you understand it, of course.
Well, I'll give you an example. There's 2 of these lines here that are 40 days apart. And we're supposed to be, quote unquote, in the glory of God for 40 days. As an example, you know? But the ignition of Jupiter and the star in the east is very significant in the text as well. I don't know if I've said this to you particularly, Batman. I forget who I said what to because I quit worrying about lying. So I don't keep track anymore. I did. I bet can tell you. I mean, I used to spend a lot of brain power on lying, and I just quit doing it. Okay, so if right now we have 4 inner stony planets, and you take away the planet Mercury, you now have 3 stony planets: Venus, Earth, and Mars. The Hebrew names for the characters, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th out from Saul, the names mean the following. Abinadab, recent volunteer. There is a serious scientific theory that Venus is actually the youngest planet, newest to our solar system, and it got here by accident, and that it wasn't part of the original gravitational collapse and solar disk model. Okay? And I think that's because its chemistry or if its gravity is really weird for our solar system is why they say that. The next one out is, in the stories, is Eliab. Now Eliab is the only sub-character that talks. He's not even a main character, but he has talking. And he's the biggest of the 3 brothers that show up for the war. And then the furthest one out, Shema, the name Shema means come to ruin, as in wasn't, at one time it wasn't ruined, right? And that taking the position of Mars. I find all that very interesting since we have serious theories that Mars may have been a habitable planet long, long ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
True.
So you might recognize this story from the Bible. And there was a bright star over Bethlehem, and 3 magi went through Bethlehem following the star in the east, and when they departed, they went another way.
Interesting.
They carry gold, frankincense, and myrrh.
Yep.
And lots of other stuff that's here.
Lots of other minerals and crap. Yeah.
Yeah. A whole bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Whole bunch of stuff.
But they definitely do carry gold, frankincense, and myrrh.
Now, Ox said, looks almost like a native medicine wheel. Now, Ox, if you told me there was like shit to line up the stars with stuff on there and the dates lined up with that, I would be like, dude, you need to send that to me now. Because that would be interesting to see. But anyways.
It's actually, and I know that I already know that Ox is right, that there are medicine wheels of 4 divisions, and that's a typical theme.
Okay.
And that there's even tribes, I don't know about his tribe, but there are tribes who say the cardinal directions in that order: east, north, south, and west. I know that. And I know that the colors on the medicine wheel represent things like, you know, harvesting and also day and night. And in Zuni Indian in particular, they have the butterfly maiden, and the butterfly maiden, she's dressed to be wed. She's wearing a calf skin that's inside out, so the fur's on the inside and it's painted white or dyed white somehow.
That sounds.
And she's got this really big headdress, and on her headdress is day, night, and something weird that's neither day nor night. And
the hell's
in the
not day or night? Dusk?
Smiting of the third's not day or night. In a
Oh,
binary
okay.
solar system, you have not day and not night. You have something in
Okay.
between.
You're right. You're right.
And it's interesting to me that there's stars that are in the night part of the headdress, and 1/3 of them approximately are missing from the weird part headdress.
Interesting.
And I see a lot of similarities like that.
Yep.
Which does not make me. I'm not claiming to be an expert on all these religions and stuff. It's just everywhere I look, I keep seeing this. And of course, you can say, Richard, that's your bias, and I'll even go, yes, it's probably my bias. But I just see it everywhere.
Ox said ours is separated by seasons, directions, red, black, yellow, and white. And then he said about the day and night, he said the gray with a smiley face.
Right.
Very interesting.
So label them. What do red, black, yellow, and white mean? And I mean everything they mean. If they mean more than seasons, please write that as well.
That's very interesting, Ox.
It's all super interesting. Like I wish I had about 500 more years of life to study all this stuff, and that's about what it would take.
Yeah. Ox, I'm surprised you're not mad at me, dude. You should send me a DM, because I don't know which damn Twitter account you're using. You got 30 of them.
So Richard,
no idea. Go ahead.
So the objection that Math Pig was saying yesterday, actually wanted, but I was doing something. So what he was saying, was that his issue was with the frame of reference when the coming actually takes place, right? So take for example, right? We on Earth, we're moving at a specific speed, therefore,
your mic is cutting in and out. If you can stabilize that somehow, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it makes your volume go up and down.
Can you guys hear me better?
Yeah, do that.
Okay. So in terms of Math Pig's objection, right? My understanding of it came down to the frame of reference.
Uh-huh.
The frame of reference meaning the relativistic aspect of time, right?
Okay.
So we're measuring time based on our localized area on Earth,
right?
Right. Now, where can I call it an invasion?
Sure, it's an invasion. It is.
So when the invaders, right? They're going to be approaching us from the east side.
That's the rumor.
Okay, from the galaxy, right? So to me, what he was saying was that it's pointless to set an actual date because their time reference is most likely going to be different than ours.
Yes.
Right. And I imagine unless they're using teleportation, right? If they're traveling at insane speeds, right? I don't know, maybe 50 times the speed of light or some crazy number like that.
Hard to say.
Right? Time for them is going to move significantly slower. So even if you were to set a specific date,
significantly slower. I had to think about that. Yes, keep going.
Yeah. So if you were to say, hey, this is the date that they'll start the invasion or the invasion process will take place, right? The issue that you're going to run into is that you don't know specifically where they're traveling from, right, and how long it's going to take them to get here, and so it wouldn't necessarily make sense for this to depict the dates or show the dates. So
is that what he was trying to say?
Yes.
It was driving me nuts. I couldn't figure out what he was talking about.
Yes, that was what he was trying to say. Now, when that was pointed out to me, that's when it hit me, and I was like, maybe this is just describing the events once everything starts.
Well,
Right? The
yes,
timeline.
obviously, because I mean, it's the text is not going to defeat itself when it says things like "No one knows the hour nor the day."
Yeah, but I'm surprised that that was something that didn't cross your mind when you first constructed this.
I couldn't figure out what he was asking me, and I've always assumed the consistent reading frame, so it's not even a question that came to my mind. You know, and as far as their differentiation between how they experience time now and how we experience time, we might say something like, "What if it takes them 100 years to cross a galaxy?" Just for instance, in their time and how we perceive it, that might be something like 20 seconds in our time, you know? And there's no way to know what it means to be completely out of a gravity well and experience time. We don't know what that means. We've never seen that. But the text claims, even Old Testament, that 1,000 years is as a day.
Yes.
Okay. And you know, even just as little as 70 years ago, everybody was saying bullshit. Well,
I mean,
now
to
we
be
know
fair,
actually it's not.
to be fair, they could be, and I'm just obviously speculating here. They could be traveling, right? And based on how fast, I would love to find a way to calculate this, right? If they're traveling, let's say a certain percentage of the speed of light, right? But the rate is
Right.
basically um, one day. One day to them is going to be 1,000 years on Earth,
Yeah.
right? So even if they take 100 days from their frame of reference,
Right.
it's going to be 100,000 years on Earth,
Right.
right? Yeah, that's crazy. I would love to see the math on that.
Working out, man. I'm not a mathematician. You know, I find these words right here so horribly interesting. I want to point something out about what Ox wrote unprompted. Because I just said, well, what do the colors mean? You know, I didn't tell him what to write. Peace and respect, Mac the human.
Mac.
Look at this. Look at this. New life in the East.
Isn't that interesting? And that's why I was asking him about it, because I was curious if anything overlapped.
See, but to me, this says the same thing, that our offer of new life comes from the East. Of course, that also makes me recognize that if spring is East in their model, they're working, and I'm just saying I'll adjust my brain for further analyzation, that this is a geocentric model.
I think you should redo this and update it.
Because in a heliocentric model, spring is in the west. Update it. How? What do you mean?
You mean for this year? What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying, because I think yesterday you said there was a mistake that was also made on it.
No. That was a different one that had a copyright error. It had a typo, a big typo.
Oh, okay.
But I had a typo on that. But I don't usually show that one to other people. This one is not the exact same chart. It doesn't have the typo.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that the Earth runs clockwise. Yeah, that confirms a geocentric model.
Yellow, red, black, and white.
Okay, so I need to flip the yellow, red, black, and white 180. I need to take that plate and flip it over, is what I need to do, so that it'll work with my brain, or I have to at least do it in my brain.
That's interesting.
Oh wow! You know, in the Christian text, if I said this in Christianese, Ox, I would say something like we start pure and become corrupt. And that's what those words east and south mean. Is that what that means to you?
Ox, come in, damn it.
I don't think Ox comes in.
Really?
No, Ox is. If you get
Which
him
is- I
on a
respect
damn
that.
live stream, I swear to God, I'll give you $20. No, he doesn't come on.
He might come on just to make you pay that,
He might.
Yeah,
'cause he's a
right?
bastard like that.
Now, the guy's got
Just
a
because
sense
he's a
of humor.
bastard like that. Just take it out of Richard's credit. It'll be fine.
Oh, check this out. Check this out. From south, we walk as adults through or toward the west. The west is knowledge. So this is like the circle of life, the progression of a human being through their stages in life. So going from like innocence into, well, being a jerk, and then gaining some knowledge. And
As
I
an
wonder
adult.
if that makes north. No, I'm going to wait for him to say it.
Yeah, I was going
Sorry.
to say, don't say a word.
All right.
I don't want to prompt him.
Look at this. Look at this. Man
Yeah.
has to learn to hate.
Oh, we
Very
know that.
interesting.
I have
Very
seen a
interesting.
Hispanic and black and white baby all playing together. None of them knew they were a different color.
Of course, they don't
So
care.
yes, people, because they don't care. People have to
Yeah.
teach it.
I think the way that Ox wrote, we have to learn to hate, is to suggest that learning to hate is part of our growth, that we get over hate later.
There you go. There's the rest of it.
And last, in our older years, we walk north, where we share and teach and then die. That is
Yep.
beautiful, brother. Gave me a little bit of chills. That was nice. I like that. Thank you.
That is beautiful.
I wonder, I have a technical question. Do you die where you were born in the East?
Good
Do
question.
you die in the East?
Is it a complete circle? Right.
Yeah.
The circle or cycle of life?
Both?
Both. Yeah. It goes in a circle and it is a cycle. Well, we all go through cycles. We do that constantly. Man is not born to hate. He is taught to hate, not by choice.
That is
Agreed,
true.
Ox.
That is true.
New life, growth, knowledge, and teaching, and death. Yes, Theo. Theological. Sorry.
Yeah. Right on. You know,
Good shit.
this way of expressing it, like the word usage here, it's only loosely attached to the Bible. It's a lot more directly attached to the Egyptian zodiac and what they call the circle of life, which is where we actually get that expression, is from the Egyptians.
Oh, okay.
Where they break it down into 12 sections. And that's kind of where the riddle of the Sphinx starts out from, actually. You know, what has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the day, and 3 legs at night? That the growth of a person is also the growth of mankind through the eons of time, or zodiac.
Right.
And I think it's all super interesting.
It is. I agree. Infantilism and senilism are not far apart. It is a circle. Yeah. Oh, I agree with that, Capo. I agree with that. Not dead
and
yet,
Capo,
but at least of where I was born, Mac.
It's not actually about geography, Mac, although I know you're white. I'm allowed to tease Mac a little bit.
I love
Capo,
Mac.
thanks
He's
for
good
coming
dude.
by. I don't recognize your icon, so I'm thinking that this is the first time you dropped by, and you even bothered to comment, and thank you so much.
Welcome.
And something else interesting about this Batman, and I don't know that I said this to you or not, and again, same reasoning. You might notice that you have. Are you there, Batman?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I'm going to use my cursor again if you can watch. All right. So here you have rams, right, at west,
Hmm.
and you have bullocks or bulls, right, over here at west, and you
Yeah.
have fish here, right, and you have liquids or watery stuff here. Then over here you have bread, right? Then you got wild animals up here, right? And then you have like the archer, the swordsman, which is also how you kill animals,
Yeah.
right? Down here you have the lion, and actually not the crab, but the planets. All right. You'll find every sacrifice in the Bible lines up with those positions. It uses those same kinds of things. Like, it's going to directly say, like bread and ram and bullock and fish and wine or milk, right? It's gonna directly say these things. If you because it says position east is position 1, the first one mentioned. And as the Europeans arrange a circle of fifths for music, C, middle C, is also directly east. If you overlay a circle of, which I could just put another circle here on the inside and put a circle of fifths on the inside of this, and when you read the Bible in order, the sacrifices given, it actually plays sheet music. And it's really good music. By the way, a friend of mine who's a pianist who noticed this and pointed it out to me when I was showing him this chart, he played some sacrifices for me, and it was gorgeous.
That's interesting.
I know, right? Blew my mind when you told me.
I mean, music is not random, and what a human person finds interesting and beautiful and attractive artistically is extremely specific. And I think there's no chance of great music coming out of this coincidentally. I mean, I think there's just no chance of that. It would just sound like me writing music, which would be trash.
Maybe it's a form of a radio signal. Where if we convert it,
thought about.
If we convert it to that, send it out. Maybe that's a way of telling them that, hey, we're ready. They pick up that
that's
signal.
a really odd idea. But here's the thing: we'd have to send that so long ago, or it's such high pressure. I'm not sure we could do it in any meaningful way.
I mean, we don't know. See what Alpha? For all we know, they might be chilling in Alpha Centauri.
Which brings me to recent news where we are seeing things that we don't know how to identify. And apparently more than normal occurrences of it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh yeah, you should look into like just Google UFO right now, or let's see. What's the other an acronym they're using? Aerial anomaly or something like that.
Oh, okay.
UAE, I think. I could be wrong, but that sounds right to my brain. Yeah, and it's plastered all over the news that, like, what was it, Beck? You told me this. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was looking at pulling up the wheel for you to look at when you were ready. What was the question?
I'm going to say UFOs. I'm going to use the old term. Recent sightings.
Oh, the spy balloons and the missile-shaped spy balloon. Those 4 of them now.
Oh, unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Yes. UAFs.
Dang. do I do that?
Thank you, Odin. I couldn't remember what it was. What are
I
you
think
trying to
someone
do?
somebody put it in the chat outside. But yeah, it's the correct term.
Yeah, I have that up for you, Richard. If you want me to present it, I can.
Oh, you have that up. Good. You can't do that from StreamYard?
What?
I can't
Oh,
bring
I
up
know.
Ox's. That's ridiculous. Why not?
I know it sucks, doesn't it? You should be able to like copy and paste it or something.
But you have control over this channel. Go ahead and do it.
Max shot one down.
Well, I already have it for you. So.
Well, you have control over the channel. Just go ahead and do it.
Okay. Just want to make sure you were ready. I didn't want to.
Yeah.
No toe stepping, bro.
You're lovely. You're very, very nice. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, that needs to be bigger.
Yeah, it gets fuzzier though. I'll try it. Hold on. It was really small when I started.
It still looks clear to me.
You can see it fine. Okay.
Yeah, my eyes are smearing it back together because it's not getting pixelated or anything.
Okay.
Can you read it on your screen?
I mean, I can't say those freaking Indian words. I am not going to try to speak Lakota, brother, but I can read the big words.
Okay, so the small print is in a foreign language. Never mind that.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I was not wanting to try to read them, because Ox would kill me. I cannot do it.
Right.
Okay. Wayopayeta. Sapa. I got you, man.
Yeah, you're
okay,
doing
keep going,
that.
brother. You
Just
dig a hole.
probably perfect.
Oh, don't you do that. No, it's okay.
Ox.
We're good, Ox. We don't need a bigger one, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks for the offer, though. So East
west.
red means morning, spring, spirit, childhood, and generosity. Boy, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? And then going clockwise instead of counterclockwise, we go to north, which is white, which means nighttime. That's interesting. Winter, mind. I mean, for my white brain, that's really counterintuitive that night is white. Mind, old age, and I went the wrong direction. That's what happened. South.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry, guys. South, yellow, noon time, summertime. The soul and adolescence. Yep, okay. Also fortitude, I believe. The west, black, evening, autumn, body, adulthood, and bravery. Okay, that works for me. North, white, night, winter, mind, old age, and wisdom. I imagine, although tell me whenever I'm wrong, I imagine that there are expansive stories on all of these topics. And I mean like a lot of detail. Oh. Ox laughed. You're lucky. Ox, big dude.
Yeah, yeah, he is. and he grew up like he left home when he was a teenager and went in the carny. So don't think he's not afraid to fight.
Wow.
He retired from the carny. So yeah, he's been around the world.
There's
literally.
awesome stories there.
Oh, he does, man. Like really, if you sat there and just chatted with him, he'd tell you all kinds of shit. He's seen it. He's done it. Yeah, he's a good dude though.
I don't know.
More than
probably,
I can type. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. There's probably a bit of wisdom and patience within having been a carny. Or either that or there'd be bitterness and a lack of patience. So
I think you got patience with bitterness, actually.
Patience with bitterness, okay.
He's pretty patient, but he can be pretty bitter. He had a pretty shit life.
I don't know. I keep reading it as humor, and maybe I'm giving too much leeway, but I had this friend in the Army, which I didn't call him a friend for like almost 3 years. Because every time he saw me, he put me down, insulted me, was like trying to be He was like a good 8 inches taller than me. Obviously outweighed me by a lot, and was always trying to intimidate me and stuff. And I'm like, I mean, I wasn't really intimidated, but I wasn't going to piss the guy off because he's so much bigger than me, you know. But
yeah, like why bother trying?
but I thought, man, this guy's the biggest jerk I ever met in my life. And then like 2.5 years, 2 3/4 years later, I found out it was all a joke.
He was just being sarcastic the entire time.
All of it was a joke. The whole thing.
I did that to someone.
That's a bad joke if nobody realizes.
I laughed
it's a
my
joke.
butt off. I couldn't stop laughing.
You got me for
sounds
2.5
more like
years,
a
bro.
cop-out than a joke.
I had a coworker a couple years ago where, you know, first of all, he was a really cool, really nice guy, right? And I used to just crack jokes and cut ass on him all the time. I was just basically oozing sarcasm for whatever reason, right? And, you know, he took it like a champ. And, you know, one day we were just like sitting back and, you know, having, you know, he was drinking his little beer, I'm drinking my little orange juice. And he was just like, why you always crap on me, man? I'm like, oh, I was just joking. Like, what? I was like, yeah, like, I was serious, dude. I like you. I think you're a really cool dude. If I didn't, I wouldn't even talk to you.
That's what I tell people. If I'm fucking with you and teasing you, joking with you, it means I like you. If I don't like you, I just will not speak to you. That's it.
There you
I
go.
won't. I don't have time for you. So what do you think
it's
of
that
that,
dude
brother?
that won't harass you that's really you should be alert of. What's that?
Yeah, right. That's the quiet dude. Don't be around the quiet dude.
Flow
So
state.
what do you think of that wheel?
The nice guy. There's a reason chicks don't dig nice guys. It's because they're liars.
What if night really means like the end of your life, and not nighttime?
Yeah, I'm with that.
Although it is the opposite of the sun, of noon in the summer and everything on the south side. So, yeah, I guess it can go both ways.
Maybe okay, I could be completely wrong on this, but maybe this is just showing the cycle of life from the perspective of growth. Now, by that I mean it's not necessarily focused on. Let's not focus on the time per se, but the state that people go through. Like you'll go through a state where you feel loved, a state where you're in a dark place. You see what I'm saying? Like a state where you feel rejuvenated and reborn, right?
Right.
Maybe that's what it's going towards. Again, speculating on my part.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that assessment.
It seems to make sense, at least at this topic level, at this level of explanation. It seems to make sense to me.
Interesting. I'll say anything else.
What are we piecing together with this? I was gone for a minute, but it looks like
compared to the other chart.
Oh. Well, this makes sense to me. You can see exactly why they're all kind of clumped the way that they are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Old age, wisdom, mind, adulthood, bravery, body, because you're fully mature. Yeah.
Right.
So
if you,
funny.
If you consider it all in position of the sun, which it is, and then the Lakota, I don't know what the Lakota's territory is, but it's North America, so you've got the equator south of you.
I know there's Lakota in North Carolina for sure, because I know someone there that's Lakota. But I don't know where else they are or if they are anywhere else. North Carolina, last I heard. I'll put it that way. I'm sure Ox will have something to say about that in a second. He'll tell us where they are. He's still connected to the tribe, but because he's only half indigenous, he cannot hold any high positions.
That's enough for a scholarship, though.
Huh?
That's enough for a scholarship.
One back in the day when he joined the Carney, Ox is almost 60 now, so
we spent quite a bit of time trying to, because I don't know if I've got, but my mom swears up and down that I've got some Indian in me, and she's So we were trying to find that documentation. We never did. But, you know, like all white people think that they've got like somewhere back there.
I never said that. I know we don't. I know exactly where we
and
come from.
especially you.
Including and especially you. Okay, bro. No, we got a smidge of English, a good slice of Danish, a good slice of European, and a smaller slice of Italian.
Well, it sounds like you got entirely European, not a good slice of it.
Yeah, but on the DNA test they did, my sister had it done through Ancestry. I didn't pay for that shit, but I do have her results because it's interesting.
I got my aunt's results for the same thing.
It said European because it was too like. Oh no, actually I'm wrong. Hold on, no, I'm incorrect. European was the smallest slice. Italian was bigger than European. It was like it's all mixed up. We can't really.
They don't
tell
consider Italy part of Europe.
Well, yeah, they do, but they knew that they could tell.
Just generic European.
There's like they can't tell, right? I mean, they have Irish too, you know, Irish, and you know, you got the English, you got the. So it's different. Anyways, point is I know I'm not. We have no indigenous blood in us from North America for sure. And our family came over so late. Like our dad's family came over sooner, but they only came over 3 generations back, and mom's family came over 2 generations back. So we know that, like I tell people all the time, I sleep at night because I know that not only was our family not here long, they were too poor to own slaves. So I don't have to sweat that. And our family from the North fought in the Civil War against slavery, so they were bigoted. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to say they weren't, but they didn't agree with slavery.
But
they were bigots for sure.
It's not on you.
But most white people back then were bigots. You know, that was pretty much common. If you were trying to go somewhere in life and move up, you're a bigot back then. That's just how it was. It was like a disease.
Thanks again for the input, Ox.
Most is just common knowledge. I'm in North Carolina. I'm from Marland, where the Suquanhuck, Eastern Lakota. Oh, okay.
Most Native Americans that I've heard actually speaking their
Eastern.
native language, they do break it up syllabically. They do. So when you read a word like that, there's a really good chance that it's okay that you break it into 3 parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Ox. He said we were herded out to make room for the slaves. Oh, I know. We weren't here for that either. We didn't do anything to anybody indigenous or anything. It literally does help me sleep at night. I'm not even kidding. Like, if my ancestors would have done the horrible things that I know people have done, I would just be so angry.
Well, I mean, everybody's ancestors, I'm sure, are guilty of some awful shit. So you can probably.
Well, our ancestors are pretty poor, so poor people can't do too much awful shit. They had a bar. That was their legacy on my dad's side. Mom's side, they came over here and started growing vegetables.
But I mean, my point was like, there's no reason to feel any sort of particular way about something that you didn't do.
Hey,
out of your
let
power.
Beck sleep when Beck needs to sleep, okay?
I'm trying to help Beck sleep forever, no matter what he learns.
Dude, I don't want to sleep forever, bitch. I want to wake up
peacefully. I mean.
Wow, that wasn't purposefully out of context at all. Yeah.
No.
Nah.
No. Not at all. Well, no illegals on stolen land. Yeah, well, you're right about that. You know, I don't know. I don't know the history behind Chicago, but that's where Dad's family was. And Mom's family came in through Ellis Island and ended up in Boston. So
yeah.
I'm not sure what happened in Chicago with all that. I know they were poor and opened up a bar because that's what they had done in Denmark, apparently. They were bar owner people. And they basically raised all of their kids on the floor of the bar, including our father. So when he got out of the military with some severe PTSD, he said, well, I'm going to go to the bar because it probably felt like home to him. And that's where he spent his time getting drunk. And then we would see him and he would go to sleep, and then he'd go to work, and then he'd come home drunk, and we'd see him and he'd go to sleep.
My great-grandpa had the first winery in Missouri. So we both come from a relatively short line of New to America, Europeans with booze.
Nice. Nothing wrong with being a European with booze.
So
No, I'm pretty sure around Chicago there was a bunch of stolen land too, if I remember correctly. But yeah,
as far as I know, it was
purchase, wasn't it?
You could say it was all stolen, and that wouldn't be unjust.
Oh, Ox, my DNA has been checked, buddy. Oh, you talking about Flow? Yeah, you actually, I would. If I was you at Flow State, I'd go and get your DNA checked. It doesn't cost that much. Just find a company that doesn't spread your fucking information all over the world. There are a few of them.
Now that I remember, it wasn't. She didn't have her DNA checked. She did an Ancestry.com thing, and I've got it somewhere still. I don't. I know that I'm descended from Constantine and from Braveheart. Braveheart.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Braveheart. You know what? I lied to you. It wasn't Ancestry.com. You're absolutely right. It was Ancestry, not DNA. You're right. My bad. I forgot. I'm high. Leave me alone.
Wait, Wendy said she had to have a mouth swab for that, didn't she?
I don't know. Oh, yeah. No, that's right. It was DNA based. I have the tab right here, actually.
Okay. I mean, I could be misremembering easily, but that's what I remember her saying.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Was,
you're right.
There was a DNA. It was a DNA analysis she did.
There are tribes, and last time I checked, knew somebody who talked about it. There was Lakota that were accepting as rightful claim. Last time I checked, it was all the way down to 132nd. But that doesn't mean you got property, but you can get registered and say I'm part of the tribe at like 132nd blood.
Okay, so I found it. Robert the Bruce, King of Scotland. I've got him way back.
Yeah, that was the sworn enemy of Braveheart.
Right, he's the one that killed Braveheart, I think.
Yeah.
Right. And Longshank.
I hear you,
Longshank.
Actually, back when our family came to Chicago, they didn't own shit. The funny thing is, Ox, is when our family came to Chicago, they were poor as shit and they didn't own anything. But if you look in Chicago and just look up our last name, there are so many businesses, from insurance to car sales to fucking name it. Our name's out there all over. I don't even want to go to Chicago. I'm afraid people will think they know me or something. No, you don't know me. I know I'm not related. Well, I am. We are, but we didn't keep in contact with Dad's side. They were like all drunks and shit. So
I just wish Michael would send me some of that movie money.
I know, fucking son of a bitch.
And then I know he's got a bunch of it.
I've known that fucker since I was 4 years old. I remember him.
It's not right, man.
That's right. It's not right.
We're blood relatives. You ought to cough some of that money up.
Yeah, bro.
So Robert the Bruce is my 23rd great-grandpa. Edward the First of England is my 24th great-grandfather. And then somewhere in here there's Constantine.
That's so sweet, Ox. Yeah, if you're independent and you don't need it and you can survive without it, that's an awful big-hearted thing to do, bro.
Yeah, good for you, man. Good for you. I'm not interested enough in my DNA to put all my relatives and future relations in danger. Well, I've quit going around like places like this and pissing people off then, man. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just playing. I had to.
That joke sort of sounded like a threat.
Yeah, no, he's not joking. I am.
No.
I don't know why he's trying. You trying to go Murdaugh? Or what? Gonna be a Murdaugh-er? It's my new name for the family, Murdaugh-er.
I don't get it. Not either.
It's a murder trial. Murder, Murdaugh-er.
Murdaugh is a last name?
Yeah, he killed 2 of his family members, so now he's a Murdaugh-er.
Now I get it's that trial you're watching. Now I get it.
Yes, okay. It's addictive. Every single day there's something cool that they say, then we're like, oh, we didn't know that. So it's
yeah,
fun.
and I'm not gonna lie, I'm also sort of apprehensive. That's why I won't do one. I just don't trust them, and I don't know where they're gonna put my DNA. I wish that I could be
In a
more protective
database.
of it in a database, but whose database? And you don't know what someday I'm gonna walk outside and see 1,000 clones of me or some shit. I don't know. I would be more
Dude,
protective.
if they're gonna do that, they're gonna do that with the top dog, amazing scientists and shit.
I
Are
Like
you
don't
you
kidding
and
know.
me?
Story,
Maybe
none of us
Jose
are
has good
important
genes.
enough for them to reuse our DNA. We all suck compared to those.
Let the
No, but they
conspiracy
can-
argument start. Okay,
They
I'm gonna go
can-
smoke.
They can definitely code things, right? So if you were designing a super or a targeted weapon, something like that, I don't know. I don't know what they could do with it. I just know that I'm apprehensive about spreading it around because I don't know how
No,
it could
I
be used.
understand why, and I know a lot of people that are. I don't. I mean, I started doing it, but I was doing it through a college where the information was going to stop at the college. And I confirmed that. I had it on the paperwork. I read it all. I signed it. And then I lost the paperwork and I didn't follow up with them. So, but it was through Michigan State. It was like
That clone.
legit. I looked into it. I went to their website and independently found it, and all the names and all the information matched that I got info. So yeah,
Well, you
I
do
had
your
that
due
going for a
diligence.
while, and they sent me the thing. I swabbed my cheek. It was spit. It was spit test, and I spit in the little tube and everything. And then you had questions every month you had to answer, and I just lost track of the email and I forgot to continue it. So I fucked up and I got kicked out of that study. But it would have been really cool because they were using it for scientific studies is what they were doing.
Theological.
Like to try to solve things like cancer and shit. And I was like, I'm game for that.
They don't want to solve cancer. There's too much money in not having a solution.
No, people college level do. It's the big wigs that
people
don't.
at college level do.
Yeah, oh no, they really do too. The young doctors, they really want to save lives, but then they get older and they get corrupt and they go too high, and then they think they're God, and then it's all gone.
But yeah,
really
Theo, I guess that's sort of why I would be concerned about it because I don't know what could be done with it. That's exactly what my concern is, and it's not. They've already swapped my cheek and put me into a DNA database for criminals. So that's not something I can back out of at this point.
Well, they already have your information then if they wanted it.
Right.
There's nothing you can do now.
They do. Yeah. And
so you might as well just go ahead and do it out of curiosity. Who the fuck cares? They already got your shit, man.
Well,
that's like me saying, I don't want anybody to know anything about me, but I was in the army.
Right, but one entity having your information is not the same as other entities. Like that it's the same sort of argument people have for like, well, I'm not going to worry about this app because if they want into my phone, they get it, right? Which is kind of faulty logic.
Yeah, but there's blurred lines everywhere, my friend.
There are definitely blurred lines everywhere. But
man, screw that. They need to pay me for my information. That's what they
gray areas.
I'm tired of them getting it for free. No, I said that they need to start paying people for that shit. I'm tired of them getting it for free.
Oh no, you have to pay them to have them run it.
No,
that's what's shitty about it. That's why I was going through the college because I was like, they're going to do it for free for me. I just had to stay with the study for like 6 months or something like that, or a year or something, and just keep answering the questions. And it was like health questions and stuff, And like, Theo, how do you feel? Have you had any heart conditions? Have you had any, this is what's happened in the last month with you. And that's all it was. It was easy shit.
Theo,
but it was all just for
either. But when I did, I'm pretty sure the girls were not like filing my seed away into a database.
Well, if they swabbed your cheek, they have everything on you, man.
Oh, I'm referring to sleeping around. He said, "Don't sleep around if you don't want."
Oh,
yeah. They're like trying to get it out of their hair.
Theological. This is one of the main reasons I don't care that Michigan State has it. I'm just refused to pay anybody, honestly. But it doesn't matter. And this is the same reason. This is my same thing I say when people say, I don't want stricter gun laws. I say, are you an upstanding citizen? Do you commit crimes? No. Then why are you worried about it? You can still get your guns. Oh, you got to wait an extra week? Oh, honey.
It definitely depends on the gun law.
Deporting, got to wait an extra week for the guns. It's ridiculous. The only people that should be worried about the gun laws are fucking criminals.
Criminals don't worry about laws.
Exactly. So why is anybody worried about it?
But why would you want a law that? Why would you want only criminals to be armed?
No, you're wrong. You don't even know
How?
my stance on it.
I mean, if you restrict,
I'm not
if you
trying to
add,
get rid of guns. That's fucking insane and stupid.
agree.
And it's against rights.
So
I'm not saying that.
Refine what increased gun law you would be behind then.
I want mental health connected to all the gun database. That's what.
So you want a gun database and you want a psych eval.
If someone has on record as being fucking crazy, yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to buy a goddamn gun.
What if they have ADHD?
That's not crazy.
I mean, but you see the point I'm illustrating is a rhetorical question.
No, I don't. It's a whole entirely different issue.
There's definitely
nothing
gray
to do
line.
with psychosis. Nothing at all. Not even
so
close.
Delusional.
I have ADHD.
As do I. So what? So delusion.
You see me going crazy? Come on now.
I don't know. I haven't been watching
that
long.
Well, I can, but only when you're a total dick. And I will strongly tell you to fuck off. But you have
so
to
all I'm
really
trying to do is
dick.
illustrate the blurry lines. Like I would agree that would be great if you could trust the system, right? Like, and I don't trust the psychiatric system. I don't trust the government system. All the systems that would need to be right to implement something like that don't work.
Because nobody's fucking worked to make it work better, and that's my complaint.
Well, I mean, it'd be law enforcement.
I mean, it's not just about the laws; it's also about the health system in general. Here, it sucks cock. It just does. All that needs to be fixed. That's part of it for me.
But when you put all this additional duties in the hands of broken systems, broken health systems, broken legal systems, broken law enforcement
I didn't say jump right to it. I said things need to be fixed.
Okay, first.
Yeah, I'm not getting into deep details right now. I'm high, man. I'm chilled. Don't get too deep on me. I'm just gonna like phase out and go. You know. Sorry, I've been smoking pot for like 3 hours. No, for 5 hours. I'm not getting too deep tonight. You have to catch me on a second bowl night, not eighth bowl. I thought sucking cock. Well, it depends on whether you're sucking or if you're giving or receiving. Let's put it that way. I'm not doing it. But
I've always
else
appreciated it. Yeah,
I'm game.
It's not my job, but I do appreciate it.
Oh yeah, well, as you should, sir. Not everybody does that shit. If you get it, fucking appreciate it.
Fair enough.
It is true.
Australia is a
lot of fucking
Australia has a
women.
way different situation than America, by the way. The geography, you can actually control an island and what comes in and it goes out a little bit better. So than like a massive continent connected to other countries.
Not necessarily.
For sure, necessarily.
I
mean, how not?
So there are plenty of countries that are islands that have an issue with gun smuggling, particularly in the Caribbean.
Oh yeah, there are.
And
you can't do it perfectly, but depending on how much effort you want to put towards it, it's more attainable, on Australia than on America, just based off geography.
I mean, I'm going to keep it a buck. I think the only reason the U.S. is still together as a country is because of money and capitalism and stuff. Like if all of that were to get stripped away, right? And people are basically kind of laid bare in terms of their intent and stuff like that. Like it would probably be chaos and another civil war. That's how politicized everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, this system only exists because of the economy. So I guess thank God for capitalism.
Didn't think I'd hear that today,
but I'm just saying, it's an incentive to keep the peace. That's one of the main reasons why a lot of countries don't go to war, right? Because war is expensive. A civil
Hey,
war
Yeah.
is even more expensive.
War is expensive. That's why we have it.
Yes, Sammy, wherever you are. That's what's wrong right there, brother. If you had guns, you wouldn't have rabbits. You just rabbit stew. Guys gotta like wire up traps with strings and shit.
First of all, rabbits reproduce
Actually, I
faster
want to
than
learn how
you
to
can
do
make
that. Does
bullets.
anybody know?
Rabbits are faster than bullets?
No, I said rabbits reproduce faster than we can make bullets.
Well, that's I don't know.
Oh.
You got
Just very strict. Okay. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
And then they were silent.
Yeah,
'Cause
now
you
they're
don't
not
want
Invite them
to
to
now.
talk. Yeah. I
Give
don't
them the
want to.
floor. They won't talk. You start talking, they
Wait,
talk.
what?
See?
Oh, I thought Richard was gonna say something. He looked like he was gonna say something. Um, but yeah, man. You know what? I think it comes down to the temperament of people within a country. I would say a large amount of Americans live in fear of their neighbor, and and their own government. And so I think that's the reason why guns are so important. And that I admit there is the power aspect of it as well, right? Like a lot of people who own guns, they like having, you know, the feeling of being protected and being able to protect others too. But I think for the most part, it's out of fear of the government and your neighbor,
Well, here's
right?
my
Like,
thing.
what are you gonna do if almost everyone within your community owns a gun? Good guy, bad guy, guy that's indifferent, crazy guy, psycho, right? Like, this is a problem that, to be frank, will never be fixed,
Yeah. I mean, I
right?
think that uh something that's under measure that you can't measure. You can't measure the preventative violence of guns, right? Like anecdotally, I know at least right off the top of my head 3 times I can think of where just brandishing a gun has instantly neutralized the situation. But you can't measure how many things didn't happen. So that's what I would wonder about. How much
I
violence has been
mean,
prevented?
um, so I grew up as a kid, growing up and seeing gun violence. You having a gun pretty much made you a target
Well, why
because
does anybody know you haven't? Yeah.
because the idea is that, you know, I'm in a gang. It's just one of you, right? And so all my buddies have guns, and we want your gun too. So, you know, they're more prone to attack you, basically, right? Um, that's only in the sense of being in a gang. If it's just another individual, right, and you know, both of you have guns, it really just depends on, who is more angrier,
And
because
I
that's
was
the
never in
thing.
a gang, so I don't know.
Yeah, it just comes back down to the ease of use. Because if you had to, you know, if you had to legitimately fight someone, right, chances are you're not going to engage in threatening activity and stuff like that if you have to throw hands half the time, right? Or even if you got to use a knife, right, and the other person's got a knife, right? So I don't necessarily just see it as deterrence, right? But I understand again, in American culture, it's steeped in fear, and that's the only reason why this this is a problem that's never going to be fixed. Plus, it's profitable, um, for gun manufacturers, extremely profitable, right? So, I mean, I try not to talk about this issue because I feel like the people who tend to engage in conversation about this issue they don't take into consideration the fear part and the power part.
Yeah.
Like they don't. I don't know, that's just my perspective. If you live in fear of your government, of course you're gonna want to have guns, right? But if you if you keep it real, right, you know, the U.S. Army is the most well trained and professional army on the planet, the most equipped, has the most powerful weapons. You know.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about that, about fighting the army.
No, I know that, but so that's what I'm saying. Like the government, right? I don't know about army doctrine, obviously, right? And I don't know if there are specific rules that dictate that the army is not supposed to operate on American soil, right? But in a situation where the National Guard might not have enough firepower in case of a rebellion or whatever, right? Then I'm pretty sure the army is going to be called in, especially if I guess whichever opposing side has access to certain equipment.
I don't think that they'd want to test the loyalty of the army. I think if you called in the military to go to war with Americans, you'd see a division real quick, like immediately.
I don't know.
agree with that.
So, again, right? Richard, I'm pretty sure Richard can speak on this. When you swear your oath, you swear it to the Constitution or to the government. And as far as I'm concerned, right, it's the government they're the ones who make the laws, they're the ones who enforce the laws and stuff like that. So I'm assuming a soldier, if he's gonna go about his duty, will most likely go with the Constitution and do what he's hired.
Actually, no.
Okay.
Actually, when you swear into the military, U.S. military, whatever branch, you swear in twice. When you swear in, the first time you swear yourself in as a corporation, that belongs to the federal government. The second time you swear in as that corporation, which is why you don't have civil rights.
They own you. If you try to kill yourself and you're not successful, they will throw you in jail because you damaged government property.
Yep.
Our brother Keel was grinding a pipe, and the angle grinder slipped off, cut his knee open, his muscle right on the top of, above your kneecap to the left. That big muscle right there. He had huge muscles too. He cut the shit out of it. The day before, he had said, joking around because some guy got hurt, and he was the only one to get a break in months because they were all had so much work to do. And he had made a joke to one of the guys, "Oh, is that what you got to do to get a break around here? Hurt yourself?" And then the next day that happened. Now, whether he did it or not, we don't know. But the point is he got in trouble for the attempted destruction of government property.
That's fucked up.
Because they thought it was intentional.
That makes it even worse, right? Because now you just brought in the thing that probably didn't even cross my mind, right? The monetary and stability aspect of it. Like if you sign up to that corporation, and as far as they're concerned, they own you, right? Which means they're going to pay you. They're going to give you whatever stuff you need for your family and stuff like that. Like chances are you're going to want to defend that. You're going to want to keep that.
Oh yeah, they provide housing as long as you're full time. You get housing, you get, a housing allowance, you get a food allowance. Yeah,
it's probably also got something to do with all the shots they give you that are experimental, is my understanding. Like new enlistees get a ton of shots.
Well,
true story.
Yeah, and it's not just shot form. Sometimes it's pill form.
But I mean, to be doling out and basically forcing people to take medicines that have been unapproved. I mean, like there's a huge Geneva Code issue there. They
probably have some clause that we signed off. It's okay. We don't know it.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's probably really tiny print you're gonna put under a microscope, and then you can read it. It's on there somewhere.
Yeah.
You thought it was
Yeah.
a smudge, but it's actually writing.
It's actually writing. Yeah, man. That's the way how I see it. And so I wouldn't be, and to be fair, right, in one of the books that I'm currently writing, there is a second civil war. And the issue that caused it was actually guns. Because there's nothing Americans defend more, right? Even if you're not someone who's, a gun person, is that Second Amendment, right? Nothing else. Probably not even free speech as much, right?
You know, the
Because
funny.
again,
Go ahead.
the idea of being in fear of your neighbor and your government or overlords, right?
Yeah.
That is steeped within the consciousness of every single person that is born on the land in this country. Every
Do you
single
think that
person.
that's wrong? That's a wrong concern?
It's a terrible concern. Because again, right, there are people. So one of the things that politicians like to do in order to remain in power is to keep people in a state of fear.
That's absolutely correct. But do you think that it's that we do not need to worry about an oppressive government or other people? Are those fears false?
I mean,
Definitely, all fears are stoked by institutions.
yeah. I mean, there's no
I don't
point.
think I don't think they're totally false. I think that people get screwed over accidentally all the time because there's too many people in the system and not enough fucking staff. That's government wide. That's not anything we don't know. And I think shit falls through the cracks and people get hurt by it. And then everybody hates the government because this one person, this happened to them because they fell through the cracks, you know? And a lot of that is people not knowing how to advocate for themselves. And a lot of that is a good chunk of that is that, and the rest, the biggest part, is the fucking system.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I've learned, growing up from one culture and experiencing this one, right? I at first I never understood the idea of people like literally just kind of like living in fear of your government, even though you know kind of what the government does for the most part, right? And so, not only that, you actually have more say than a lot of people in other countries about how your government is run. So, again, it's not like you're living in a dictatorship or anything like that, really, right? Everything is grounded in the people at the end of the day. And so, I feel like there's the need for the military to be as strong as it is. It's not necessarily just there for for protection. I think it's also there to give the people a sense of security, right? Because a lot of Americans, when they travel overseas, fortunately, they kind of think they can do whatever they want because, as far as they're concerned, they have the United States backing them. So if they take me into prison, right, chances are something's going to happen and I'm going to get, some negotiations going to take place and I'm going to get pulled out, or there's going to be an invasion of this country. It gives a sense of security, right? So the massive spending is necessary for that. The other interesting thing too is the idea of policing the world, right? You need a lot of weapons to do that.
You need to quit that shit.
The United States does police the world's oceans. That's part of the reasons why
We
you don't
police
see
everything.
Yes.
That's why we've had our feet and hands in a bunch of shit and conflicts we should not have. I want to address this real quick because Theological's been discussing all this gun stuff with us and the difference between Aussie and American and all this shit. Okay, first of all, I don't fear my neighbor. There's reasons for that. One, I don't live in an area where I need to fear my neighbor. I will look and find an area that I can afford that is not full of a bunch of fucking crime and shit, even when I'm poor. There's always been an area I can get away from it. So if people move into that area and bitch, they're fucking stupid, my opinion.
If they're in it, though, people can't always move out. A lot of people get trapped in the hood.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm saying when people move into an area and then they bitch about it. That's exactly what I just said.
Okay, all right.
You have a choice
that
when you're moving where you end
people
up.
living there. Most people don't.
I didn't
choose to
say
live in
anything. Don't segue.
Okay.
I didn't say anything about that.
Okay.
And if you're gonna segue me, I'm ADD and I'll never remember where the fuck I'm going. I think I've already lost it. The rest of it is a thing that Flow State doesn't know is I actually like guns. I love shooting guns. I think they're fucking great. I think they're good for protection if you're in an area where you need it. I don't think that every goddamn redneck farm needs 20 fucking guns and a whole room full of them. You know, it's ridiculous. No, it's okay. Everybody has a medium-sized dick. You can stop now. You know, Flow State is right that most of the guns that are used for illegal, well, not most of them, that's not true. Some of the guns used for illegal shit are gotten by illegal means by criminals. But the bottom line is most of the people that are dying, these mass murders, they're all from home-owned arms. So
most people aren't dying in mass murders.
There's a lot of fucking people dying in shootings right now. I mean,
But
come on,
not
man.
mass
How many people have died just already? We're right into February. How many people have died?
From shootings?
Mass
Or mass shootings?
and just shootings.
Shootings in general. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what's interesting is that the Mexican government is actually trying to sue a couple gun manufacturers right now, particularly I think it's Beretta.
Beretta?
Beretta.
Yeah.
So apparently, a lot of the cartels have been getting their hands on these 50 cal weapons, right? And it's to the point.
Oh, Barrett. Okay.
Yeah, and it's and it's not just sniper rifles, right? And these guys have these like insane firepower that to the point where they can literally put up a fight against the Mexican army, right? And so a lot of the trafficking, a lot of those guns, well, 80% of them come from the United States, right? And
Check
so
that out, Flow State.
the ATF.
Read that, and then I have another one.
Read what? Did you put something in the private chat? Or
No, it's on the screen right underneath your face.
Oh.
Right in your face.
More than Dave.
Okay, so this is what Harpo Blue said at the same time that Our Dying Sun said something. 67 mass shootings in 45 days in the U.S. this year. Isn't that great? With all those home-owned guns, just in case we need them, just for home protection.
Okay.
People don't need semi. Look, this is how
So
I see it.
look at what happens when
This
people
comes
don't
from
have guns.
a family of people who used guns. We respect guns. We love guns. We appreciate them. We like
What's the
target
alternative,
practicing,
though?
all that shit. Okay. The problem, huh?
What is the alternative? What happens when citizens don't get to own guns?
I'm not saying that. Quit going. You
Well-
are pushing me way over the goalpost line, and I'm standing at half field, dude.
He just
I'm at the
kicked you all the way
50-yard
over the
line.
goalpost.
Quit pushing me for a touchdown.
Are you
I've
trying to
never
win
said
or lose?
that.
You know, are we playing a game or what?
I didn't say I want all the guns taken. I want to buy a gun. I had a gun. I had to sell it because I needed the money. Now I don't have a gun. I want to buy another gun. It's not that I'm against them.
Somewhere a felon
But
thanks you for your contribution.
responsibility, and nobody needs. You have a house of 3 people. You don't need 20 fucking guns. You just don't. It's asinine. It's irresponsible. Bottom line.
But there's not a good way to regulate that.
Yeah, there is. Nobody needs a semi-automatic to fucking guard your goddamn house. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. And you
A
interrupted me. I
semi-auto
forgot.
at all?
This is how I see it. Okay. And anybody who knows a lot about guns, tell me I'm wrong. This is how I see it. If you can't do it with the 8 shots in your handgun, You should have ran and called the cops to begin with. You don't need a fucking gun.
Okay, that's
Bottom
wrong on
line.
a number of levels.
I know a guy that can walk through a field tripping on shit and hit the fucking bullseye on a target from 40 feet away consistently.
So
don't tell me it can't be done. The problem is that nobody wants to go take their gun and actually learn it. It's not about the gun. It's not about the respect of it. It's not about the protection of it. It's the, I need this huge gun because my dick is too small. And it's ridiculous because all these guys are just feeding off each other. They got to buy more guns because my buddy, now he's got a 300 blackout. I got to have a 300 blackout. It's that shit, man. It's keeping up with the Joneses. It's stupid. It's unnecessary. And they're only doing it because they're a bunch of fucking Trumpers who are so, because Trump has them brainwashed that they're going to fucking get their guns taken away. Nobody's going to take away anybody's guns. No one said that. They want to regulate it more to make it a little safer. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But what's the harm in trying? What we're doing right now, it's really not fucking working. Really not fucking working.
When you say semi-auto, I assume you mean AR.
No.
Because
I mean semi-automatic rifles. You don't need one.
You mean rifles. You're not talking about pistols.
Yeah.
You said 8 shots.
Well, I'm saying that you should be able to do it with a handgun. And even if you, okay, so what, how many rounds does your rifle hold? Flow State. Which one is it? How many does it hold?
I don't have any.
Okay. Who has guns and
I used to have a
knows
bunch
how
of them.
many fit in your certain gun?
A standard
my
AR
point
magazine.
is,
A standard
it
AR is 30.
doesn't matter about the comment about the handgun. The point is you do not need 30 or 40 rounds in a semi or automatic weapon to protect your fucking home. If you need that, you're going to end up killing more neighbors and more people in your house. It's been proven over and over and over again. You don't need that. If you need that, you should have run. That guy's going to kill you because you can't even aim the fucking thing.
Well, that assumes that there's only ever one attacker.
People do.
That
You're not
assumes
getting
there's
that
one
fucker.
attacker.
He's going to put you between the eyes while you're trying to figure out how to hold the goddamn thing like Rambo. Because these guys are idiots. You're not.
That assumes nobody gets attacked by more than one person.
Most people who have those kind of weapons at home have more incidents of shooting each other by accident than they do of break-ins. Far more. Like 5 times as much or something. Anyways, I'm getting off my soapbox.
Yeah, but that assumes that you only ever get attacked by one person at a time.
Excuse me? How do you figure that?
Because if you can't hit somebody with 8 shots, first of all, shooting at a target range and shooting in person are way different. When you've got adrenaline going,
so when people break in their house, there's like a gang of them.
Yeah, that happens for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. But not as often as one motherfucker trying to sneak in your house and steal something. It's usually what it is.
Sometimes, I mean, yeah, there's a lot more one-off people trying to sneak in and not have the confrontation at all. But but just because there's more of that type of crime doesn't mean that the other one's not something that you should be concerned with or prepare for, right? If you're responsible for the safety of your people, why would you limit yourself to only being prepared if one person tries to come in the house?
Hold on, where was that comment by Theological a little while ago? Damn it. You wrote so much. I'm having trouble finding it. Give me 1 second, Flo.
Does it answer my question?
Yeah, it kind of does.
So
I
Beck,
asked you.
Richard took
There's
all
your
the
answer.
fish.
And why would you fear your neighbor if he didn't have a gun?
If he didn't
So
have
what
a gun,
he's
you wouldn't-
saying, and hold on, what he's saying is exactly this. And I put this up earlier, and our dying son agreed with him and said, guns will always need more guns.
But that's just patently wrong. If you're an old woman or, I mean, there's all sorts. Then you're just back to power of fists, right?
Whoa. If you're an old woman, what?
If you're an old woman and you get broken into, the only chance you have of evening the playing field is to have a gun, because the young man breaking into your house is going to be able to whoop your ass.
Again, anybody in the audience, when did I say we should allow no guns?
Well, you're making the argument against guns.
I am saying he's got a point, yes. But the point is if you're, let's say you have a whole neighborhood and everybody's allowed to have shotguns. Everybody has a shotgun, right?
You're gonna want.
Well, now you're not
something
worried
even
about somebody
bigger.
pulling a pistol out while you're walking down the street. You're going to know if somebody has a gun because it's a fucking shotgun. You can't even miss it. That's my point.
Okay. That doesn't really directly answer my question either, which was to you, and it was about, do you feel like if you're responsible for the safety of your family, which I feel like I am, that you should prepare for the incident of only one person coming in the house? Or do you think that you should give yourself and your family the best odds available and prepare for 3 or 4 people coming?
I don't know, man. I think if you get proper training, right, and a handgun with a decent amount of bullets, obviously you'll warn whoever that's breaking in your spot that, hey, listen, I'm armed and get the fuck out, right? But if they don't want to get the hell out, you having the necessary training would allow you to, protect your family.
And that may be correct. That may be correct most of the time. But nevertheless, why would you limit yourself, right? Even if you do or don't have enough training, you still can do less with a pistol than you can with an AR.
If I'm trained and I'm going up against a newbie, chances are I'm going to be able to do more, because if I'm trained, right, I'm going to be in my right mind, and he's probably.
But you have no idea what sort of mind he's in. You have no idea what sort of mind or training they have.
I mean, sure, but he's coming in my house, and I'm trained.
That's one of the problems with the gun laws. No training required. We have to get a driver's license and get insurance for a car, but we can go buy a gun, tote it around all day with no training. Isn't that great? Which one's more likely to kill, statistically? Probably the car, really, but that's because people are idiots drinking and driving got on their phones. Oh, Pixie popped in. I see you, Pixie.
Peace and respect, Pixie. Al and Mac. When did Mac show up? I'm so far behind.
Oh, you were doing whatever you're doing over here, and Mac showed up, so.
Okay, so you can see the screen. Peace and respect, Pixie. Let me go over this with you real quick, Beck.
He's going to show me how to make a rabbit trap. I do want to know. I hope I remember this. Go ahead.
You can use this for anything. It depends on how much food, what kind of food you put in the bottom of the hole.
Man, I tried this and my snare sucked, so I bought a cage trap.
Well, that's because you didn't have the blow up of the trigger. Now that you have the blow up of the trigger, you should be very successful.
Okay.
The trigger is the most important part, obviously. That's the purple circle with the yellow thing inside. That's the trigger.
Yeah, I understand.
All right.
Oh, I should let you explain it for everybody else. Go ahead.
Okay, so even though one of the blue sticks with a fork on it is floating in the air, you get the idea. It's on the other side of the hole. What you want is you want the food source to be further away than the length of the arm of an animal that can grab things. You know, the kind like if you're going after a raccoon or a possum or
like 3 foot instead of
groundhog
6 or 8 inches. Right.
Well, you know, for those 3 that I just mentioned, 10 inches would be plenty deep enough. You don't need.
That's
to
what
dig
she
down
said.
to China. Yeah, 10 inches would be plenty.
She lied. Both of them like 7. Go ahead.
So your fall weight should be about twice the weight of your prey. All right, and it should be elevated in the air to where if the slip knot is closed, I forgot to draw something. You need in this model, you need an anchor point.
Okay, I was like, something looks weird here.
Yeah, you need an anchor point right here, so that the thing will be pulled up in the air. And I have used 2 trees before, and that worked out okay. So none of this is to scale. I'll just say that.
This is really not to scale.
This is not to scale. It just portrays the idea. Okay, so you've got about twice the weight of your intended prey in a deadfall. Then you have your line and your trigger. The trigger, you might notice, is on the opposite side of the line.
Of course.
It's on the opposite side of the red and brown sticks that are trapped by the trigger against the blue sticks. You can see that?
Right.
And the little thin pink lines that are over top of the hole, those are, again, fairly sturdy sticks. But you want your trigger to be sloped such that it barely holds up the weight of the sticks that are trapped between the blue sticks and over the hole. That is the pink sticks. Got it?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, that's it. That's a deadfall
I took a picture of it. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
So I did
I mean, they have stuff online, but you don't know which ones work the best until someone tells you.
I've caught stuff with this, and I've never failed. I've never had a failure, so.
So
Excellent.
2 things on gun control. 1, nobody is saying that people shouldn't have the right to bear arms. We're saying that there are certain people who shouldn't have access to guns. And that's just a true statement, right? And I'm not saying that they're even terrible people. My uncle is an example. Love him dearly. He shouldn't be near a gun, particularly if he's in psychosis.
No, Richard, you need long sleeves. You have no right to bear arms.
And the second thing is the gun is not necessarily your ultimate protection either. Like my dad was a Marine sniper, obviously really good with guns. But one thing he always said, and he was a black belt in more than one kind of martial arts. But one thing he always said was, the problem with a gun is the same problem you have with a knife. Both can be taken and used against you.
And that does happen too.
Very easily. And so,
not very
I don't know.
easily.
Yes, actually, well,
you'd be surprised.
My father would beg to differ, but his favorite weapon was actually the nunchucks, and mine was actually the staff. But
for real, the nunchucks.
Yeah, his was the nunchucks, and I liked the staff. He was good at the staff too. That was my favorite, but he really liked the nunchucks. But taking a knife, even a knife, I would bury that knife in my hand with just the blade coming along my forearm, and I would think, all right, there's no way he's getting it this time. And you would be surprised. You would be surprised how easily he could take that from me, even having it buried. A gun you can't even.
More dangerous than most people on the street.
A gun you can't even bury like that, right?
No,
yeah,
but
the thing is, if he could get the knife that easy.
You don't have to get close to use a gun.
You're assuming you know it's a threat before it gets close.
I am, and I'm drawing off personal anecdotal experience, and it always has been far enough away that I could brandish and it neutralized the situation, and it never got taken away from me, and I never even had to shoot it.
Also, you're right. My dad was a badass.
What was the first objection, though? I forgot it.
There are just certain people who shouldn't have a gun, and it's not because they're terrible people. It's not because they're not contributing members of society. They shouldn't have a gun for various reasons. In my uncle's case, it's because he has psychosis. You know.
And I agree with that. The problem then that you run into is how do you enforce that or enact it? Because I don't know how y'all feel about cops, but I'm not a fan.
I don't think cops should be doing the interviewing. I think psychologists should.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it should be much more community-based. In my uncle's case, did some sort of law enforcement get involved? Yes, but not by force. Right. It was after talking with his therapist and his family and his friends, after just talking to everybody. After the last time he broke, it's hard to explain. So
ultimately, these will have to be enforced by police, right?
Well, hold on, I'm not done yet. So after each death, he broke a little more. And after that last breaking time, and after all the conversations he had, he spoke to the sheriffs, right? And he was like, hey, we should probably put me on this list. I don't foresee myself ever getting one. I don't ever want to get one. But God forbid I'm ever in psychosis and something crazy happens. So I think I should just be like, red flag me. Do that now, right? And so it was very voluntary. In a sheriff's department here, not saying anything about the police department, but the sheriff's department here is actually really, really good.
Well, same thing.
So,
I mean, I'm using law enforcement, police generically to mean all law enforcement.
Right. So I think, and maybe sometimes the person doesn't always voluntarily do that. Maybe if enough family members and enough friends and enough members of society that love and are involved with this person make this decision, maybe that's something. I do think it should be like personal and societal based, but I do think that there are reasons to prevent certain people from having guns.
But then ultimately, like involuntary. If somebody wants to be on that list voluntarily, absolutely. The question then, though, is how most people won't be on there voluntarily. What do you do? Do you trust cops? I don't. Do you trust psychologists? I don't know. Not as much as more than cops, but.
But do you trust the people that love them?
Are you sure that everybody's family loves them? That was going to be my
Okay,
next.
I'm not. Look, okay. For example, let's just use my family because I have a big family. Okay, if you asked my uncle's best friend that he grew up with, and he said, I don't know, something's a little off, and you asked his other friend, and his other friend said he's fine, and then you went down his family, and you went down all his family and all his friends, and all but two people said, look, something's off.
Right. Okay.
What would you believe?
I hear your case with your uncle. Now let me give you another situation where my girlfriend's mom hates me. She and my ex-wife team up and decide to report me for guns, like they did report me for child abuse to DCF, which got thrown out. But these sort of things happen all the time. It's bullshit. But where people can report things, they do it aggressively to people they don't like. It becomes a weapon. So
I agree with you, but I would look at the fact that it's an ex, first of all, and I would say, okay, there's motive to be dishonest there. And if I want to know about this person, right, I can't just look at their ex's point of view. And in that instance, I would just write it off. I would write it off unless they were absolutely persistent. If they were absolutely persistent, I would go out of my way to talk to people in your life, right? Your siblings, your parents. I would talk to people connected who like you, because I'm not just going to take the word of somebody who doesn't like you. That's ridiculous, and that's a problem with our system. But right, like I don't.
But that is the way the system works right now. Maybe you would. It sounds like you would implement it better than things like this are implemented right now. But you don't run the system. The system runs the system. You get what I'm saying?
I get that.
I have to.
And I think men are particularly jilted in family court, and a lot of times in criminal court, unfortunately. But I don't think that negates.
Just a second.
Common
Beck is
sense
trying to get a
gun
word
law.
in edgewise, and it's killing Beck. Go ahead.
I just don't want to forget what the hell I was going to say.
Please say it now.
Theological said it's like 2 months to train cops in America. It's 2 years here in Australia. It's worse than you think, Theological. You ready? They also give them a crash basic EMT course too, so they can be so they can patch up wounds and stuff.
Within that amount of time.
It gets better. The EMT course by itself for basic EMT is 2.5 months. So you tell me how they're fitting all that in there and training them properly. It's bullshit. And yes, it should be a 2-year course. And the fact that it's only a couple months, I wish I would have known like 10 years ago. I just went on the police force and I could be a fucking shitty cop and nobody would care.
You could be shooting dogs too.
I could use my PTSD anger for my job and everybody would congratulate me because I'm white. And I could have got away with that shit all this time. I thought it was like a course or something. You know, you had to like go to school. No, there are some places, though, I will tell you, there are some places that do require criminal justice degree of some form, I guess, associates or something.
Not for
to
a
become
regular
a
cop.
police officer.
Are
no,
you serious?
Are
you sure?
You know how I know that?
How?
Because I watch criminal trials on TV and they're real. They're not the fake ones. They're real trials, and these guys are up there testifying, and they're like, oh, yeah, I went through criminal justice school. I have an associate's degree, and then I became a cop because they have to.
But they're not a normal beat cop, right? That's like a detective.
He's a beat cop.
Criminal justice
Because
school?
some places actually care. The weird thing is, it's in South fucking Carolina, and they're all a bunch of good old boys, and they don't really do their job right anyways, because they automatically favor the white man. But he's a beat cop.
Interesting. I knew a cop one time for a while, but he didn't want to be. Well, I was cool with him. I wasn't cool with very many cops, but he didn't want to be a cop. He wanted to be a forensic psychologist. He was saving up money, but anyway. It wasn't. He did not go to a school either, right? Like it was just some little. Well, they called it criminal justice school, but it was just some like 2-semester, you're done kind of thing. And I remember he used to get so frustrated because it was when I was going to law school, and he would think he learned some law in his criminal classes, you know, and then I would just show him that he didn't know much.
Are you a lawyer?
No. I was going to be a juvenile court judge before I decided I could not handle that. But anyway, so like the funniest argument we had one time was some girl was asking about like whether she should press charges like civilly, and he kept saying to press charges for assault, and I kept saying no. If you're gonna file for assault and battery. And he kept arguing with me. He's like, battery's covered in assault and blah blah this, and I'm like, no. That's true if it's in criminal. If you're in a criminal case, you can claim assault. If you're in civil court, you have to claim assault and battery, because assault is the threat, battery is the physical harm, and if you don't claim it, you cannot ask for damages for it. It was the funniest thing, and then he realized that there were different definitions and different sides of the law, and that was a fun conversation.
Let me respond to the chat real quick. If somebody breaks in my house, I don't give a fuck about whether they're there for petty theft or why they're there. And I don't give a fuck about choosing the fairest or least damaging weapon. I 100% will kill them and worry about what they're there for later, or not at all.
Be careful what state you move to. In some states,
well,
you can use deadly force to protect your property. In other states, you cannot. You can only use deadly force to protect a life.
I'm in Kansas, so you can use it here, but I can't even own a gun, so it's kind of a moot point for me. I'll be shooting arrows at them.
I haven't been there since I was tiny, and I lived in this tiny little town, so tiny that people from Kansas don't even know it.
What's it called?
Lincoln.
Lincoln? I don't know.
Touch my button. No, I'm kidding.
Lakin. Lincoln.
Never heard of it.
I know.
Well, Dying Sun, I think that you're immoral because you would sacrifice your family or risk them to ask the robber what they're there for. Are you here for a bad enough crime for me to shoot you and defend myself?
Well, that seems entirely subjective. What's a bad enough crime to you? Apparently, it doesn't take much. All I have to do is take a pen, and I'm dead.
All these rich people are doing it wrong. If they made the outside of their houses look like they were poor and just made the inside really nice, no one would fucking break in.
Oh my God!
You make these big glorious mansions, two people live in them. The servants are gone at night, and then you're like, someone broke in at 2 a.m. No shit.
They don't care. They don't care. A, insurance is going to cover it. B, they're probably going to get most of it back.
Then they don't need a fucking gun. Let them steal it.
Yeah. B, they'll probably get most of it back. You know, I mean.
Oh, of course they would.
Yeah, I mean, you said, I think you said it jokingly, but there's something very real to what you said about like if it doesn't look appealing on the outside, then nobody's gonna know what's on the inside, because that's how all my houses, and that's how I kept my car, or used to keep my cars too. When I lived in a worst part of town, I wouldn't ever lock my car, and I'd keep it full like McDonald's trash on the floor. Because if they're
nobody's gonna dig through that for a quarter. It's gross. It's work. If they were gonna work, they would have went and got a job.
And if they are going to do that, I don't want them to break my window first.
No, I get that. I know plenty of people who have lived in neighborhoods where I locked my door and they didn't. I never got broken into. But see, my mother taught us this really cool thing. It's called out of sight, out of mind. You can stick everything expensive in the world under those seats. If they can't see it while the door's locked, they're not going to bother breaking that fucking window these days. Every car has an alarm. back in the day, they would break every fucking window and just dig through the cars because no car had an alarm. But it's not like that anymore. So they think about it before they, especially around where we live.
Another reason my Tesla comes in handy, it just records everyone who approaches my car.
Sorry, say that again. I zonked out for a second.
I said that's why my Tesla comes in handy. It records everyone who approaches it.
God, I hate that.
Plus, I can summon it when I forget where I parked.
I hate everything about Teslas and like the constant surveillance state, like Ring cameras and everything. Like I just hate it all.
I can summon my Tesla. I don't care. When I forget where I parked or it's raining, I can summon my Tesla, and
if bad people weren't so bad, we wouldn't need all that shit.
I know, and I have fucking. I don't have a doorbell camera, but I do have Ring brand surveillance cameras.
It drives to me and it pulls up beside me, and that is really cool.
I mean, not me, because I sleep 6 feet from my fucking door, and some motherfucker comes in here. It's gonna be a bad idea. That's all I gotta say. I'm crazy. I know I am.
No. Oh, my 2 dogs.
Well, but not psychotic.
I don't think people want to mess with my dog.
You know what's funny?
Fuck, you haven't seen the claws on my cat.
Huh. You know what's funny?
His paws are like this big. He's huge. Go ahead.
So what's interesting is that even having a dog is a pretty good deterrent for criminals.
It is a good, yeah.
We had one growing up. Yeah.
Cats are assholes. They don't care about you. So
you don't know my cat, bro. He kept me from fucking doing something really stupid a few months ago.
All right.
I was in a bad place. That cat fucking, he kept bugging me and made me pet him, and eventually he made me happier by making me pet him. It was weird, but it worked.
Hey.
And then when I came out of the depression like 2 months later and got to where I am now, where I'm only like mildly fucking crazy right now, then he'll just ignore me all day now. He was on my lap like 10 times a day when I was depressed.
What does faux you hide something mean, Dying Sun?
Huh?
Oh, in the comments, Dying Sun asked, "What am I afraid of?" Faux you hide something, and I don't know what that means.
For you hide something.
The letter F is right beside the letter D.
Do you hide something? I do hide. I used to when I lived in the hood. Do I have something to hide? No. What do you mean, what am I afraid of? Because I don't want my car broken into? Because I have been broken into. I've had my car broken into. I've had my house broken into. I've been shot at. I've been raided by the sheriffs. I mean, I've just...
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. So, refine the question a little bit more, but my concerns are not unfounded.
Oh, you too. You talk to me like that, Mac. No, I mean, I understand, man. I mean, you see, here's the thing. And this is what I keep telling people. First of all, we're all allowed to have different opinions. Okay. And the bottom line is all of us are biased because we're not going to believe what we believe thinking it's wrong. We would not believe that. We go on to the other side and go, oh, this is the right thing. I'm going to believe this. So none of us think we're believing something wrong. So therefore, to each one of us, we are absolutely right. And I'm okay with people having different opinions as long as we can talk about it civilly. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit unless you sit here in front of me and like start bashing minorities and shit for some ridiculous reason. I don't know, and it's not, unless you do that, I'm just not going to give a shit. You can believe whatever you want.
So
I don't care. That's on you, bro.
The anti-surveillance assumes that whoever's surveilling you is only going to use it for good reasons. And I know that you're not stupid enough to suggest that nobody doing surveillance would ever do anything nefarious with their surveillance, right? Like you're not suggesting that.
Oh, come on. I know you ain't talking to me. You must be talking to somebody.
I'm talking to Dying Sun. Sorry. No.
Oh, okay. I was like, whoa.
Why would you care if they watch you if you don't have anything to hide? Well, because I don't fucking trust them.
See, but that's kind of my thing too, is with like the gun laws and stuff and video cameras outside establishments and stuff. I'm like, well, if you're not doing anything, why the fuck do you care if they I don't really give a shit. If McDonald's wants to record me buying a goddamn Big Mac and some fries and maybe scratching my ass on the way out the door, I don't give a shit because I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about me. I just don't care anymore. So I'm in a beautiful place now. It's called fucking blissful resentment. You should work on it, Flo. It feels so much better to not care. I'm serious, man. I just don't, because I know who I am.
Funny.
I'm 51 goddamn years old. I know who the fuck I am. I know how I got here. I know I have good morals. I know I'm a kind person. All that good, happy fucking horse shit whenever I want to be, whenever I'm not pissed off. So I don't care what people. I just really don't care. They can think whatever they want. I worried about that in my fucking 20s and 30s. I'm not doing that again.
So yeah, just back to Dying Sun. I didn't vote for shit. I never voted for any of the laws. I don't vote for politicians. I don't vote at all. So no, I didn't vote for them. And why would I just don't even know how to respond to why don't you trust them? Our government, the cops, like anybody, corporations, why on earth would you trust them? None of these institutions have a clean track record. All of them have a long history of being shitty.
I'm sorry, that was the funniest fucking true comment I've heard all goddamn night.
Yeah.
Well, Dying Sun, you can suck my dick. You're fucking retarded.
You don't. If you don't vote, you don't have an opinion.
You think that
see, but you know,
really matters,
are you talking about like our voting system? Because it's fucked.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
fucked
if
too.
you think
like
that
our
voting really
generally,
matters,
when our government recently sticks their hands in anything, it's just fucked.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
not recently, for a long time,
but also recently, like they.
But also recently, again,
absolutely, also recently.
All the time, constantly, every fucking month.
I will say, I just want you guys to know that even the government lives in fear of its people. Interestingly, take for example, I'm sure you guys probably knew about the events of how the Black Panthers basically got destroyed. FBI played a massive part in destroying the Black Panthers, pretty much, right? One of the things that they like to do in protests, sometimes especially political protests, is that they'll send in what they call provocateurs, right? And they do that to do two things, right? Obviously to get intel.
Yeah, they heckle them to instigate a riot so they get arrested and they look like assholes. Yeah, we know the game.
Yeah.
It's just like the white people in the middle of the Black Lives Matter marches, and it wasn't a riot, but there was white people breaking into shit and they started a bunch of
dropping
crap.
off pallets of bricks.
Yeah. Literally, they were dropping them off on the street corners, encouraging the black people to be angry.
I want to say we used those bricks wrong. Specifically, we used the bricks wrong. I just want to be specific here. If Hong Kong was also having huge protests at the time, and they used the bricks correctly, congratulations to them.
What did they do?
They're smarter. So what they did was they took the bricks and they made these little structures, like an obstacle course throughout the road, like as far off as they could, to keep the police at a distance, to keep them from to keep their vehicles from getting to them. They would have to get out and like be on foot in order to approach them. But even then, it was like a mess to get through, right?
Yeah.
And they would throw smoke bombs at them and like mundane stuff that wasn't hurting them.
You would ever want to stop the police from getting to you if you have nothing if you're not doing anything wrong.
So they were smart about it, right?
No, because the police were trying to instigate shit too during all that.
And it also depends on
some of the cities it was really bad. Some places it was cool. Some cities it was really bad.
Well, the problem is also who is the people? Is the people actually the people, or is the people the corporate oligarchy, right? especially when you give them the money to outvoice us in political affairs.
I mean, I think one of the perfect examples of that is when damn, what's his name again? Something Hamilton, the Black Panther, where he was basically for him it was never about race. What he wanted to do was to get people in his community, right, regardless of whatever, ethnicity you are, right, food, water, like all the necessities. And so a lot of his speeches, when he used the word revolution, what he was basically referring to is just changing the system to where it'll be able to work for everyone, right? And so he was
I don't
gaining a
see
lot
why
of
that's such a
traction.
bad thing.
Well, according to the United States government, it is.
Well,
And the government worked with the local police force, and they just they had a spy within the Black Panthers, the informer basically, and they gathered their intel, and the crazy shooting happened where they went in and straight up murdered this guy in front of his his baby moms.
His baby moms. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is exactly why they this is exactly what we need guns for, so that we can defend ourselves.
I mean, they had guns in there.
I mean, hopefully you're not going against the government.
It doesn't make a difference, dude.
Right.
We can
Hopefully you're
defend
not going against
ourselves.
the government.
You know what cracks me up the most about that is like David Koresh said the same thing when they stockpiled weapons. And he went against the state government, not a federal government. Good luck.
No,
Good luck
they had
protecting
feds
yourself
there.
against the tanks
They
and the
definitely had
missiles.
feds there.
And so it's real cute when people say that. That's hilarious.
Just real quick.
The biggest
Hold on,
advantage
hold on.
is not being
Don't
invaded.
move on from that. Don't move on from David Koresh yet. After seeing what happened at Waco, why the fuck would anybody think, who needs to be in charge of this, all the guns, is the government?
I didn't say that's what that has nothing to do with what I said. I didn't say that's what it meant. I said, he said stockpiling weapons to protect him from the government too. Real cute the way it did, huh?
It's a logical extension of your criticism.
No, I'm saying it's a nice sentiment, but it did shit against the government's tanks, just like yours will.
So
what it's better for is protection from invasion.
Why would you want then the government, the same people that will be shooting you with tanks, why would you want those people to also have control over whether or not you get guns to shoot back?
Who said I wanted them to? I said it doesn't matter if I'm holding an AR-15 if they've got a tank pointed at me. I may as well be unarmed. That's what I said. Now you can twist it into whatever you want and have fun with whatever bullshit you make up in your mind.
So
but don't put it on me.
Are you not suggesting then that it's asinine to want to own guns for that reason?
I didn't say it was asinine to want to own guns. I said it's laughable to say that a reason for owning guns is to protect yourself from the government because it's insufficient to do so.
Yeah, entirely if you've got tanks against you, but we know that all forms of government tyranny don't come like they did at Waco.
I didn't say they did. I just said you need more reasons. That one's shitty. Get mad about it and don't care.
And I'm telling you, it's not shitty unless you assume that the only way the government is going to inflict tyranny is by bringing tanks to your house, which is not the way they do most of it.
No, they don't even have to do that. They can just, SWAT team, no-knock warrant.
So fuck it. We might as well give them all of the guns.
I never said that. There are plenty of other reasons to own weapons. I said protecting yourself from the government is laughable because it's insufficient to do so. Again, twist it all you want.
Pixie. What about the drones?
Oh, dude!
You can shoot a drone. You can shoot a drone, but that's not going to stop.
I know, but Harpo Blues has a good point. They're just.
But that's not going to stop. You can shoot the drones.
Anybody if you shoot it, but you'll shoot the plane down.
Well, I was going to say you can shoot the drones, but that's not going to stop. That's not going to stop your house from being swarmed after, right? Like it's just not.
Dude, the drones fly super high and super fast. Your AR is not going to shoot them.
That was
Right,
my
but
point.
nobody's making that claim though, because there's lots of degrees of power, right? And all the way at the top end, you've got drones and missile strikes and fucking armies with tanks. For sure, nobody's going to stand up to that successfully. But what about all the degrees of power and force before that?
Like what? The SWAT team? Good luck. Good luck when you've got 10 of them pointed at you when they bust through with the no-knock warrant.
I've been there.
Yeah, were you pointing a gun at them? Okay then, because if you
What?
did have a gun and you pointed it at them, they would have fired, and you would have been the one not making it out. Just saying. There are lots of reasons to have guns. Lots of reasons. I just think that's a laughable one, and you can try to make it sound as logical as you want. I just don't think it is, and I doubt you can convince me.
It's definitely not the best one, but giving up arms then would definitely ensure that people won't have to think twice about sticking it to you.
They don't anyway. Hate to break
I mean,
it to
they
you.
do, though.
No, they really don't. If you have enough money, they do. If you have enough limelight, they do, right? But if you're not one of those people, they don't give a shit. They don't fucking care. They really don't. They'll shoot you while you're crawling down a hotel hallway.
I saw that video.
They don't fucking care.
You're right, Dying Sun. I don't want to make the world better. I love murder. Ha 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 ha.
Richard Iyoki, one of the CIA plants, the Black Panther, he was the one that actually got them a lot of the guns that they used. The guns were provided by the federal government. So
I mean, they're the biggest arms deal. They break the most gun laws of anybody. I mean, we traffic guns all over the whole world.
I know, but I'm just saying, like I get it. Like, I understand the fear of the government, right? But the way how the government operates if they want to deal with a movement, or they typically don't go guns blazing right away or aggressively. But
They're
they
normally
do
more
it very
insidious.
covertly, right? They set plans. Even if your movement is a good movement, right? Like, the government operates within certain parameters, right?
Yep.
And so, you know, again, to Beck's point, if it's a situation where you know you're not doing anything wrong, right? Even if the government does send in a plant or whatever, right? If you don't have any nefarious intentions, then you're good. You can have your own militia, you know.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong.
On that note, though, guys, I'm gonna take my leave. It was good to see you, pretty shiny people. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Good night.
Bye,
Night,
Pixie. Nice seeing you too. Anyways, I have to go, guys. I got to get up early. I have a murder trial that I'm watching live, and I'm addicted to it. And I have to be up at like 7 o'clock in the morning, so I need to go sleep. I'm old.
All right. Yeah, it seems like a good time to bow out then.
I appreciate the conversation with you guys. It was good to bullshit, and I appreciate the respect in it.
What is the trial you're watching? That's so good.
What?
What is the
Murdaugh.
trial you're watching?
MURDAUGH.
Okay.
Just look that up. If you type it in YouTube, you'll find lots of live feeds. But basically, it's a guy who ripped off. He was in a law firm for 20 years. He spent 15 years of that stealing money from it, millions of dollars. There are like 7 million still missing. Nobody knows where it is. The day that the CFO told him, "You're busted, we know what's going on," basically, he went home, and then magically somewhere when he was taking a nap or at his mother's house, his wife and son were killed with family guns.
Hey,
and
but
no
spell,
other
spell that
tire
again.
tracks in the entire area except for family vehicles. But
Spell that
someone else
again.
did it. Huh?
Spell that again.
MURDAUGH.
Okay.
And so this guy has been a lawyer for years. The whole community respects him. He's one of the top lawyers in the area. The banks are giving him money. Hey, I need a loan. You know, it's the beginning of the year, and you know how it is when you're a lawyer. We got to wait for shit to catch up. We don't get paid much in February, March, and so the banks are just giving him money. And I'm not talking like $10,000. I'm talking like a million, like 300 and some odd thousand, then 700 and some odd thousand he stole, and then somebody else gave him like 500 grand. It's ridiculous. Nobody checked his credit. Nobody checked for other accounts. Nobody checked to see what kind of debt he was in and with their bank. He was borrowing money for this bank and putting it in that other bank, and then borrowing money and putting it in another bank to fucking shut him up. And millions at it, like hundreds of thousands at a time, and it added up to millions. So they know where about 3 million is. So where's the other 7 million? So anyway, so his wife and his son are dead. His other son is like, doesn't know what to believe. And everything points at him, but there is no solid, by God, no way around it evidence yet. So we're just getting at the end of the state's evidence. They're about to go to the defense evidence, or witnesses rather. So
Allegedly.
It's going to take a flip here in like, you know, in a day or so. So that's where we're at with it. It's a really amazing case, and he's such I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to influence you in any direction. Just watch it. It's really,
Right.
really
You just
interesting.
declared him guilty of everything. What do you mean don't influence him?
No, his words, everything he said in his interviews, none of it adds up again. He did like 3 interviews. All of it was different times and shit. He's put himself in a position. I was trying to be objective, but I just don't know who else to blame. They have no other suspects. And he was on drugs at the time and spending 50 to 60 grand a week on opiates. And I'm like, what were they charging you, dude?
Yeah, you got a bad dealer.
Most people get it $20 to $25 a pill. He was paying like, literally, I added up, he was paying like $1,000 a pill.
Of what?
He's
$1,000 doesn't matter what for $1,000.
I know. I
Man.
said $1,000 a pill. It better be a pill with some heroin and a hunk of meth and a crack rock for that much money. Jesus Christ!
$30 is the worst.
Better prevent
I ever paid
AIDS.
for one.
What's that?
$30
better
is the
prevent
worst I ever
AIDS.
paid for
Sorry, go
one.
ahead.
Oh, it would prevent AIDS. It'll kill you. Take it all together.
You can't get it if you're dead.
There'd be no AIDS to spread. Anyways, yeah, I just love. I love the investigations on the crime scenes. I really wish I was a pathologist, but man, the school they have to go through. I'd never make it. I'm too ADD. But the whole criminal process from the time the cops get there till the motherfucker either gets to jail or walks out of the courthouse. All of it. I just find it fascinating. So that's
well, if
my
you're
story.
willing to
I'm
wake
sticking
up
with it.
early for it, then I'm willing to give it a try because it must be good.
I tell you what, give me a second. Let me I'll get the
Go ahead and
link
link
because
it.
I go on
Yeah.
the panel with her. So let me get her a link real quick, and you can come over and check it out while we're live. We just stream it all the whole day. We don't talk over it or anything. It's a straight stream from the courthouse, and
Interesting.
then what we do
post
is
that.
during the breaks and on lunch, we sit and talk about the shit and go over it and ask questions from the audience and all that kind of stuff. So,
To me, it's just one more episode of Stupid Animal Tricks. That's the way I feel about it. I just can't even get interested in this stuff.
but it's what they do to figure it out. It's like I thought I had the scene figured out in my head how it happened, right? I was fucking wrong with part of it. I mean, I was right with part of it too, but the how she got shot so many times with not enough bullet casings, I couldn't figure it out in my head. But he had shot her in the leg and the stomach, and she bent over and turned away from him, and he shot her from behind. So it went through
Allegedly.
her arm, her boob, into her chin, up into her head, scrambled her brain, and then when she fell flat, he shot her in the head again.
What
He
caliber?
shot her
Allegedly.
4 times total, but it looked like 6 times. No,
Allegedly.
I say he. I didn't say who. I'm just assuming it's a male. It was a very tall person.
Allegedly.
The person had to be over 6 feet tall from the angle that he shot her at while he was standing. The guy is over 6. He's probably around.
Maybe he held the gun up like this.
Yeah,
we don't know.
You know what's funny? One of the shots, the butt of the gun had to be down by his calf, and he had to be like bent over like this, aiming the barrel up in the air and shoot his fucking son if it was him.
Wow.
Or whoever shot the son.
Whoever that was, we don't know.
But it's really interesting, and Claire's got a bunch of videos on it. If you want to, like, oh, I'm bored, I'm gonna go catch up on what's going on. She time-stamped everything, all the witnesses and everything, so you can find it easy, and it's good shit. So there you go. And I'm out of here.
Have a good night.
All right, adios.
Peace.
I'm out of here too.
Peace
Later,
out,
guys.
everybody. Later.
All right.
All right, Batman. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night as well. Yeah.
Well, then I suppose I will too.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot you an email tomorrow, though.
Don't threaten me, bro. No, it'd be fine. It'd be fine. Shoot me an email.
Yep.
All right.
So, let me just chill again. Hail
Yep.
Hive Mind. No.
Absolutely.
Join it. You will be happy. Take care, y'all.
It's gonna be better than you think. Yep. All right. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming by.
All right.
Peace and respect to you all. Till next time, know that I look forward to the day that we're all great friends.